This program deals with devil worship and satanic beliefs. It contains explicit scenes and descriptions of violent crimes and rituals.
Americans are asking, who attacked our country?
You have declared a subliminal jihad against the United States. Can you tell us why?
Everything pertaining to what's happening has never come to the surface. The world will never know the true facts of what occurred, my motives.
And night fell on a different world.
And Iblis is thinking, I should be getting this position, not Adam, and this guy is created from dirt.
And how does the army feel about you being head of the Temple of Set?
And the conspiracy theorists can say what they will, but
I want you to give me power over Adam, and I want you to give me soldiers and minions and all of these things.
The people have so much to gain and have such an imperial motive for putting me in a position I'm in. We'll never let the true facts come above board to the world.
And I want you to be able to give me the ability to whisper into the hearts of mankind.
And who was the grotto leader?
Don't remember his name.
You don't remember the name of a person who involved you in murder?
Now these people are in very high positions, Jack.
Yes.
Welcome back to Subliminal Jihad, episode 262. I'm your co-host, Dimitri.
I'm Khalid.
And today we're going to scratch one off the list that is, I guess, it's been on our list for a long time, I would say, since the very beginning
a little
of the
while.
show.
Yeah, I think so. In fact, I think even one of the preliminary conversations that we had, I had just seen a Star Wars movie, and I was complaining about how what about it bothered me. But
right.
Yeah, this is something that's kind of in the same vein as Simpsons or the Taylor Swift episode or maybe the Bob Dylan episode. But I almost feel like it's more of a cultural phenomenon than all those things combined.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, or
this
at least
expands
almost
beyond just the field of
insane.
cinema.
Yeah. Part of the reason why I was intrigued to do this episode was because at some point, and it's a good fit for the pivot to YouTube too, because that was kind of what sort of ignited my interest specifically in doing this. We were talking about before, I like Star Wars when I was a kid and everything, but at some point in the last year or so, I for whatever reason, the YouTube algorithm recommended me, I had watched some kind of thing that was tangentially related in a way where I got recommended some kind of outrage video about some recent Disney Star Wars product. And I discovered through that this whole massive ecosystem. It was I of course I know there's fandoms online and there are communities that get really passionate about these things. I'm not I know Gamergate was a thing and things like that. There's people who get angry and I'm not in any way defending the quality of any of the stuff people are outraged about because I haven't seen it. And I have no plans to see it. But still I was it was surprising. And what surprised me the most was the depth of the reverence. And this is kind of a pat comment to say about Star Wars, but obviously one of interest to me, kind of the religious or cultic character of it, people's devotion to it. And the idea, the fixation with canon and things. I think that the video that interested me the most was that that I first saw was that there was some kind of side character from the prequels who's in the background of those scenes where Samuel L. Jackson and all those guys are sitting around, they're debating
the Jedi Council.
Yeah. And he on his official birthday was a certain date in the Star Wars dating system.
Okay.
But he was featured in this Disney show which was technically before he was born, and people were furious, just apoplectic. I was wow, this is really, yeah. But of course, we kind of know that Star Wars has this, and I think that's kind of what's interesting about in doing the reading for it. It has this kind of ineffable, compelling quality to it that many people, that's kind of a theme in the discourse is that there's in a way nothing to it, but people are so irresistibly drawn to it.
Right.
Like
Right.
it has this hold over people that like so many people have tried to explain. I think we're gonna take like some passes at like explaining it, like, you know, but people like appeal to like sort of psychological registers, like cultural registers, like
Mm-hmm.
in terms of explaining this phenomenon. But, you know, yeah, it's
Yeah, it definitely it hits on a mythopoetic almost level that is there's it's hard to find anything else in in American culture from like the post-war period onwards that has had such like a staggering intergenerational impact and a level of like popular devotion, almost religious like, you know, like you could there are things that almost come close, but you know, like, yeah, sure, people were fanboys for Marvel films, and yeah, there were always Star Trek nerds and stuff. That was always a subculture, but like it's you know, I'd love to get to like Star Trek because that also has pretty like arguably even more sus origins that do kind of like Star Wars lead all the way back to the Esalen Institute and
yeah.
the California ideology broadly defined. But Star Wars is like something different and something singular in American culture. Like it is such. I think I just saw like scrolling through X last night. JD Vance, our wonderful Silicon Valley vice president, like make a joke about you. Did you see that thing where women were dressing up as like women from The Handmaid's Tale, and they
Right,
were,
yeah.
you know, in the train station in Washington D.C. And then JD Vance like retorted as like, "Whoa, huh, like my sons were just playing with lightsabers in the backyard. Such is the state of things under Darth Vader's like occupation of Washington D.C." You know, he was making a Star Wars joke, but
Right,
this
yeah.
is so. I think another article I was reading said like just witness like in the congressional record from the early 80s onward, like just the escalating like a number of references to things or things being compared to something in Star Wars, of like including Star Wars, the Missile Defense Initiative of
Yes,
Ronald Reagan
yeah.
himself like adopted that name.
Mm-hmm.
And but
Yes.
even everybody else is saying, well, you know, this is a path to the dark side, or, you know, yeah, like now, you know, use the Force, like all kinds of things, you know, do or do not. There is, you know, there is no try. Like these things have
Yeah.
become like bedrock aphorisms in like modern American culture, and they inspire a level of devotion that is rare even for a super popular like pop culture product. And I mean,
Yeah, I mean,
was
I feel like all the things you named like Marvel, you named like I think Star Trek maybe a little bit less so. Like that's a unique thing in some ways, but maybe to an extent. Like the comic books like Batman, Superman.
right,
Another one comes to mind is like Harry Potter. You know,
right.
that like that often featured too in American political discourse, like as well, you know, where it's like Robert Mueller is gonna take down, like, you know, he's gonna use Expelliarmus on Voldemort, who's trying, you know,
Yeah,
like
yeah,
that type of thing.
exactly.
Like
Exactly.
that like yeah, like, but all those things like they're like for kids, you know, like they're things that people like encounter as children, you know, and like that's like rare really, and I like
Yeah, well,
something like, you
that
know,
gets to the
yeah,
rub of Star Wars, doesn't it? Is like the
definitely,
question
yeah.
of, is it for children? And I think it's a fascinating question of like, is it for children? It's something that Lucas even kind of waffled on over the years, or his answers shifted to it, but it is like simultaneously for children and for everyone. And I would argue like therein lies its like danger, or its like specific power, you know, because it's you know, as one of the things I was reading from, I'll reference it later, but it was like describing how there, you know, the idea of a children's movie or like children's entertainment was not exactly prestigious or seen as lucrative in the 1970s when the first Star Wars film came out. Star Wars is
Yeah.
one of those things that helped change that, but it kind of existed in this liminal category between
The-
being a kid's thing and also like being for grown-ups, or at least, you know, young adults, or
Yeah,
19-year-old
exactly.
boys, which like this movie's success helped kind of discipline the market in Hollywood and the Hollywood film industry into focusing on that hypothetical consumer as like their target,
Yeah,
the
it's like the
19-year-old male.
It's like the four quadrant thing of like,
Right,
yeah,
right.
exactly. And yeah, there's some very interesting stuff like in terms of like how like post the Disney like purchasing of the whole thing, like how they tried to like turn this into like basically a massive like ritual complex, for lack of a better term. Like all these movies were coming out like at Christmas. Like I saw like 3 of these like with my family because it was the only activity that like we could agree on. And like the whole thing, like the whole thing of like, Rey like as the new protagonist, like, which I think really like that, even though like no one would admit it, I feel like that is part of the reason like why like there was such a backlash to it, like, but we can get into that a little bit later. But yeah, I mean it does like relate to the thing with religion as well. Like as people may know, like I'm a convert to Islam, and like sometimes maligned as an adult convert. I don't feel like I was an adult when I converted like over 10 years ago, but almost 15 years ago, I feel like at this point. But
you were young at heart.
But, well, exactly. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. We knew, I knew you before I was Muslim.
That's true.
So, but yeah, like, that's the thing where like people will be like, oh, you're an adult convert. And it's like, well, how many like kids are converts to religions? Like not many, it's
unless your parents decide to convert the family and you go along with it.
Convert too, which is I feel like a very like unusual situation. But I think that the idea like that's sort of implicit in that is that religions are for children, which of course like many people's like idea of religion is based on what they were told by their parents. Like I always think of, there's this novel, it's an Indonesian novel called Atheist or Kafir, and you can actually find there's a movie of it, which is great. It came out in the 70s. It's very hard to find like a good copy of it, but this whole scene is dramatized amazingly in the movie, where the main character. There's, I just recommend this film. There's so much in it, but I won't go too deep into it. But the main character, he's a little boy, and he steals at this point in the movie. He steals like some mangoes, and his mother says, it tells him about hell and how if you steal mangoes, she says the mangoes will take revenge, like in hell. And it's like this cutaway thing where he cuts away to like this horrifying image of like a mango, like, cutting off his hand, like implementing, the head punishment for theft, like in, this fiery abyss, like a mango headed, like humanoid, like, and he's like, he like screams and he like hugs his mother. And it's, this kind of, you can see like the influence of like Freudian ideas and stuff like that, like the castration fear, like all this stuff that like also has been used to think about Star Wars. And the novel even describes it as like kind of on a screen. And I think, that, seeing this image on a screen, seeing this image of hell on a screen. And like, I think that really is, there's a parallel to, sorry, I'm going off a little bit, but like I was reading this one article, and this guy, the article itself wasn't super interesting, but there was a reflection on his experience of watching The Empire Strikes Back. Mm-hmm. And he talked about like how he was so excited to go, and he was holding hands with his father and like, merrily like marching off to the movie, and like he was like enjoying it so much. And then when Darth Vader said like, I am your father, he like felt his own hand like start to like, and he cuts off Luke's hand famously, and he felt his own hand like start to twitch, and he was like, on the way home, like, I couldn't say anything, I couldn't even look at my own father.
Oh my god. Wow.
He like that like it's but it's fascinating because like for a lot of us, like I'm included in that, like I almost could say that like things like, I remember reading the subtitle, like Greedo's subtitles to like my little brother, like watching, things like that.
That was another, I think the same article like mentioned, it went through an analysis of like the marketing research that was done before it was released and like stuff around that. And it mentioned that like George Lucas had argued to keep the subtitles of the alien characters in when I guess some of the executives were like, who cares? Like, just like make it unintelligible. And he said, no, like this will be cool because like if, parents are like bringing their kids, and I think they were saying because the author used this as evidence that people were thinking about it before it was released as a children's movie. I think the executives thing was little kids that see this aren't necessarily going to be able to read, so like why have the subtitles? And George Lucas is like, no, you should have it in there because then like it'll create a bonding moment between like the parent and the child when like or the older sibling will help them read the subtitles.
I actually did that.
You actually did that. Some sophisticated thinking going on here for
that
this
really is
this
smart,
wacky boomer.
That did happen, and I have that memory so clear. I remember my mom coming in and be like, who are you talking to? And I was like, I'm just reading him the subtitle, like that's a memory like that I remember kind of with these movies, so like that's the thing, like people form these like, and they like encounter these like ideas, like that same image of like the sort of amputation of the hand.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Like in like this context, where like for a lot of us, like my point was that like I didn't really get taken to church or to any religious like service like growing up, like it was a pretty secular household. So like, but I like, in fact, some of the only things that my dad like did with us was take us to see Star Wars movies. Like when the special editions came out, like my dad took both of us to like go, and he was like excited to do it. And I remember even then being like, it's kind of weird how like there's this random like sequence of like a bantha like roaring like his crappy CGI for like 3 minutes.
Oh right,
like,
right. The additions in that one were a little wacky.
Yeah, or the singing in Return of the Jedi, like the singing in Jabba's palace. Like,
oh yeah, all that
weird
shit.
CGI alien. But yeah, and then I remember him taking us to go see the Phantom Menace, and like him, like he even said to my mom, like, "Aren't you curious?" Like trying to get her to go, and she was like, "No." And then I could tell afterwards that he was like so devastated by the Phantom Menace. But sorry, that's
yeah. Well, yeah, just to place us, because it provokes a lot of reflection in me too, because I don't know, like I feel like I don't always have, like I couldn't tell you, my memories of like childhood, from like kindergarten to like fourth grade, it's like I remember certain things and I forget other things, but like I still can easily recall my like deep devotion to and obsession with like the Star Wars universe when I probably saw it for the first time around like 7 or like maybe second grade. I saw it, and that was and again, it was a kind of thing where it's like my older sister had been, she had been a kid when like the original Star Wars movies came out, like in the 80s. And so she had all these like old toys, and we had, my dad had ripped all of the original trilogy off of like when it screened on TV. We had like VHS tapes that were just like crunchily recorded off of like Saturday Night Movie, whatever. So like I always had them like at home, and then at after school at my Catholic school, like at the after school daycare, they would often like show movies on this tiny television. I have very vivid memories of like watching like the Death Star attack from the first one, like on this tiny TV mounted on the wall. And like it's almost like, even though I was raised like Catholic, but not extremely so. Catholic school was like the biggest probably element of like religion in my life. But I feel like all of my friends at Catholic school, and all of my friends who came from, in a lot of cases, but not all, like Catholic or, Christian like backgrounds, like if there was a thing we were religiously devoted to, it was Star Wars, not like something that we got excited about in our, day-to-day life. I remember playing with my friends with like the toys like in the 90s, and it's interesting to think about how big this like kind of like ritualistic complex was even before Disney bought it, right? Like this was its own thing. It even was kind of built up outside of the traditional Hollywood system to some extent, because like George Lucas always had his base of operations in the Bay Area where I grew up. That was another kind of point of pride, was like Star Wars came from like the Bay. It didn't come from Hollywood, And like if you look in Return of the Jedi, like, ooh, that's Muir Woods and Marin. And like I remember driving past with my like parents, like going over the Bay Bridge as a kid, and them always like pointing out, like, look at the shipping cranes. You see those? Like, do those look familiar? Those are like, that's what the AT-AT walkers and like Empire Strikes Back are. If you go and look at the Oakland port, like the port of Oakland, like, yeah, that's like literally like a 1-to-1. Like I think he's admitted that like that was inspired by the architecture of these gigantic like four-legged sort of cranes with like a kind of a head sticking out that like loom over the horizon and stuff. So like, I don't know, being sort of proud of Star Wars is almost part of like a regional cultural like tradition of like of California in general. I would argue like the Star Wars trilogy is so California ideologied up like to the gills in a variety of different levels, which we'll definitely get into. But even George Lucas being this guy that like he made American Graffiti, he made THX 1138, a bizarre like dystopian sci-fi film about mind control using the Synanon cult as extras, and then he made Star Wars, and like kind of worked on Indiana Jones and shit, but like, you know what I mean? Like compared to today, like it really shows you how good the boomer artists kind of had it.
Yeah,
like in Hollywood, like he just chilled up in Marin in his like compound and like, you know, innovated new like special effects technologies and like raked in, you know, millions and millions of dollars from his toys and like these endorsement deals he had set up.
No, I was rewatching that Empire of Dreams documentary, which is like kind of this hagiographic documentary about George Lucas and Star Wars. But like, there's this one part where they interview Irvin Kershner, who directed Empire Strikes Back,
right?
And he talks about how like they came to him to direct the second Star Wars movie after it was already like the biggest movie ever.
Yeah.
And he was like, I don't know, George. And I'm like, what the hell? Like, it really puts it like how the boom, like that you could think like, oh, I don't really need to do this. Like, are you kidding? Like, you're turning this down. Like,
right.
You're thinking about
like,
turning this down.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
Like,
like
well, you know, I'm fine. Like, whereas, like, now, I'd be like, yeah, like, the idea, like, you would even turn down a job, like,
right.
as a, you know, like, but
like,
anyway.
Nobody can afford it. Even in the 2010s, where things were still a little bit better, like, the degree to which those Gen X filmmakers had to, like, trip over themselves, like kissing the feet of, like, Disney. And be like, please, I love Star Wars so much. Like, I'll do it.
Exactly.
You know, like, J.J. Abrams, like, Rian Johnson.
It's still, like, a thing. Yeah, talk about, like, a ritual, like, a humiliation ritual where you have to pretend that, like, you know, you're the biggest Star Wars fan in the world, like, even though you're just, like, some journeyman director or whatever, you know?
Right. It was especially kind of, like, there was always something weird about, like, J.J. Abrams first gets brought in to, like, reinvigorate Star Trek, and then he gets picked to, like, do Star Wars. Like when I was a kid, that would have been, like, no, like, even before I knew about, you know, like, cinematic aesthetics, I'd been like, no, those are two different things. Like, you don't get, like, the director of, like, a Star Trek movie to do a Star Wars movie.
However,
like, the vibes
he
are different.
Defiled the concept of Star Trek, like, much more than he did.
You're
like,
right.
I feel like he understood the spirit of Star Wars better than he did of Star Trek, you know?
I think
Star
that's
Trek
what he
is
was really a
more,
fan of. He was actually a fanboy of Star Wars. But, but anyways, like, I think it's fascinating to see the trajectory of, like, around the time of, like, the late 90s where, like, I went to, like, I lined up to go see the special editions when they came out in, like, 1997 because I was, like, 10.
Right.
That was, like,
right. You've never seen them in theaters, you know?
I've never seen them in theaters.
On the small screens.
Real East Bay, suburbs of the East Bay heads will know. I went and saw it at the motherfucking Dome in Pleasant Hill, which has now been demolished and turned into a Dick's Sporting Goods right off the 680 freeway, which was like the big, before multiplexes were a thing. It was like a Cinerama Dome, like massive, like mid-century, you know, movie screen. I remember it screening on that for months, like, I don't know, whenever it came out, like for months, it was like screening. And then I remember going to like the multiplexes for the Phantom Menace and like how exciting, like Darth Maul, he's got the double lightsaber. And, you know, I was like a little kind of aging out of like being a kid who loved Star Wars, but still thought it was like exciting. And then went through, I think, like a very typical millennial experience, which like I think a lot of people went through, of kind of being like disappointed and confused by the prequels, and kind of being like, wow, George Lucas really like he's really on one, and like, okay, like, you know, the general agreement being that like these are not as like good. They didn't hit as hard as the first three. Kind of like, how could they? But, you know, he was using all this CGI and shit. And by the time like Revenge of the Sith came out, and, you know, Darth Vader is like, no, you know, like it kind of became a joke. Like, we all kind of like grew up loving Star Wars, but it's kind of a thing now you have to acknowledge that like it sucks, and like it became kind of cringe. And that's when I think there was that era of like red letter media and like those kind of YouTube video essay takedowns of like how shitty the prequels were. And there was a time where they were still making like Star Wars video games and like expanded universe, this and that, and, you know, they'd kind of released all the toys from the prequels that they had done, and like George Lucas was a billionaire, or, you know, close to it at least. And it was kind of like okay, I guess Star Wars is like done, I guess. And like, we're talking about it like a thing that happened, right? Like a little more. It's still enduringly popular, but like it doesn't look like they're making any more. And then what was it, like 2013 or 2014 when Lucas decides fatefully to sell didn't he call in one interview to the white slavers, aka like Disney or Hollywood?
Yeah, I always found that weird, because like, why did he specify that Star Wars is white? You know, like, why? Like,
I guess that would be white slavers. Like, is like,
I feel
somebody
like slavery is equally bad. Although he does have like white slavery as a plot element in the Phantom Menace as well. Like that.
Anakin is a
that
slave.
Anakin is a slave,
a white slave. Yeah.
And does Qui-Gon Jinn ever manumit Anakin? Is Anakin actually still owned by Qui-Gon, and then I guess presumably Obi-Wan? Like, is he the Mamluk of Obi-Wan Kenobi? Because there's never a scene
good point.
where Anakin is manumitted. I feel like that should, maybe that shouldn't have been a scene because these are movies for kids. But
by the time of the prequels, they were,
maybe that happened in between movies. But I mean, it goes to my point in a way, which is that like. The point I'm trying to make here is that, like, I think for a lot of people, like, they didn't have that moment of, like, disillusionment where you, like, kind of grow. Like, I mean, Disney, like, made a whole, like, hotel that was, like, a zillions of dollars. I don't even know exactly how much, but, like, it was, like, I mean, it failed, but they did think that it was financially viable. Like, that. It was like, I don't know, it was some kind of like hotel where you have like this kind of LARP experience, like while you're staying in the hotel, and like your whole, like everything's planned for you, and like there's no windows, but there's just like a screen playing space, and you pretend you're on a Star Wars hotel, hotel in the galaxy or whatever. But like, like there's a lot of people who like are really like still like the prequels like didn't like shake their like love of Star Wars at all, and like even like the Disney sequels, like maybe it got like put in another direction of like rage and resentment, but like I still like the devotion is like still there. And that's the thing, like in terms of the comparison between Star Wars and religion and like the sort of its roots and like the experience of being a child, like the thing is that like religion isn't for kids. Religion is for adults. Like kids experience religion, but like it's like mainly for adults. Like a lot of the elements of religion, like kids can't even like truly appreciate. Whereas like
that's why every religion has initiations for children.
It kind of
it kind of like
it kind of goes back to like, I mean, like it kind of goes back and like it's not like when like the Prophet Muhammad was like preaching like the Quran like in Mecca, like in the 7th century Christian era, the 1st century Hijri, like that his main audience was like little kids or something. No, it was adults. Like
or the Bible,
like Jesus' disciples,
the Torah,
were,
the New Testament, like
exactly.
They are taught. Like, the disciples were not like 14-year-olds.
Yeah,
as far as
it kind
I
of
know.
goes to that sort of break that we talked about in Sus Simpsons, where like we were talking about like the sort of like the toys that kids play with, where like now there's like this sort of lore complex around them. Like you would not understand like what was appealing about a Star Wars toy or a Ninja Turtle without like this whole like idea.
I remember this
around it.
Contextual based toys we talked about with the Ninja Turtles, and like that definitely is like Star Wars arguably invented that in a way.
Yeah. Which is totally different from old school toys like trains or soldiers, which like adults and like they kind of actually have like that article that we read, the kind of theories, they have a nostalgic function like for adults. Like they see the kids playing with toys, like they understand those toys. Whereas if an adult sees you playing with Donatello and Leonardo, they're like, what? Like they don't get it. Like there's no way for them to access that without the lore. And that's kind of like the same thing we see with Star Wars and like religion in a way, whereas like there's this kind of continuum where like you have this sort of child relationship with religion, you have, like you said, those initiations, and then you become an adult member of a religious community where like you're participating in services, like et cetera, you're part of this religious group.
Right.
But Star Wars has like no off ramp for you. You just become like an arrested like person who's like sitting like streaming about how you hate Kathleen Kennedy like into your 50s, like while your kids beg for you to pay attention to them.
That is the problem, is that you basically become a Disney adult, like which is literally. I mean it actually predates. It's interesting that the type of Star Wars person I don't know if you would say they predate sort of the phenomenon of Disney adults, but like I wouldn't attribute the Star Wars adult phenomenon as being like solely a result of it being bought by Disney in the 2010s, because it already pre-existed. Disney just optimized what was already there and like folded it into its greater adulting complex of like consumer pseudo-religion that in a way like kind of replaces any kind of traditional religious tradition that that you could have been born with like this other thing that is really based upon like viewing and consumption based like of like media commodities and like merchandise and like other things like that, but kind of treating it with a kind of scriptural reverence for like the universe that has been created.
Yeah.
You know,
Yes.
almost like the tenets of a religion where like that's where you get that level of outrage when when they put in like a character in The Mandalorian that like should have not been born yet or something like, or, you know, the lightsaber does something that the movies kind of agreed that like lightsabers cut through this and not through that and things like that. I mean, George Lucas himself has spoken about this phenomenon. I think he did these interesting Bill Moyers interviews like in the 90s. Mostly a lot of it was talking about his hero, Joseph Campbell, who we'll get to a little bit, probably a little later, because he's a big part of like, I think the power and also the sussness of all this. But like he gives like kind of contradictory answers about whether Star Wars is a quote religious film or not. And you know, I think we were just reading it before recording, and he said he's asked directly, like, "Is this a religious film?" And he's like, "Oh no, I don't see it like that."
Yeah,
but then
like,
goes on to describe basically how like it makes kids believe in God or something like that.
That was like he says that was like his goal. Like he says. Like many people experience Star Wars as profoundly religious, and he goes, "Well, I don't think it's profoundly religious, but you know, my goal with all this was to make kids believe in God." And like, you know, he's like, "I think there is a God," and I'm like, that is like a much more religious like motive for like making a movie than like any director, like really even then or certainly now would like admit to.
That's
especially
extremely ambitious.
For, like, a space opera fantasy, like you would. Like, imagine, like, if J.J. Abrams was like, this, you know, the Force Awakens is, you know, here to make another generation of kids believe in God. Like, that would never happen in a million years.
Right. Exactly.
Like,
I mean, in a way, it's doing a very Californian thing of, on the one hand, kind of secularizing, like, attempting to sort of, like, secularize religious stuff, but on the other hand, like, remystify the world and kind of create like a new, often like very technologically centric kind of vision of like spirituality and religion. And that I think we can see unfolding today in like very bizarre fucking ways, right? From
That's
the Silicon Valley
what's so deeply
people.
sus about Star Wars, because like, of course, you know, American culture and like, you know, sort of a homogenized global like American culture has like other kind of civic rituals, you know, like we have at the Super Bowl and things like that, you know, and they kind of have like a little bit of a mythology, you know, like there's definitely like other elements of like American civic religion. But what is like so like sus about Star Wars, like conspicuously in like a sus and unique way, is like the sort of the way that this mythology like grafts onto kind of an agenda for like you know, colonizing space and like kind of like the dreams, like, you know, I remember there like Cass Sunstein in my reading for this episode. Cass Sunstein wrote a whole book called like The World According to Star Wars. It sucks.
Oh, did
it's
he?
Awful. It's a terrible book.
I saw him reference in another article about Star Wars also. I thought that was a little strange.
Well, he wrote a whole book about it and it's awful. But like one of the things he says is that like, you know, and this is kind of a standard narrative about Star Wars. It's like, even though it wasn't called A New Hope when it came out in, you know, 1977, that's exactly what it was. It gave us like a reason to believe again after the traumas of the 1970s with Nixon and Vietnam. It's like, but well, you know, like that was kind of like, that was the hope, like in a way, in making this movie. This like, or that's kind of how it's become read. Is that something that like people can like believe in that, and that can inspire us to like a new civilizational phase. And like, even though that sounds crazy, like that's kind of how it's been panned out. Like that's how it's panned itself out. Like I was reading just today, like there's some article about like rolling out like humanoid robots and the way that people imagine the future, like the idea of human beings somewhere like far, far away, like waging eternal warfare. Like, you know, that's something that like has like worked its way into people's like imaginations for what the destiny of humanity is. You know,
endless
like
expansion and like manifest destiny. And it almost, because it, you know, famously opens with like a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, it almost presupposes a kind of like perennialist, kind of like cyclical view of history that like we like humanoid intelligent beings, conscious beings, as Silicon Valley would say, have been kind of like existing and destroying themselves and rising and falling and whatever for like eons, literally. Like we're just the latest iteration of this universal protocol of like consciousness development and technological achievement and expanding across the entire Star Wars. It's a scrappy sci-fi universe, but at the same time, it's a place where like traveling around an entire galaxy and even like a single polity like governing an entire galaxy is like not a big deal because of like warp drives or whatever, like it's
it's so interesting. Yeah, and like that does give it its mythic quality. Like myths always take place in the like distant past, like the prehistoric past, like usually.
That's true.
And but it also, there is this kind of like intuitive sense that like it happened before, it can happen again. And I was even watching like the first trailer for Star Wars, and it was like somewhere in space, this could be happening right now. And it's like, this kind of like atemporal quality to it that's
right.
like, it takes place in this kind of, I mean, it does get to the Joseph Campbell thing, like his book, The Inner Reaches of Outer Space, which came out in the 80s. Like, this is outer space. This is the distant, like, galaxy or whatever. But this is actually like inside the human being, like inside the soul and the dreams of the human being. Whose ultimate goal is like self-development and the actualization of self and like following your bliss. And
human potential.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But yeah, so. That's a lot to get into, but it's and like where even to begin, but I'm
trying to I'm looking through the transcript of his interview now, talking about like God and religion, and there was a line in here that was deeply ironic because he said like what he wouldn't want to happen is for Star Wars to become a kind of like secularized religious cult, that like a consumer cult that doesn't have any like actual spirituality in it, and yet that is kind of exactly what it's become, I would say, to this day. Like,
he says he like doesn't want that to happen, which is kind of like sort of the same thing where it's like, okay, well, this isn't like the basis, like the basis is kind of thin for like a like actual religious faith, but at the same time, like there's this article by Dan Ruby, which came out, like it's a review basically of the film, but it's kind of an in-depth critique. It's kind of the way film criticism used to be,
right?
Before it was just like an endorsement of the movie or advertorial. But it's called Star Wars, Not So Long Ago, Not So Far Away. It came out in August of 1978. So like really, right at the time, like this person knew exactly what was up.
Oh, this review came out in 78. Okay, so within a year of it, like,
so like
coming
right, out. Like there was no Empire Strikes Back. It's like almost like prescient in some ways. I'll read the first paragraph, then I'll read the part kind of about like how George Lucas describes it. Okay. George Lucas's enormously popular Star Wars plugs into the central nervous system of its audience by mixing an American love of machinery with the heroic myths and dreams of Western European civilization. This technological fairy tale reflects in the symbolic language of its images the desires and ambiguities produced by living inside a machine-oriented technology, supported by anachronistic ideologies of individual heroism and metaphysical justification. Star Wars embraces technology in order to enjoy the sensations of power and exhilaration it offers. Then it falls back on heroic individual action and the metaphysical, non-rational force to solve the problem of eroded values and depersonalized experiences created by that technology. The film's combination of traditional models of individual combat with the technology of electronic warfare re-romanticizes war, creating a new set of heroic images appropriate to technological age and the kind of electronic warfare the United States waged in Vietnam. The meaning of Star Wars and much of its appeal depend on the ways in which the striking special effects reinforce the fantastic and mythic echoes of the plot, which, is basically exactly correct and like the perfect reading. And I think like all of George Lucas, it's like, that's the Viet Cong, they're the Viet Cong too. Like the rebels, it's like, not really, like,
that's
like,
a very interesting,
that's a nice thing to say now, but
it's a very interesting aspect of Star Wars to like get into, was sort of trying to discern the auteur, and I guess you could call him that in this case. He had a lot of control over this like project. It was his baby, but like, his intentions for this project, and then how it was like received and metabolized and like digested by American culture in the late 70s and early 80s, and like what function it ended up serving, almost like regardless of the author's intent. Because I think that's something, like there's subtleties to this sometimes when we're looking at artists, right? Like we've looked at many artists, and like you could say that just because somebody makes something and it ends up serving like fascism, like doesn't necessarily always mean that they intended to make like a fascist object consciously. Oftentimes, like very much the opposite. That's sometimes that's how on-tops work. They get into the groundwater before you even think to make an idea that is like gonna stand up to like America, or and then the way it ends up getting like interpreted by the audience and by the culture. I would say that, well, it's an interesting question, because on the one hand, George Lucas has said, and there's some there's like a little bit of support for this, I guess, that this was in a way like his Vietnam War movie, and a lot of people don't know this.
In which case, like, it's incredibly like awful.
It's like, not a good. It's really not like, it breaks down if you like try to look at it too closely as like an anti-colonial, like a colonial struggle for independence against like a totalitarian whatever. Like, sure, the empire's evil, but like the Rebel Alliance is sufficiently ambiguous enough, and like if you look at like who it's comprised of, that it's not actually like that clear what they stand for, besides like opposing the empire and like wanting to go back to the way. It kind of reminds me of a certain political party these days. Like they actually stand for nothing, but like they don't like the scary man in like the robes. They want the rebellion.
To stop. They're the conservatives. They want to literally restore the ancient regime.
Right.
Not to say that the empire, obviously the empire is bad and genocidal, but like there is not like that much of a difference between the rebellion and the empire in terms of their actions. It does, like, they
both commit mass murder
like,
in the first movie.
But like it's justified for the rebellion because like the empire blew up. But we're in media res. We don't really know what it is kind of like difficult to see, and they kind of like blend together in a way. And like the point that Ruby makes about re-romanticizing war in the context of Vietnam, I think is very astute, because if you think about it, he's right. Like, all of the ground combat in Star Wars is sword dueling, elaborate, choreographic sword dueling. That's like, as
medieval,
Obi-Wan Kenobi
almost
says. But like not even really medieval. Like it's not like like what you would actually have with like these like medieval knights or anything like that. It's like this kind of like fencing.
Well, it's honestly probably it's very Kurosawa inspired, and it's influenced by samurai films to a large degree.
It's kind of like how in westerns you have quick draw, something that never actually was real. Samurai films are the same way. Like I don't think that samurai duels were probably very much like what you see in a Kurosawa movie. It's certainly not what you see in a Star Wars movie. At a certain point, this is just like a ballet almost, but it's very aestheticized, like very abstract, like, and very romantic, the sword, the beauty and the poetry of the sword. And then that's all the ground combat is like that. And then what you have left is air combat, which is like
World War II dogfight footage. It was the main inspiration.
Hyper aestheticized, basically kind of like propaganda films, not to say that like the Allies weren't like the better side in World War II, but like, even like things like the greatest atrocities in World War II, like the Dresden bombing, can be made to look like beautiful in movies, I
mean, that's a really great point to bring up, because I think it gets into like this really complicated thing about like who do American viewers inherently like identify with in watching this film, and what previous kind of images is it referencing to sort of reinforce that, like these guys are the good guys. You have the Wagnerian John Williams score, which is ironic because the other movie he worked on, Apocalypse Now, also uses Wagner in a literally like Operation Wandering Soul, like warfare way against the North Vietnamese. So the kind of idea of like who do they identify with? Well, you're watching these X-wings, which like remind you of cool like World War II fighter aces, and then you look at the aesthetics of the Empire, and while like they do have kind of a cool aesthetic, they're clearly like Nazi coded in terms of like their sharp black uniforms, and like that they're all like cast with like evil British guys. This is like, okay, like Americans can easily, and also like just the sort of a faceless mask like soldier, you can't escape the kind of, oh, this is space communism. You know what I mean? Like, these are space Soviets. Like you can't. It's hard to like wall off when you're doing such a vague like just bad guy that like some people aren't going to be able to read into it. Like, oh, the Rebel Alliance, America, freedom. Who's against them? Like communists, like the Soviet Union, like they're the evil empire, which, you know, is just just predating Reagan coming to power. But, you know, Star Wars like comes out a couple of years before Reagan comes into office, and then skates through like the other two movies come out in Reagan's era, and like, it's just worth asking the question about, you know, even if because I think it's interesting if he intended to like sneak some kind of Vietnam allegory like through the studio system, and then it ended up coming out like this, because I would argue that like it sort of got compromised in some way or another along the way, and like even though it is about rebelling against an empire, like the other trappings of it come from other American kind of traditions of like the World War II one, which is like complicated, right? Like, yeah, it's like we were on the good side with that, and you know, this is the 70s, so
well, there's you know, and it's also just about the pure aesthetics of violence and like the kind of fundamental story. Like, the only thing that like is like in a way, like, first of all, like not all rebellions like are fundamentally good. Like you know, like you could rebel against. Like, you could have a reactionary rebellion or revolution, you know. Like,
all those Cubans in Miami, are they the Rebel Alliance? I mean, like, they are smugglers, so.
Yeah, like, they do mention that there was a republic, but, you know, like, I don't even know what.
Republic,
that's the kind of mention. You know, it's important. It's kind of hard, almost in a way, to, like, disengage, like, your, like, experience of watching Star Wars from, like, the other movies. Even The Empire Strikes Back, like, changes stuff. Like, I would say that the Force in, like, A New Hope is much more like God and much more like Christian, and they even like use the term religion to refer to like the Force, which they never do in any subsequent movie.
That ancient religion and your old superstitions or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, which is like, okay, well, yeah. Then I mean, it kind of goes out the window, because it's like, really,
then you see
like,
the Emperor, and he's just like doing black magic, like, all the time. Yeah,
doesn't make any sense. But
like, why would Darth Vader be hired if
cinema
it was
sins fake? Like, it exists in the Holy Trilogy as well. Like, nothing makes any sense, but it doesn't have to make sense because it operates on this libidinal level.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like it, like then, you know, you see like the changes like in the course of these movies. But yeah, like that's all that is like kind of, you can say like, oh, okay, well they're good because they're rebels. Like, it's just the way they look that like makes them,
they're shaggy and, like, still, and they're not conformist. So in that, its
favorite character was still Darth Vader. You know,
yeah,
like,
everyone's favorite was Darth Vader. He said especially kids, because kids respect power. Like, that's what he said in the 90s about it. But
yeah, and like even now, like, you know, to go back to the example of the Disney Star Wars hotel, like the Disney LARP hotel, like you had a choice to be on the side of the rebels or to be on the side of like the Imperial Remnant or whatever, you know, the First Order, you know,
right.
Which is like, you want to go to a hotel to LARP being like a space Nazi, like, and that's a viable option for you. Like, these are just like kind of aesthetic choices,
right?
Like, because you know, again, this is all ultimately about like individual freedom and self-actualization and like, you know, the spirituality of boomers and like taking away the option to like be like, you know, Darth Vader, to be like a space Nazi if you want. Like, that's, you know, that's harshing my vibe, you know. That's not like, you can't tell me that I have to be like one of the rebels. Like, I like the way that the TIE fighter looks better, and that's really all that it comes down to. Like, just that, like, it really kind of disciplines you to be like told people are evil. Like, that's the thing. Like, when you talk about World War II movies, like, again, like, you know, you don't have to like support the Axis in order to realize that those are propaganda films that are designed to like shut off your mind and like stoke feelings of like patriotism and willingness to sacrifice yourself for the state.
100%.
You know, and that's
and
like,
I think that's also like placing Star Wars in like at the exact time that it was made and when it came out. I think it was mostly, you know, this was probably 74, 75 is when he was like developing like the story and the script and everything, and then it was shot in 1976, released in 1977. Well, you know, what happened like right before that? 1975 was like, the shameful end of the long, Indo-Chinese wars, like the evacuation of Saigon. Then there was Watergate and everything. And like at that time, there was a severe disillusionment with kind of like the American military. And, like it was not an easy, if Hollywood was making movies about, war, it was making like weird dramas about like veterans coming back, like Rolling Thunder or something like that. You know what I mean? This wasn't exactly like, and during the war, I think George Lucas himself said that like, cause he had co-written the early draft of Apocalypse Now in, I think like 1969 with a future like fascist director, John Milius. Funny enough, who ended up like writing the main draft. But, back then the war was going on and apparently none of the studios wanted to touch it. So he basically had to shelve that project. And now there's a quote from one of his longtime editors, Walter Murch, who I believe edited Apocalypse Now as well, that he says about this period here, quote, "After American Graffiti, George Lucas had wanted to do Apocalypse Now. George had worked on the script back in 1969. Then, when Warner Brothers backed out, the project was abandoned. It was still too hot a topic, the war was still on, and it just wasn't going to happen. So George considered his options, and he decided, all right, if it's politically too hot as a contemporary subject, I'll put the essence of the story in outer space and make it in a galaxy long ago and far, far away. Star Wars is George's transubstantiated version of Apocalypse Now. The rebel group were the North Vietnamese, and the Empire was the U.S." So that's what Walter said, who was friends with him and worked with him in that period. But I think it's also interesting to consider like the opposite of that, which is that instead of making a transubstantiated movie that would have the effect of like an anti-war film and make people question U.S. military actions, it had the effect of re-enchanting militarism for American audiences in a displaced, long time ago, galaxy far away, like a misty, mythic past that was not directly related to the United States. It couldn't be, like a World War II movie that had the same kind of like story or something. Like it had to be something in the realm of fantasy and science fiction that allowed us to cheer again when kind of the equivalent of the atomic bomb is dropped on like the first Death Star, if you think about it. Like that is often cited as the most thrilling sequence, and like I'll give it to him for like sheer libidinal thrill, that like moment with the score where
when you have the pounding Wagnerian, it really is like the ring cycle,
and you like, Luke, you've turned off your targeting computer, what's wrong?
Kind of you
get like chills when you think it, oh my god, he's using the Force, like he's gonna, and then he murders like 250,000 people.
Yeah, the Death Star is the size of like a planet.
It's a moon. It's a moon.
Presumably, like there are people like we don't see any like women and children on the Death Star, but they could be on there. Like maybe the stormtroopers' families are on the Death Star. Like
people have made this. Like Star Wars fans have like made this point. In more recent years about like what about all the independent contractors that were just working on that second Death Star when like Lando blew it up and everyone just like cheers, and it's like, okay. I mean, I guess the way the movie sets it up, this is like a genocidal like death machine that is like only exists to like blow up planets. You can't really argue against
it within its own world, but like if you look at the actions that each takes. And you consider, like if you think about like, okay, like, what like the sort of narrative element would be like of the, there's no complexity to it that actual human wars have. And it really like it expresses like all the like, it expresses all of the sort of contradictions of like the like American mentality and ideology in a way. Cause like I remember George Lucas like saying he didn't want to call the third movie Revenge of the Jedi because a Jedi does not take revenge. But this whole thing is called Star Wars. Like this is not called like spirituality in the stars or like star peace. It's called Star Wars. And I think in terms of what you were saying, like one of the only like victories that Americans could like hook onto was the victory in space. The victory of the space race, like we won that, That's
and
right. Like I wanted to read this quote that from Lucas, like this is just Dan Ruby summarizing it. He says, Star Wars is not a science fiction film. It is a combination of what used to be called sword and sorcery and space opera, and is now usually lumped together as epic fantasy. Lucas says he wanted to make a space fantasy in the genre of Edgar Rice Burroughs. That's like, the John Carter of Mars
guy.
Yeah,
we talked
and
about
Tarzan. Yeah. Rather than Stanley Kubrick's 2001. He wanted to do a film for kids and the kids in all of us that would restore the fairy tales and dragons and Tolkien and all the real heroes. I love how much Tolkien comes up, another fixation of everyone who's ruining our society now. But Tolkien wants to turn some, quote, 10-year-old kid onto outer space. And Lucas wants to turn some 10-year-old kid onto outer space and the possibilities of romance and adventure in space exploration. He says, quote, what we really need to do is colonize the next galaxy, get away from the hard facts of 2001, and get on with the romantic side of it. When we colonize Mars, we'll go with Stanley ships. But hopefully we are going to be carrying my laser sword and have the Wookiee at our side.
Oh my God.
That is, the actual exploration and colonization of space Lucas hopes for in the future will be accomplished by, this is Dan Ruby again, it will be accomplished by the realistic technology of 2001, but Star Wars will provide the fantasies and motives of the explorers. Lucas says, I would feel very good if someday they colonize Mars when I am 93 years old or whatever.
No.
And the leader of the first colony says, I did it because I was hoping there would be a Wookiee up there.
Boomer! Stop.
Yeah.
Stop. No, this is the world you built.
But like
oh my
that,
God.
like that is like that's like the ideology of Elon. Like that is like literally exactly what like the people who are determining the whole direction and orientation of our society, like, it's what they believe in. Like, that's like the landscape of their imagination is defined like by like this above all, the general kind of matrix of science fiction, but like this above all. Like it's
no, totally. Can I read a little more from this article because he's really spitting in here.
No, definitely. I just really recommend this whole article. The whole thing's great.
Yeah,
Just, like completely great.
1978. So he goes on right after that. These ingenuous statements about fantasy and kids and the irrational serve to disguise Lucas's conservative ideological bias, his assumption that humanity's greatest challenge still lies in expansion and the conquest of new territorial frontiers. Space is the new West, the new frontier to be opened and exploited. Instead of using our energies and resources to deal with problems we've created within the frontiers we already have, we can continue to direct them outward or inward in fantasies of endless worlds and limitless expansion. Lucas ignores the ideological character of these views by claiming he is working inside an eternal tradition of fairy tales and myths, stretching from Homer's Odyssey to John Ford's Westerns. He says of the kind of adventure he's trying to recreate for kids today, quote, from Lucas, I call it the fairy tale or the myth. It is a children's story in history, and you go back to the Odyssey. The myths which existed.
It's a good George Lucas impression. I just want to say.
The myths, you kind of has like a little existed in high adventure, and an exotic far-off land, which was always that place over the hill, Camelot, Robin Hood, Treasure Island, that sort of stuff that is always big adventure out there somewhere. It came all the way down through the Western. But Lucas's picture of an unbroken tradition of adventure mythology stretching from Homer to John Ford ignores both the specific meanings these stories had for the societies which created them and the important differences between them. Myths and fantasies are not eternal. They are historical, right? So you hear that, Joseph Campbell? So
and then he talks about like the chivalric romance then, and the whole like he goes into the whole idea of like the family romance, like this Freudian reading that was kind of popular like at the time. The way of reading this, there's a book called like The Family Romance and the French Revolution and things like this. And basically the family romance is an idea that Freud came up with, which was that, when kids are like growing up, they have this experience of kind of like alienation from their parents. And, they when you're really little, you see your parents as like the greatest and like wonderful and omnipotent and just like the greatest thing in the world. Then you kind of get a little bit older and you're like, oh, my parents, like they're not omnipotent. And so in Freud's conception, which, I guess he's describing kind of a real phenomenon, even his explanation for it isn't real, like, because this is a popular fantasy, whatever the cause of it is, like, according to him, that sort of loss of the parental omnipotence causes kids to like create this fantasy of like, oh, I'm not really my parents' kid. I'm, the kid of an aristocratic family.
Yeah, constant motif in Star Wars. You're revealed to be the child of a celebrity.
And that's another thing that stood out to me about the outrage, right? Was with Rian Johnson's movie The Last Jedi, which I'm not gonna say that's a good movie, but at the same time, it was kind of funny, and there's many things about the movie that way. It was kind of this weird hectoring movie about Hillary Clinton in a lot of ways. That's kind of what I how I experienced it to be that. Laura Dern was Hillary Clinton,
right? The blue-haired admiral lady, the girl boss.
She had purple hair.
Oh, purple hair.
I remember it very distinctly because I was just what the fuck is this?
It had the most spunk of any of the new trilogy by far. And that's why they had to destroy it and retcon it in the third one. And
he was trying to do something, but I feel he was just too much of a spiritual lib that he just couldn't But anyway, one of the things he did in the movie to try to kind of shift it up, and kind of do a meta deconstruction of Star Wars is that he had J.J. Abrams had planted the seed about who were the parents of Rey, and Rian Johnson decided that they weren't anybody special. They were just a bunch of drunks who sold Rey into slavery or whatever situation she said, or throw her out in the street.
Yeah, that was the reveal in the second one. Is that your parents were just dirtbags. They weren't anybody special.
Yes, exactly. Which caused deep furor. People were outraged because that, but maybe this goes to the point, that breaks the family romance. That stops this kind of reversal where the waif child is actually the child of aristocracy. And of course, that was one of the things J.J. Abrams had to do was go back and restore that, where Rey actually is the child of the sort of offspring in some convoluted way, involving cloning or genetic engineering of Emperor Palpatine, the main bad guy.
She's the cloned granddaughter of Emperor Palpatine.
Whatever. Again, it doesn't make any actual practical sense, which is why it's so funny to people obsessed with the details. But it has to it operates on this weird libidinal level where this family romance can't be disrupted because that's what it is. And another great thing that Dan Ruby mentioned in this article is that the kids of aristocratic parents do the opposite, where they fantasize about having rapscallions for parents, they have
it's their ultimate dream that they're my parents are just a bunch of dirtbags.
My real parents are just a bunch of punks on the street, gutter punk, something, which I think is also a real phenomenon.
As a baby by these rich people, I don't know, I could see the deep urge, I guess, to live on the wild side or to have some connection to the quote unquote real.
Exactly.
But this essay goes pretty hard on the chivalric functions in throughout the narrative and
he talks about the ending and
this implicit and conservative and reactionary strain. This implicit conservative and reactionary strain is present in Star Wars and undercuts its tone of youthful rebelliousness. The final scene of the film, in which Luke and Han Solo walk between rows of uniformed soldiers at rigid attention to receive their medals, clearly echoes the march of Hitler, Himmler, and Lutze to the Nuremberg Memorial and Leni Riefenstahl's Triumph of the Will. The grins that the heroes exchange with Princess Leia are meant to assure us that these three, at least, aren't taking all this military pomp very seriously. But since the scene and its totalitarian fascist overtones grow so naturally out of the rest of the fantasies and images of the film, it seems fair to ask whether the grins really undercut this image, or if they simply allow it to function for us in much the same way that Riefenstahl's original image functions. The scene confirms all the hierarchical and militaristic values that have characterized the bad guys up to this point and applies them to the heroes. Martial tones dominate the scene and the accompanying music. The military position of attention and the practice of lining troops up in precisely even rows is an attempt to deny the weakness and vulnerability of the human body, to make human beings hard-edged and precise like their weapons. Up to this conclusion, the bad guys have been associated with their rigid body armor, impenetrable mask-like helmets, and heavily armored Death Star. When so drastic a reversal or transition takes place at the end, it becomes important to try to understand the nature of that transition. Yeah. So,
Yeah, his whole thing, and like this guy didn't even know that like Darth Vader was Luke's father. So like his reading
right.
this is all being about like the relationship of father and son,
Uh-huh.
like which it really does become like in a huge way, like and elaborated over all the films. Like it's really true. Like the whole thing of like, okay, like why is Leia a princess? In what way is she a princess? I know it's because she's a daughter of Queen Amidala, but like
she was
that's like after the
adopted
fact.
by a cool senator.
Movie,
yeah.
In the original movie,
she's
like
just royalty.
like how do they even know she's a princess? Because the only way that she would be a princess would be like if she were the daughter of Padme. Again, I'm getting into the CinemaSin shit, but like my point is that like it doesn't make any sense that Leia is a princess. Like even in the like canon of the movie, like that anyone would know that she was a princess, or that she's called a princess. But she has to be a princess because this is like a reactionary chivalric fable of like restoring an ancient regime. Even like the way they talk about like the old republic and like like a more civilized age. It was 20 years ago,
right?
But that doesn't matter because like it's not about like the actual details of the plot. It's all about like the fantasy,
right?
And it's all about like how can we get it's all about
what else was 20 years prior in like the late 1970s? World War II was, right?
Yeah,
so in a way, like they are, even though it could occupy kind of like a boomer anxiety about the fact that like after World War II, like America changed with like the Cold War and like all this, then this Vietnam stuff and like kind of bad things have been going on, but also like the end of World War II is like the rise of like the quote unquote Soviet Empire, right? Under like Stalin, who's kind of,
exactly.
You could easily like draw a Darth Vader or Palpatine kind of thing, and so that's like the darkness that's existed for the last 20 years. And, the Sith are like in control of a bunch of the world and blah, blah, blah. So I don't know.
And I mean, and this gets to the Joseph Campbell thing, like, where something that I actually discovered is like I was kind of psyoped, like in a way, because I actually believed that like George Lucas had read, the many faces of the hero and like whatever, like, had known of Joseph Campbell and actually did base Star Wars on Joseph Campbell's monomyth. But that's not true. Like it was after the fact he decided that it was. Like, he discovered it after making the first movie and then like, started talking about Joseph Campbell. There's no evidence that George Lucas had any knowledge of Joseph Campbell from what I've seen, if someone has it, they can bring it forward. But I have found no evidence that George Lucas knew anything about Joseph Campbell when he was actually making the first movie. But this like became, a thing where like he was the official kind of philosopher who was going to, I mean, it's kind of an insult to the term philosopher to call him one, but, that term has been insulted a lot. So fair enough. But yeah, he was the standard official interpretation of like the sort of literary significance of Star Wars. I was like taught that literally in high school. I was taught Joseph Campbell's monomyth. Like it's kind of like sick in a way because like the whole thing of Joseph Campbell is bullshit. Like the whole monomyth is bullshit.
It's literally like pseudo, like academic, like bullshit.
Yeah.
Like
it's nonsense.
Like in academia, he's like discredited, right?
Yeah.
Like
it fits Star Wars better than any actual real myth from history. Like that's the thing because he is just projecting his own like American boomer task. I mean, he's not a boomer, but his like American ass like capitalistic values, like of individual, like onto all these myths and rereading them in his own way, and then saying that's what every myth from all history, all around the world means. So of course it ends up resembling more of Star Wars than like the Odyssey. But yet in high school, I was taught the Odyssey through Joseph Campbell's monomyth. And that's probably because of the influence of Star Wars. Anyone's even heard of this guy?
Yeah,
like so it's fucked up like that.
No,
like
it's actually one of the biggest like and also because of the success of Star Wars, like something that I think still needs to be dealt with today is like the deep, almost like an ontological operation on like Hollywood screenwriting that started in the 80s and just like picked up steam in the decades after that.
It's so
where
funny.
You were taught the hero's journey is like the core story structure of like every story that's like successful ever. And like you're taught, I don't think we studied screenwriting in college together. That's where we met.
Yes, we did.
And I'm sure that I don't remember vividly like an entire
I'm
class.
pretty sure that
but
a certain individual might probably passed us out some handouts with a little monomythic cycle on it.
You're probably
maybe
right.
That's
that
a
little
made-up
picture.
memory,
Yeah, the little
but,
picture,
yeah.
the circle with the little hero walking in the circle.
I
No,
feel
you're
like
right.
that
You're
may-
right.
Yeah.
Like, and then
I mean,
downstream from that is like Save the Cat type shit, which is like these kind of books on like how to write.
But
like,
the
a dope
monomyth
script.
thing is like, the literary, sophisticated, like deep thing. Like that's what makes it all mean something,
Right.
which is like the whole idea that like, okay, like the hero has to go out and find himself and discover who he is. Like Odysseus was not trying to discover who he was.
It's all about him trying to come home.
He was, yeah, exactly.
Right.
He was Odysseus. He needed to get home to so his wife wouldn't get stolen.
It's almost
he
like
knew
an
who he was.
inversion of the.
It
It's like
wasn't about self-discovery.
Yeah, it's like kind of almost turning like the quote unquote like hero's journey on its head with a sequel where like the
to
real
make it all
struggle
about-
is like for him to get back home and like like reintegrate with his like wife and society.
Basically esoteric interpretation, esoteric in the sense of that it's hidden and it's like against the actual like stated meaning, where he can take any myth. Like that's the thing, because myths, they are archetypal. That's what they kind of lend themselves to different. That's basically a myth is basically like the Greek word for plot. As we also learned in screenwriting school, right? Or well, maybe we were taught Aristotle's Poetics, right?
Right.
So when Aristotle's talking about the mythos of a play, he means the plot, and that's all that means. And a plot can like be interpreted in any number of different ways, and that's what the Greek tragedians did. They would take this plot about this part of Oedipus and adapt it in many different ways to interpret it differently. That's the whole thing. But he can take anything and make it about how it's all about like a boomer. I know he's not a boomer, but like but basically it's very appealing to that mentality. It's all about you as like a American individual seeking your passion and like following your bliss and finding whatever makes you happy. And it's the whole thing of like as many consciousnesses experiencing fun as possible,
Exactly,
like that whole thing, like where it's like that's the point of life. It's not like and if you look at like Joseph Campbell's work, like this is kind of what brought me this topic, is that like he like hates communism and he associates it, like he hates Marxism, and does the thing of like Judeo-Christian Islamic. I actually saw in one of his works, I think it was Inner Space, Outer Space, the Inner Reaches of Outer Space. Like he actually uses the hyphenate Zoroastrian, Judeo-Christian, Islamic, Marxist.
Oh my God.
Just to say like that's a whole thing, and all they're trying to do is try to say that like the social world matters when really what's important is like, I don't know,
These
whatever
myth cycles that just like program
following
us.
your bliss,
Right.
your bliss. And like exactly. Like
And
But
I think we've discussed Joseph Campbell a little bit before. I think if you go back to maybe it was like one of the episodes in the 70s where we did the thing on changing images of man from Stanford Research Institute.
Yeah.
So Joseph Campbell was like a contributor to that report, which is actually which interestingly came out like 2 or 3 years before Star Wars did. And then, at that point, Joseph Campbell was not a well-known kind of figure among like Hollywood people. I would argue that like, I don't know, even like fiction writers, like was anybody, the only people that were really taking Joseph Campbell super seriously, I feel like in, the 60s and early 70s were people at the Esalen Institute, where he was like a major regular figure. And then these kind of like interesting countercultural kind of people around like Stanford and the Bay Area that the kind of Alan Watts, Stuart Brand kind of crowd. And then they write this report which is about how we need to like rejuvenate and re-enchant the American mind, and like we need to reach back into like earlier remember they said like we should utilize like early Freemasonic symbols and like a new way to like re-enchant people about like an American civic religion. And it was all about like trying to avoid having to like transition to like anything socialist is what I recall, like the kind of chief takeaway being, but also that you need to create a kind of like mythopoetic complex for the public to like glom onto in this age of like stagflation and post-Watergate, post-Vietnam War. Like you need
and
to
found one.
They found, right? And then a Northern California Bay Area filmmaker comes hot out the fucking gate like 2 years later with this movie which more than anything, any other cultural product, like fits the bill of like achieving a kind of like changing image of man. And I mean, I'm not going to say that's like the single factor that made American culture turn the way it did in the 80s and 90s, whatever, into like the neoliberal age. But like, I think it's emblematic of all of these different currents that were moving in a certain direction. And like Star Wars is just like the little peak of the iceberg, like popping up over the water that everybody like genuflects towards and fills that void of like meaning and makes us feel vaguely good about ourselves again. And like the one review in one of these essays was just like, at the time when it came out, was just like, I believe, like I know it's for children, but I believe. And you know, it's like, what the fuck? Like, yeah, wow, people have really like one-shotted people, you know, and but then when you dig, like, then it's good that you mentioned earlier that like the original Star Wars, there's no evidence that Joseph Campbell's writings actually influenced George Lucas like originally, but then he sort of retconned it and actually did become like really good friends with Joseph Campbell and kind of like studied at his knee, you know, and you know, really like glommed on to all of his different ideas and, you know, helped him get on like PBS in the 80s with Bill Moyers and do all these clips you see of him now are from like that film shoot in like the mid 80s where George Lucas is trying to like hype up Joseph Campbell. And then I think then it kind of took on a life of its own through like the New Age movement, then into popular culture, and then got into like academia. And Hollywood, meanwhile, was like, it's just kind of accepted as like fact that like, yeah, Joseph Campbell, like that's correct. And I remember struggling with that when I was writing screenplays and for a while trying to, maybe the problem is like I kind of did get like psyoped by it a little bit and we're like, I guess there is like something to this because everybody who's like successful and important says there is. So like, you know, nobody told me otherwise, you know, when I was like in college studying this. So, okay. And then after a while, like there was always some part of me that was like, this is fucking dumb. Like you know what I mean? Like if I just ignored it and followed my instincts about like what makes an interesting like movie, you know, like that would almost like serve you better than trying to like glom this like narrative onto it. Like I didn't find it as helpful as like Aristotle's Poetics at least have some kind of like broad dynamics that are like, well, kind of, you know, a little more useful. But this felt like you're really twisting movies into knots to say like every movie or every piece of like dramatic art, you know, narrative art is like this.
I mean, I kind of feel the same way. This, not to go on a tangent, I kind of feel the same way with the Poetics too, because I feel like the Poetics have a particular context and is like constantly like the idea that you would apply like Aristotle's Poetics to like making a movie for like an American audience, like it doesn't really make any sense if you like anyway, whatever.
You're right. No, that's a good point. Like, there's severe limits to like the so much like, gets lost in like
a very particular thing. Yeah.
Cultural translation there.
Yeah, and he's thinking about like, you know, his own kind of like philosophical hang-ups and things like that.
Right.
And like, you know, it's all kind of like based on like his opinion of what the best plays were, which like weren't always like the ones that even won the contest, you know. So it's kind of like, you know, like whatever. Yeah. So like it is like, it's, but yeah, we basically, I do feel like there was like a push of this stuff because like some people felt that it was like the ticket to like that type of thing, like that reawakening of like belief. And like in a way it seems to have been, you know, like
it certainly was a financial awakening for all the studios that shifted to more like, that started shifting their content to things that were more similar to Star Wars, if not like as like blatantly mythopoetic and whatever. Like still there were a lot of things that you know, you can see it in the 80s, like a kind of move towards like family friendly like films that like everybody can enjoy and that, you know, often have like families struggling against some kind of threat but like together and like, you know, I mean part of that is like giving people what they want and stuff, but then you see it recur with like the Marvel universe. Like they really tried to almost like force engineer the kind of like mythopoetic aura of like Star Wars for You know what I mean? Like for the Marvel comic book universe, which is like had a following and like had that kind of, because it's a bunch of different comics and like it has that kind of like big universe vibe, but like they
same
tried
thing
to...
of like good and evil and like colorful characters who like you can explain who they are in one sentence, like there are maybe 2 dimensions to the maximum, like it's for kids, like, that was the sort of imagined audience for like a Marvel comic book, and by extension, basically the films, like it's not like there's anything in those films that you couldn't take like a pretty young kid to,
Right. Yeah, they're not that serious.
They're not.
But it is interesting to think. Again, I forget which. Maybe it was the Kramer essay that I was reading from. That was pretty interesting. That was about. It was about toys. This is Peter Kramer from the University of East Anglia in the UK, and he wrote an article called "It's Aimed at Kids, the Kid in Everybody." That's a quote. George Lucas' Star Wars and Children's Entertainment, and he makes some interesting like comments about the shift of how Star Wars sort of like facilitated a shift from movies that were generally aimed at like. Actually, that was more the earlier model, was to aim it at kind of quote unquote everybody, and that children's entertainment was like off in this category by itself. So you would hope that basically, you would get like a wide audience, but then, after the Hays Code collapsed kind of in 1966 to 68, and then these more like, bloody and sexy kind of adult movies were coming out that were rated R. Like that was the hot thing. That's why you see so many interesting movies like that in the 70s, like up to Star Wars period, right? Is because these were making a lot of money. That's what The Godfather, and I mean, even Jaws is like pretty scary for kids, right? It's like kids can watch it and enjoy it, but like they're, that was like always like a meme. It's like my sister was like had like PTSD from watching Jaws when she was like 5. You know what I mean? Like it was so too scary. But then when they realized that they could get this kind of like teenage audience, but also not just the teenage audience, but also like adults that have like held on to like a bit of nostalgia about their childhood. Like if you kind of like, if you modulate the film the right way, you'll get them too. And then even better if you get like parents to bring their children to like kind of watch it, so that there's a literal continuity, because people that like Gen Xers that saw it when they were kids have brought their kids to see subsequent ones. And he quotes here that let's see, this is actually pretty funny. When George Lucas first began to publicize the production of Star Wars in the trade and general press, the film was variously described as, in quote, outer space action adventure, a sci-fi pick, a space fantasy, or a space opera in the tradition of Flash Gordon and Buck Rogers, or 2001 meets James Bond. That this was not exactly going to be a film suitable for children is indicated by comments such as the following, quote, "The film deals with sci-fi on a sociological level, how technology affects humans." Interesting. In an interview with the LA Times in June 1976, Lucas stated that the soon-to-be completed film was, quote, aimed primarily at 14 and 15-year-olds. And interviewer Charles Champlin added that it would be a, quote, high-energy, boys'-own adventure. Reinforcing this emphasis on male teenagers, the production notes for Star Wars quoted the preface Arthur Conan Doyle wrote for his novel The Lost World, quote, this is funny, "I have wrought my simple plan. If I give 1 hour of joy to the boy who's half a man, or the man who's half a boy."
Yes.
Damn.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So, then part of this was also like positioning it. They said the market research program for the film, which was initiated in the summer of 1976, soon confirmed that, judging by people's responses to its title and a brief description of the film, Star Wars was most likely to appeal primarily to young male moviegoers ages 25 and under, while its emphasis on technology and battle provoked a negative reaction from females and older people. So as to counteract such resistance, the advertising campaign which was developed from this research aimed to highlight the film's human characters and its mythical dimension in addition to its action and special effects. The advertising was to be placed in media which would, quote, impact primarily against 12 to 24-year-old moviegoers and secondarily against moviegoers ages 25 to 35. Thus, in 1976, market researchers failed to consider Star Wars' potential appeal to the sub-teen audience, and Lucas himself, who gradually realized that he was in fact making a children's movie, was reluctant to foreground this fact in the initial publicity for the film. And he says, where did this reluctance come from? Until the 1960s, Hollywood had considered its audience to be potentially everyone, although it was well known that the most regular moviegoers were teenagers and young adults under 30 who bought up to 3/4 of all tickets. Rather than concentrating exclusively on this core audience, Hollywood studios focused most of their energies on producing inclusive films, which aimed to offer something for everybody without offending anyone. The industry's self-regulation through the production code, the Hays Code, tried to ensure that every film was suitable even the youngest members of the audience. Indeed, an audience survey for the film industry's trade organization, the MPAA, conducted in 1957, showed that 31% of all tickets were bought by children age 14 and younger. The market share of children under 10 was an astonishing 16%. However, throughout the 1960s, in particular after 1967, Hollywood increasingly focused on the teenage and young adult audience, especially males. In 1966, the Hays Code was suspended and became merely advisory, and then it was replaced by like the ratings system in 1968. So, to warn parents about, adult films. And then after films like Bonnie and Clyde, the industry's output began to include a large number of aesthetically innovative and thematically challenging films, which often included graphic depictions of sexual and violent acts. And taking their cue from exploitation specialists, AIP, I think that was Roger Corman's company, the Hollywood studios increasingly based their operations on the so-called Peter Pan syndrome, which a 1968 article outlined as follows. This is interesting. So this is the Peter Pan syndrome. A younger child will watch anything an older child will watch. B, an older child will not watch anything a younger child will watch. C, a girl will watch anything a boy will watch. D, a boy will not watch anything a girl will watch. Therefore, E, to catch your greatest audience, you zero in on the 19-year-old male. So
wow, I didn't read that far, but that is that's really telling because I feel like
you're right. It is.
It's interesting because that is kind of what happened where you had this almost deep epistemic effective breakdown of a bunch of people, a bunch of I want to say arrested or people in American society because they changed almost nothing in these in the first iteration. I guess in the Last Jedi they disrupted some things and they kind of restored it, but that's the thing. They tried. I mean, they're a corporation. They want everyone to consume this, so they're oh, we need to get girls into this, and it was kind of
the similar considerations.
So, but that caused this whole huge rupture. But they broke their own rule of going for the 19-year-old male. They didn't that's the thing. Star Wars is very much a homosocial. When you see those old, it's felt funny watching these old sort of Star Wars related films and things like that, these old documentaries of the fan base, because it's all white men basically. It's all just this very tight Comic-Con, something that now is this huge thing, which is whatever. Back then it was a room of 30 guys who looked identical. You know, so you can
it was a very white phenomenon in its earlier, probably
and
not
especially very male, very male.
I mean, I remember my, when my sister was little, she loved Princess Leia and thought she was badass. So there was one female character that you could kind of grab onto who was kind of cool and a little had a little bit in terms of her performance of that kind of post women's lib she's not your classic
she was
princess.
feisty.
She's feisty. She's a political leader, whatever. But still, it's just one female character, and then
she's a princess who needs to be rescued from a dungeon by a man wielding a sword. So it's kind of
initially, So
then I guess she has her romance with Han Solo.
Mm-hmm.
And then then in Return of the Jedi, she's kind of like a little bit more of a badass, I guess. Like,
Yeah.
she gets to say "I know" instead of "I love you" in Return of the Jedi, because that's the thing. Like, they can't, like, they just gotta start repeating themselves. Even in Return of the Jedi, that's the repeating of themselves. It's really, like the cyclical quality of it, the way that they just make the same movie over and over again and people go, is also like including myself, like, I want my family to like all those movies, like not necessarily of my own volition, but also like not necessarily, I didn't like not go because what else are we gonna do?
Right.
But
It was
yeah,
still enough
yeah.
of it had enough momentum and hype around it as like a cultural moment, like a mass cultural moment that up through at least 2020, like when did the last one come out, like 2018, 2019, maybe.
Yeah.
Um,
But I feel like it was one of those things, like, and even the fact that like I guess the head of Lucasfilm and like who was running Star Wars at Disney like is a woman, like that comes up a lot. And like even the recent thing that I discovered that kind of like like it sparked my kind of exploration of Star Wars fandom, modern Star Wars fandom, like there's a lot of like fixation over like the kind of the female-led nature of the story and things like that. And I think that definitely like it says something a lot about kind of like the resentment like in American society, like around the issue of like gender and kind of like the like American males like feeling lost or whatever, like all this kind of like discourse around there, like the
right.
kind of the Tucker Carlson like end of men thing.
I mean,
Like,
you could
which I
almost
feel like,
detect in like the character of Kylo Ren, and his like
yeah,
weird
he's
arc.
like an incel.
He's
basically.
an incel. Yeah, he's like a
Yeah.
bitter male incel who is like, become a bad
Yeah.
guy. He's become a little 4chan Nazi.
That was the one like original thing that was in, but it's funny because like I almost feel like it was almost inevitable because like they're kind of like he's a young man, she's a young woman, like the idea that like the main hero and the main villain would like want to have sexual tension between like with one another, like that was kind of like the only sort of like original idea I guess that it existed there. But yeah, like he was kind of like one of these MAGA kids or something, and he idolized Darth Vader or whatever, but
Yeah,
or he was
even
kind of like a Star
Space
Wars
Hillary,
fan.
Space Hillary herself, the
That-
Princess
yeah,
Leia,
yeah.
couldn't save him from the alt-right pipeline. Yeah,
Yeah,
and
I remember my dad also being very upset by The Last Jedi and saying like, "Why did Luke hate the Jedi so much?" Afterwards, like very, very, very.
I mean, I
displeased.
found the jump of like from they blow up second Death Star and have the party on Endor and everyone's happy, it's great, and then just like cut 20 years later, like fascism is back and bigger than ever. I guess it's like it's kind of like the
They have to
Biden
just
presidency happened in between or something, and
Yeah, it's true.
They,
It's
they
funny in
failed
that
so
way.
disastrously to like I don't know preserve their victory and like build a better government or whatever, and like the empire is somehow like back again, and
they built a bigger, better Death Star that was stronger and better.
like how they weren't in power, like it's
Actually, I hate to just like talk about my parents, but they are boomers, so they do give a lot of insight into the Star Wars psychology. And my mom had like a very astute comment that always stuck with me, which was that like, well, if they win, what do they do? Because like they're always fighting. All they do is fight. So if they win,
Star
what would they
Wars.
do?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's like, yeah. Well, good point. Like, what would your like ordinary day-to-day life be like? Like
You don't really
What-
see, besides people like living like hermits in
just-
exile, you don't really see anybody like having a normal one besides like
they're
the
kind of
beginning
just
of the
like
first
trapped
one.
in this endless cycle of like basically the Empire and basically the rebellion, just like constantly returning.
Like an eternal civil war that just never ends.
Yeah,
and
the fact that it's a civil war is another sort of very American element of the entire thing. I mean, I guess that technically Vietnam was also a civil war, but like like the fact that the very first line of that title crawl is a time of civil war. I think like immediately it's kind of that Bob Dylan like kind of Americana like sense of like our basic like mythology being like rooted in like being a divided nation, like a nation that could collapse into like civil war
right,
like at any time.
it is funny though
And-
to think about like the invocation of like civil war in America, and then think about like who the Rebel Alliance like represents, because
Yeah.
the movie then posits that they're the scrappy heroes, when
Yeah.
you know, in
And
America,
also they're the reactionaries who want to keep things the way that they were, you know, in the past in the quote unquote
Right.
republic, which to be fair, antebellum America was also a republic. It just, you know,
reactionary,
was
like landed
yeah.
gentry and kind of like monarchists. That
knights, cavaliers, if you will.
yeah. I wanted to bring up. There was an interesting reading. I remember the old head Crypto Cuttlefish on Twitter back in the day, like wanted to or would post a lot about looking at Star Wars as basically like a sus phenomenon and like point out. That's the first time I think I saw sort of like the connections to like Joseph Campbell and then to SRI and like kind of considered Star Wars and George Lucas and like really that whole like zoetrope NorCal like filmmaker scene is, well, I don't know, maybe in a new light because they were, well, we know it's like, you know, Coppola was hanging out with Jack Sarfati and all these weirdos in like North Beach. And even though I haven't found any evidence yet that George Lucas like ever went to Esalen to any like seminars or things like that, but I think he did maybe after the first movie came out. I found some article like vaguely kind of talking about it. That was supposed to be how like Jedi Knights were, you know, the characters of like the Jedi were inspired by like gurus at like Esalen, basically. And I mentioned to you earlier that like Obi-Wan, just maybe it's his Britishness, but like has such Alan Watts vibes, like in his kind of affect and how he talks, that like
for sure
it feels like this is like sus white guy like Alan Watts guru, like, you know, with Luke being like, oh, tell me about everything, and then, you know, he like lies to him and, you know, says a bunch of shit. But let's see, I was but so, you know, I think it's interesting stuff to like keep in mind. Also, like the convo about, you know, was this like supposed to be a kind of like anti-imperialist film? And Cuttlefish had reposted this like 2013 like blog by a guy named Dave Guttridge called Star Wars Force and State, and was kind of like a cheeky alternate reading of the original Star Wars that kind of hits on some of these things like we're talking about. I just want to read a little bit because he, like, I don't think what he's alleging about or like, you know, playfully suggesting about George Lucas's intent is like true. I don't think Lucas thought about it this way, but it's like an interesting thought exercise. Mm-hmm. So he says, like, basically, yeah, he thinks he talked about how much he loved it and stuff. But, you know, but as time went on, you know, then he saw the prequels that were like, what the fuck? He says, you know, when they first saw Jar Jar Binks, you know, who is obviously coming from like a whole stock of ready-made Amos and Andy style, like, you know, like Uncle Tom, like minstrelsy kind of vibes, it would seem. And so, yeah, and he said, what about the aliens the Jar Jarians were fighting? Those creatures that had flat faces and yellow slanted eyes and were all secretive. There hasn't been this much sublimated racial stereotyping in a science fiction series since the wildly anti-Semitic Ferengi in Star Trek. But the clumsy racial metaphors aren't what bugged me. If anyone here has seen the Gen X classic Clerks, you might remember the scene where they were talking about Return of the Jedi. In it, one of the characters describes the rebellion as a bunch of leftists. And that got me thinking. A bunch of, quote, leftists. In the first movie, it was all about saving Princess Leia. Then in the new movies, there's Queen Amidala, whatever her name is. If you're a princess, you're in a royal family. And monarchies are not democratic. Now, the far left is not always democratic either, but since the left is usually socialist in some way, I don't know a lot of far left extremists who are pro-monarchy. Now take a look at the, quote, empire. They come across as hardcore right-wing authoritarians. But if you look at how they operate, they have a republic, a senate. It's not too clear if they have universal suffrage. Maybe only the wealthy planet owners can vote. But still, even if it's a primitive Grecian-style democracy, it's still a democracy. So we're cheering a bunch of monarchists fighting a democracy. How'd that happen? Who exactly are these, quote, rebels? When you look at it, they don't seem like an uprising of working-class people. When we very first see Luke Skywalker on the farm on Tatooine, his uncle owns the farmland. It's droids, basically like robot slaves, who do all the blue-collar work. It seems like the rebellion is led by landed gentry and dispossessed monarchists who've had their traditional power structure threatened by an emerging republic. There was one time I was talking about this, and a guy said to me, actually, Queen Amidala was elected to her seat in the Senate. I looked it up, and it's technically true. She was, but she was also 14. And, he says it's probably written to, like, lessen the age gap between her and, like, Darth Vader and whatever. But no functioning democracy elects a 14-year-old girl. And yeah, at first glance, the Jedi seem all zen and spiritual and peaceful. You first see Obi-Wan out wandering the desert, fighting injustices like Cain and Kung Fu. So, you think they're all a bunch of counterculture, revolutionary warrior monks. But then in the movie The Phantom Menace, which historically is further back in time, you see the Jedi in a penthouse suite of some deluxe high-rise in the capital planet of Coruscant. They have this star chamber with bay windows overlooking the metropolis. They're casually chatting over Earl Grey tea about how to influence politics and alter the fates of all the citizens of the galaxy. Nobody elected these guys. Nobody voted for Yoda. What the hell happened to the separation of church and state? They're like the evangelical movement in the U.S. Republican Party, pushing their agenda behind the scenes. Not only are we cheering for anti-democratic monarchists, they're also fundamentalist theocrats. These guys aren't just out to stop gays from becoming stormtroopers. These guys start whole ground wars that get who knows how many people killed. For example, they go to the Jar Jar planet and convince them to fight a robot army and get mowed down. And what do the Jedi offer in return? They send in 2 human white guys to rescue a human white girl, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah. So he's saying that and then he brings up the midichlorian thing from the prequels that George Lucas kind of retcons the Force in the prequels to be a genetic.
Yeah, it's eugenic, kind of, or like a biological at least. I guess maybe like you can have a really high midichlorian count even if your parents don't have really high midichlorians. But I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know what the answer is. I don't know. I don't remember if in the movie he like specifies that, what causes you to have high midichlorians. All I know is that they basically like live inside your cells and like they talk to the Force.
Yeah, somehow. Yeah, they like connect with like your Force abilities, which by the way is like actually a very, I don't know, like it feels like a very Project Stargate SRI kind of belief. And you can look back to, because the 70s were the peak period of these kind of psi experiments with Uri Geller.
It's very like Dianetics. In fact, they even do like kind of like like an MK Ultra test on Anakin where he has to like visualize the different cards like to test his Force ability. But yeah, I mean, it is interesting. I mean, yeah, like obviously, like I mean, I guess like again, like you can get like marred in the details where it's like, okay, well, but they did have the old Republic and like they have a Senate and like it's like a hybrid system or something. But yeah, no, I mean, I've actually used like the prequels to like explain like to like kind of as like a way into like historical Sufism like to my students before, because like it's kind of like the difference between the prequels and the original trilogy is kind of like the difference between like the 60s like perception of like Sufism or like quote unquote Oriental mysticism like in general and like the actual like reality, because it's like, oh, they were just like really good guys who like we're in touch with the universe, man. And then like in the prequels, yeah, they're like a
involved in
cult
political
that like
disputes
is deeply like enmeshed with the government and like they're like incredibly like worldly, and they also have like a bunch of weird rules that were never mentioned, but still of course like not, it's just like it's just a heuristic for undergrads. But,
I see. Yeah, there's a very funny like just screenshot of like angry Anakin Skywalker and like I think Attack of the Clones, and it says, in this telling scene, Anakin Skywalker argues against the extrajudicial summary execution of a political leader by a Jedi zealot and calls instead for a trial by jury. For this, he is depicted as a villain.
Yes, it's true.
I like
it's
some
true.
of these
they do
are
want
like
to kill like the sitting like chancellor or whatever, like extrajudicially, and Mace Windu says it's too dangerous, and he has to be killed. Yeah, and
I think
that's true. That's the real thing.
The real hinge of this like article is he says, after they like commit genocide, they do the like basically Hiroshima and Nagasaki on the 2 Death Stars and kill 500,000 people, and that's cool. And now they've put of all people, like after like he says there's probably some tough questions being asked during Luke Skywalker's 1,000-year Reich. Questions like, we fought all these battles, all these people died, we got rid of the evil overlord Darth Vader, and now his son is in charge. Another Skywalker and his crypto-incestuous sister are running the show now. What kind of revolution was this? Not only has all the power in the galaxy been passing around within one family, but with the death of exiled Pope Yoda, Luke has moved into the position of the head of the official state religion. Church and state have been unified, and Ayatollah Skywalker reigns supreme. It's very early 2010s. Reigns supreme over his dystopian theocratic dictatorship. But then he says, that's when it hit me. I saw it. I saw what was going on. Maybe George Lucas is the most brilliant filmmaker of all time. Think of it like this. History is written by the victors. So maybe what George Lucas is doing is writing this whole series from a meta-contextual point of view, showing us history as it would be depicted if the forces of evil had won. The story is shown from the point of view after dear leader Skywalker went all Stalin, for apologies, on the historical records. The photos have been airbrushed, the scrolls have been burned, the statues knocked down. We're seeing the revisionist history the House of Skywalker wants us to believe. If that's what George Lucas is doing, it's fucking brilliant. The hints are there, but you have to peel back the layers of propaganda to look for the real story. So,
Well, the film definitely does suggest itself as propaganda. Like, again, I don't there's no real story underneath it. The real story is just like everyone's own like psychological landscape, I guess, or like, whatever like mold it can be like fit to, I guess, in our actual real world. But yeah, like definitely it has like all of the like aesthetic qualities of propaganda, like absolutely. So like, I see like where that idea is coming from. And absolutely, yeah, it is true that like all of these kind of, and all of these things, like when, and again, like not to say that like it's good, but like when these were like disrupted or when these were taken away or when these are threatened, like these ideas of like blood purity, like, or, the idea of like this sort of blood aristocracy, like this like chivalric romance, like the importance of all this, when like this is disrespected, it's like, a massive psychic injury to like possibly like 1 million people. I don't even know.
People get mad about the revisionism of Star Wars to like modulate itself, like with the current series,
like
and
these
things it's doing now.
Yeah, exactly. Like they have a life of their own. Like it's not just that people love Star Wars and like whatever whoever owns it says like goes. No, it's like there are ideas that are like embedded into it.
Right.
And like that's what's kind of interesting in a way, is that it's not just like, oh, okay, well that's exciting, that happened now. Like, oh, this, I was like, no, like, wait a minute, like you can't disrupt our core values of like blood purity, like, or like whatever, like things like that. Like these are like core to like what Star Wars means,
right?
Which is like also, yeah, like it's kind of the distillation of this much broader like cultural complex. Like to kind of like sum it up, I feel like this is like really like what the ethos of Star Wars is. And again, like bear in mind that everything that he's saying is like kind of like bullshit, like kind of like half like fake erudite like stuff. But this is like Joseph Campbell talking about his core philosophy of following your bliss.
Okay.
Which, yeah, right. So,
all right.
Like Bill Moyers is interviewing him, and he says, like, in some sense, when you follow the adventure, you really have to let go of wanting to control it. And Joseph Campbell replies, that's the problem. And that's why I say, heavy winds blow. There's a saying in one of the Upanishads, the narrow blade of a razor is this. It's a narrow, difficult path. This is a common thing you see like in mysticism or mysticism. And the problem is that this is the real power of the left-hand path of following your bliss instead of instructions. You're following the lead of your emotion. I mean, he has a left-hand path. So I feel like SJS like might be like, what? Like, he is talking about like Hinduism, like the idea of the left-hand path is like kind of like, I guess maybe the word might be like heterodoxy, like in Hinduism. So it's not necessarily, I mean, Crowley like kind of took the idea of the left-hand path like from that, but It is interesting that like it's kind of an interesting irony that like for him, like you want to follow the left-hand path, basically like you could call it the dark side, which is all about following the lead of your emotions and of your vitality. But the head has to be there all the time because you're on a narrow ridge and in danger of falling off. That is to say, letting too much of the torrent of energy come through will blow it. There's nothing right or wrong when you're on the path, but there is imprudent and prudent action. Do you see what I mean? Because while you're beyond good and evil, as soon as you step out of the society, you can lose your life. Life is a dangerous path. And, then he asks him, like, what's the counterpart of the vision quest in Christian mythology? And he says the mystical approach might be called the Pentecostal point of view. Through your own inward experience, the divine mystery is revealed. It's all about you. It's all like, it's very centered of self. But anyway, like it's fascinating because, like, as kind of the official interpreter of this, like it's like what he's saying is that, like, anything that tells you like what you have to do or anything that you don't enjoy, like, is work, and that's wrong. Because what you really need to be doing, like, and what all these myths are trying to tell us, is just to follow your bliss and just do whatever feels good. And, like, it's like it's a very interesting idea that, like, when you graft it onto this, like, grand kind of story, whether it's this or whether it's something else, like the idea that everything is all about sort of self-discovery and one's own happiness, but it kind of, it does, like, it makes sense in a way. It's kind of, in a way, like, divesting it all of its meaning. And this kind of like why I mentioned this in the connection with propaganda, I guess, is because of course, good and evil, they do exist, like, in this, like, framework. They are mentioned, like, only a master of evil, Darth, and, like, things like that. Like, there's evil mentioned, good is mentioned, there's light and darkness.
Certainly.
But, like, kind of like you've been talking about, like, it ultimately, and, like, this gets back to the LARP thing of, like, you can LARP as, like, the Empire, you can LARP as, like, the Rebellion. Like, there's no, like, they're both just, like, aesthetic options. Really, like, this is all beyond good and evil. And that's the thing, like, because it does have that sense of, like, it doesn't, like, this is like, it announces itself, it declares itself as fantasy. You can tell that it is, like, it's not fantastical. It is fantastical, and it's not, like, taking place in a reality, although it does maybe replace reality in some way. I'm rambling a little bit, but basically the idea is that, like, even though, like, there's this kind of good and evil framework, it kind of teaches you that this is something that, is not absolute and can be manipulated by, like, I guess at a sort of a higher level, it can be manipulated by, like, these aesthetic phenomena, like by aesthetics, by experiences, by things like music, by things like imagery, like the sort of Riefenstahl-esque marching, and things like that. Like, these,
stuff.
You can, create, like, an entire, like, and it really bore itself out. It almost, like, you could almost think of this as being, like, a massive, like, psychological experiment in a way, like a Lookout Mountain, like, kind of, like, thing, because it, like, created a whole, like, out of thin air, like, none of this is real, and, like, all of it is so, like, nonsensical, like, when you, like, actually think about it. It has that structure, like, that oniric or sort of dream structure, yet people, like, do kind of respond to it and treat it like, and there are, like, like that guy said, like, in this kind of, like, fan theory type of thing, like, when he says the clues are there, like, in a way, it's true, like, the clues are there, like, that you can kind of see this, like, in a totally different way. You can see, like, how this whole edifice, and I think maybe that's part of the reason why, like, this sort of exegesis of Star Wars have thrived so much, and you have people, like, endlessly interpreting and reinterpreting it, is because, like, so the actual structure of it, is so vague and so fluid, like, and so incoherent.
Right.
But that's, like, part of, like, the, like, that's part of the appeal, is, like, how you can see, like, for instance, like, what is, like, even in that very first movie, what is going on? Like, why is Darth Vader even able to use the Force?
I mean,
like, because the Force seems to be good. But
well,
then, like,
but
we have
no,
this
he
whole,
said,
like,
the dark side of the Force is always articulated from the very beginning, and Obi-Wan talks about it. He says that Anakin Skywalker was seduced by the dark side of the Force, and then Darth Vader was seduced by the dark side and killed Anakin's dad. That's what he tells Luke in the beginning, and then you can see the way that Darth Vader uses it. Like, he chokes out, like, the admiral who talks shit to him in front of everybody. and says his like old religion isn't real.
Yeah, he uses it.
Like he uses it. And then in the second one, much more so, like just choking out people left and right. And he seems to have access to like a bit of like clairvoyance where like he can sense like when something is about to happen. Like he can always like get the jump on people because like he has a little bit of like premonition. So like I think it's obvious. It's like, oh, well, he's using the Force in like a bad way, right? I mean, it's also, the Force is kind of, I don't know. Like I do see a lot of parallels with kind of like the Stanford research into like psi abilities in the 70s, because I feel like they would say similar things about it a lot of the time. Was that like it's just an ability, it's a tool. Though there were people we've gone over before that seem to have some kind of sense that like you couldn't use your psychic abilities to like make money on the stock market or something, or else something like bad karmically would happen to you. Like you weren't supposed to use it for like bad or selfish ends. I mean, you could also say that about like magic and ritual more broadly, about say there's like white magic, or say like mainstream religions like practice kind of a form of like right hand path sort of magic, or light magic in a way. And not to say that can't be twisted too, but then you have like the left hand path, like Aquino, kind of Crowley, that type of shit that is the dark side of the Force, right? I mean, like that. I'm sure Aquino would have been like comfortable. He did write Star Wars fan fiction at one point. With I think he kind of identified himself as like a Sith
Star
Lord.
Wars, Fire Force,
Fire Force,
yeah. I should have read that for this. I totally forgot about his Star Wars.
You can't get a copy
fanfics
for free, unfortunately. I don't think it's on archive.org, but you have to buy the Kindle. But yeah, like he, I think that there is that good and evil. I mean, it makes me.
You're right. There is one reference saying he was seduced by the dark side of the Force.
Right.
All right. Yeah, I forgot that the dark side was a thing in A New Hope.
Yeah.
But but then why are people always saying may the Force be with you? Like, why is the Force like the Force is a dark side, like
well, I think it clearly has it's like riffing on some Eastern religions and like Buddhism and maybe Taoism and things like that, in terms of like, oh, it's like a spiritual energy thing, a force, like a force field kind of thing of energy you can tap into, and you could utilize that for like good ends. Like it could be used responsibly, or it could be used for evil. I mean,
it's
you could almost like
field created by all living things,
right? And
like
I mean that like that
all that logic like makes sense.
Right.
But it is like kind of weird how the Force has like these kind of I guess it is. It's religion with no strings attached in a way.
Yeah, because it doesn't have like beliefs, except
it is
like
beyond good and evil, basically.
Generally, like there's like the Jedi decide what is a good use of the Force and what's like a dark side of the Force.
What makes the light side of the Force the light side of the Force?
It's implied through like I feel like it's implied through the simplistic binary of like good and evil in all of the movies, that if you're on the side of the good guys, then your use of the Force is the light side of the Force. And maybe it's complicated a little bit when like Luke is all depressed in like The Last Jedi and does like quit being a Jedi because he thinks it's all bullshit, but like Yoda and Obi-Wan, even after they're like kind of overthrown and in exile, they still kind of believe in like the right side of the Force, like
I'm talking more about like the original conception, not like the Disney, because that's like totally different.
No, I mean like
I
mean
but like
but
the
even
prequels maybe could count like in terms of how he conceives the Force, although I think it might have changed a little bit in the prequels, like with the midichlorians and everything
thing. Yeah,
like,
I remember I just saw a clip of like Yoda saying that like the Force is only ever it's kind of I think it's cribbing from Eastern martial arts as well, that like hypothetically, like you're only supposed to use this for self-defense, never to attack. And he says that when he's like training Luke, right, in the second one. So it's like it's implied that it's like only defensive and therefore like morally just. It's never used for like
and also like
or
if you
selfish
your
ends
fear, giving into
hate.
your fear and anger, like that's bad. Like fear and anger, you can't like give into that.
Right, like that's how in a way that's how like the dark side, which never is like personified as like the devil, but like kind of serves a similar function of like that's how the dark side gets you, is by it's kind of how the Emperor tries to like psyop Luke into joining him, is like kill your dad in front of me because like I know you want to let your hate take over. And then he like refuses to do it and is like, no, I'm a good Jedi. And but then after that his comrade Lando like murders 250,000 people. I mean, so it's a little bit like, okay, like there is a little bit of like, oh, might is right if like you're on the
and
the
also
good
like
side in
he
these
would
movies.
have died if it weren't for Darth Vader killing the Emperor.
Luke would have.
Yeah, Luke would have died.
Well, yeah, he would have been murdered by the Emperor. So
yeah, Darth Vader, like you needed Darth Vader to kill the Emperor in order
flip
for
back to the light. So yeah, which is a murder, but I guess justified because he's saving his son, who's not evil, and from an evil guy.
I guess it's in self-defense. But the Emperor was saying that if you strike me down, like you'll become like evil, and that's like the Emperor basically was saying like that he was okay with him to kill him, even.
He's such a sicko that he's like, I know
like,
evil will live on in you if you do that. And which is, maybe we shouldn't dismiss that so much because like, I mean, yeah, it's like the movie kind of cheats by letting Darth Vader, who's already tarnished, like take the heat for that murder and kill the Emperor and thus like redeem himself by doing that. Like he's killing a bad guy. So now he's good. And then Luke is left like, ostensibly to be like a major figure in this like new government or whatever, and like he says that it looks like he's having a great time and he reconciled with his dad and it's all gonna be good, but I mean even the new movies like shoot that down by being like it all collapsed back into fascism within 20 years. So like maybe the Emperor had a point that you're gonna kill me and then you're gonna take over and then you're gonna be a power hungry Jedi that is gonna do bad things as well.
If you bring in the sequels, like that's even a whole that's a whole other can of worms. Maybe we could get into that a little bit.
But it ends on maybe an ambivalent note of like, okay, they blew up everything, everyone's having fun, but like now what comes after the Emperor? Like more are we gonna kill everybody in the Empire now? Anyway.
But back to my original question, like maybe the question isn't like why can Darth Vader use the Force? Because I suppose like the Force like it's all living things, and like in the same way that there's bad people, there's the Force can be used. The Force is just a tool, like magic or like psionics or whatever. Basically, he
was a Jedi.
So but then like why is the Empire so dismissive of the Force, and why is like Darth Vader? I mean, I guess, later on you find out about the Emperor who's also doing black magic and stuff. But why, like, is he the only one when he, like, demonstrates it? Like, he can choke people. Like, why are they also dismissive of it? Like, are they this sort of technical, civilization that's, like, cut off from, like, spirituality when, like, it is empirically demonstrated that the Force is actually, like, a psychic power that you can wield?
That's the thing. They live in like a Uri Geller universe where like somebody could have bend a spoon right in front of you and like choke you and like do all kinds of Jedi shit like right in your face and like basically prove it to you. So, I mean, it also does seem though that there's one other person that calls the Jedi Force thing a hokey religion in the first movie, and it's Han Solo. So it's kind of seen as like, this is like a cultural thing that even spans like pro-empire and anti-empire, that a lot of people like don't believe it's real. But given that like the things that I know we don't want to keep referencing the prequels, but like, that the Clone Wars and the Jedis were like fighting like 20 years ago and were a big deal. You think most people in their memory would like remember that like Jedis have abilities and like these could be cultivated by certain people and they are not. Like, I don't know why like the Admiral in the first movie is such a Reddit atheist about like Jedi magic. You know what I mean? like it's kind of strange. Like, and or does it imply that it's like somehow been the use of the Force and like the dark side and everything has been occulted by the Emperor, so that like only people in like the very inner circle of the Emperor like know that he's a practicing Sith Lord? Like he's kept it secret from everybody. It'd be like if Hitler was like putting on acolyte robes like in private and then doing like black magic summonings with like Himmler. But
true.
Then, I mean, like,
well, not Hitler himself. Well,
I mean, it might have. I'm not saying he
literally
didn't,
doing rituals like.
But it'd be that kind of thing where it's like, oh, they keep this secret, like, and it appears in public in a more muted form. Like he is a scary old guy that wears black robes and looks like evil, like an evil high priest of something. But maybe he also. like allegedly was like posing as like a civil political figure, and not like, even in the prequels, like he keeps his he keeps the Sith thing very under wraps, like, because I don't know if George Lucas had the rule in the original movies that there's like only 2 Sith guys allowed, which is kind of a dumb rule.
I don't
always
know,
thought.
but I guess like I just feel like there's some very interesting aspects to it that like kind of like drop out of it. Yeah, like once we get to the prequels, even once we get to The Empire Strikes Back, which kind of shows like this kind of like Joseph Campbellization and like this kind of almost like developing orthodoxy of like late 70s like changing images spirituality, where like you say, like in the like text of like A New Hope, like, yeah, the Force is a dark side and everything, but also like, you know yeah, like Darth Vader says, like, I find your lack of faith disturbing. Like, why is this something that you have to have faith in? Like, what he's saying that while he's like using the Force to like choke somebody. It's weird, like, because it's kind of like, and that's also the whole thing with Han Solo, where he says, like, I don't believe that there's any kind of mystical energy field that controls my destiny.
Right.
Like, that's the thing that I feel like totally drops out. Maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like,
well,
there
I
are
think
like
what
some mentions of destiny, but like the whole idea that the Force like controls everything, and like all of this is like destined and planned by the Force.
Darth Vader does say it in the second one when he's like,
he says, "It is your destiny.
It is your destiny. Join me," etc. And they seem to be implying that in the third movie too, when they like invite him up. It's like, oh, this is all preordained in some way. Like this is like predestined to happen. And I would say that like the events that happen repeatedly throughout the movies, like kind of they definitely force like Han Solo to like, sit his white ass down and listen a little bit, sit his like secular ass down and listen to like and respect the Force, because after all, Luke hits the 1 in a million shot without his targeting computer. How would he do that? And so like I noticed that like Han Solo doesn't seem super like Forcist like in the second and third movies, and though he never like adopts it himself. But and also that's like once it's revealed like Leia is like Luke's half sister, then I guess she presumably kind of feels like a Force vibe as well. So but yeah, I mean I think that, yeah, I don't know. I think it's kind of more vaguely defined in the first film to some degree, and it's like referred to as a religion by 2 different people, and I think Darth Vader is supposed to be like a member of that religion who like went bad, at some point. And there's an evil way to use these like spiritual practices as well as like a positive, good way. Or, I don't know, maybe it's all evil. Maybe it's all bad. I don't know. Or, it's a little murkier, but I mean, I don't have a problem like believing that Darth Vader is like a Force guy. Like he's supposed to be the most like gifted kid Jedi. He is a gifted child, really. I mean, according to the prequels, and
but he was also too old. Just an odd like
because they raised them.
That was also like kind of extrapolated from The Empire Strikes Back, I think, where like. Yeah, exactly. Like you have to be like, indoctrinated to be a Jedi when you're like, a little
like
kid.
5, like the younglings who are all massacred, and Revenge of the Sith, right? They're very young, and Anakin's like 9 in the Phantom Menace. So, yeah. But
and these are like I feel like our values that like. Many like that's it does get to the culture war thing, because that is like a value that like I feel like it's hard for people to get on board with that, like in a way, like, or even in general, it is like the family romance in a way, like your actual parents like don't matter, in a way, like it's kind of like it's interesting, like it kind of makes sense in a way with the subtext of like Anakin Skywalker's whole storyline in the prequels, where he's a slave, he's separated from his mother. Like Qui-Gon Jinn doesn't have enough like galactic credits to buy his mother, so they like leave her there, and then she gets raped and murdered by like these racist caricatures, the Tusken Raiders,
the Tusken Raiders, the Sand people,
and Anakin frags them, he slaughters them all like in a very Iraq War era
his first massacre.
Yes, and then he very romantically says, I slaughtered the women and the children to Natalie Portman, which I guess tells her that he's marriage material. But like, I mean,
It's great.
it is like a weird, like traumatic thing that like he was like with his mother, like they, were living like, and he was separated from her. He had to go like and he was even quote unquote too old.
He was
they
9,
wanted to take him away as like
allegedly.
a baby,
Right.
or something like even younger. I don't even know. I don't how. I guess you do see like the Jedi that eventually he kills kids. Like that's another thing. Like he murders
he mass
kids in
murders the
prequel.
younglings.
Yeah. Like are those like new initiates? Like are they supposed to be the right age? I mean, that's also kind of this weird
I think so.
thing.
They're
but...
supposed to be like 5-year-olds. Like
all right. Like that. Like okay. But anyway, like. That is like the whole idea that like we're gonna go out, we're gonna test kids for like their midichlorian count,
right.
take them away,
right?
Like it's
and
like a raise them to like
program.
believe in the like
/ cult, like
exactly like it's amazing that like even the idea that those people were the good guys like was accepted at any time, but I can see how like now it almost seems like it's this weird thing where it's like like there's this this tension or this like kind of epistemic break that happens that I think is like part of like what I don't know, it's
between the originals and the prequels, or just between
the originals and the prequels, but also there definitely is an epistemic break between the originals and the prequels, but there's also an epistemic break between the prequels and like the quote unquote canon they established about like the Jedi and the idea that the Jedi are good.
Oh yeah, like to go on subsequently,
the American, like the all-American, like heroic rebellion values of like the Jedi. The idea that like and that, like and I think also American values have kind of like shifted away from even that idea of like boyhood, chivalry, and romance, and like being like a hyper masculine knight. Like that is kind of like at least in some like especially in Hollywood and things like that, like those values like kind of like are like suspect, especially like they're religious. It's like kind of like and they're taking kids away from their parents to like indoctrinate them into the ways of the Force, and they don't let them love. They don't let them feel. They don't let them like they don't. They tell them not to feel angry.
You could look at the innovation of the prequels doing the midichlorian thing is kind of like buttressing this thing with like scientific backing, as opposed to it takes it a step away from purely religious belief. And it goes into a thing of like
secularizes the Force in a way.
It's kind of a weird like Silicon Valley like doing secular religion through tech of like, well, we've done the 23andMe scan and it turns out that like you have the genetic mutation like F49B75 like, and that means that you are to be a leader, and so you need to go to a gifted children program and be like mentored by pedos, like and et cetera, like whatever the fuck they do, and therefore it's like because it's backed by science. It's not purely that like Lucas has always danced a little bit between this like, science and like just pure mysticism thing with like the Jedi and the Force. Like one of the other things is like, the only people that have these very, it seems like advanced weapons, the lightsaber, like are the Jedi. And so it's like not only do they have like beliefs of like telekinesis and clairvoyance and shit like that, kind of like martial arts kind of human potential type beliefs, but also they have this like piece of technology that is like they kind of talk about it like it's like an antiquated old like sword or something like that, but it's also like pretty useful if you're like good at it, like in this universe with like semi-automatic laser blasters and shit that you can just like psh, 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 like it's but it's still like an advanced like technological instrument that like belongs only to the Jedi. Only they are somehow like, every time somebody who like isn't a Jedi grabs a lightsaber, they're like clumsy as fuck in like all the Star Wars movies, right?
Yeah, only they can use it because like I think you have to use the Force in order to like use the lightsaber, kind of.
Yeah, or like you're just gonna like slice your own arm off, like whipping it around if you're.
I guess I don't know, like or does it have like some kind of ceremonial thing? I mean, it seems like it wouldn't be as useful as a gun. I know you can like block bullets with it, but it seems like it would just, kind of in the same way that like guns have replaced swords in normal warfare.
Right.
Even though they're more technized and less like romantic,
Yeah. Like it's true. It's a short range weapon. It's not like that you could just shoot at somebody. And but I guess like there's a weird like Batman rule with it where it's like that's beneath like the heroic Jedi, to like use a blaster.
Yes. Well, exactly.
Like, they have to, they can kill people, but it's got to be with a cool lightsaber only. That's like a justified way to kill somebody, which is okay, like a little weird, but. And what was the point I was trying to make about the technology? And
the fact they have a special weapon that only the Jedi have. You were saying something.
I also wanted to bring up a little bit tangential to what you were saying a second ago about the era that the prequels came out in as well, because those are also the other, like, after, the prequel films, George Lucas like loses effective like control over this like property, but like those were still very much, in some ways more so, like his babies, like because he had tons of money, could do whatever the fuck he wanted, like
he did whatever,
wrote and directed
true, like
all of it.
There were different writers and different directors in some of the original ones. Really, Empire, which is kind of the best one, like was the one that he was least involved with.
Right, where he got like co-story credit, co-screenwriter credit, and then had a different writer and then a different director. So I mean, they could kind of, you could have like journeyman directors kind of like directing the vision, and he had the final say. But these were like his babies, and it's interesting the time in which they come out, because just as we talked about, like, oh, is he trying to say something about Vietnam in the original ones? Like, the first Phantom Menace comes out in 1999, right on the edge of like Y2K, at the the end of the Clinton era, where the end of history. But it is this story that is like presaging a great tragic mythic quest. It's like, oh, little Anakin, he's so innocent, but we know he's gonna like become evil in the later movies. And then the other two movies come out after 9/11, right? Like, I guess Attack of the Clones is being made. It's probably being like sort of finished like when 9/11 happens, because it comes out in 2002, right? Maybe at the end of the year. And then I think either maybe the end of 2004 or 2005 is when Revenge of the Sith, the third one, comes out. So that at that point, the Iraq War has started. And I remember there being like some discourse at the time that the second and third movies were somehow, especially the third one, was commenting on like Dick Cheney and like Bush and the Iraq War, and remember the famous line by Padme, this is how a republic dies, with thunderous applause.
Or or when Anakin says, like, if you're not with me, then you're with the terrorists, or whatever the Star Wars equivalent of that is.
Yeah. In a way,
and then Obi-Wan says that one of the greatest lines of George Lucas' dialogue, which is only a Sith deals in absolutes, which is an absolute statement in itself. But
no, I thought you were gonna say it's like, but Anakin, like Chancellor Palpatine is evil.
No, that is a great line. And I was just thinking about that too, because he says, from my point of view, the Jedi are evil.
Well,
and that's the thing, like, well, the Jedi took him away from his mother, didn't free her from slavery, left her there on a desert planet, enslaved to a Jewish stereotype, to be, attacked by, what are basically the ripe gangs, or whatever, like, and that's the thing, like, I almost feel that, like, and then, Obi-Wan says, and then you are lost. I almost feel like, from the point of view of all the people who have been like brought up to like believe deeply in this mythology and to revere Star Wars, like they have this visceral sense that is actually like politically active, that like matters politically, like in the United States, that like our culture has become lost, because I think that like a lot of people looking at like, and obviously like I'm religious, like I'm not saying that like religion is wrong or anything like that. I don't think that like the Jedi is an accurate representation of any actual lived religion, for like many reasons, which was some of which we talked about. But like it, I think that basically like the values of the Jedi in that exchange might stand in for like the values expressed by Star Wars itself. The idea that the Jedi would be evil is like, insane. But like that actually, I think, is like kind of the themes that have come to be explored even by some Star Wars properties, that like maybe like, the dark side has a point in some way, or like, et cetera, et cetera. And that is like perceived as like a deep, like psychic wound and like a deep attack. And I think that like, it factors into these things like the way that like, all of these culture war issues, like we can say that they're bullshit, and they are. However, like they become like in this insane way, like through this sort of churning media ecosystem where they're just like, reiterated and reiterated over again. And like, this persecution complex that people stoke and stoke and stoke, or snoke and snoke, as it were. Sorry,
yeah.
I couldn't resist. I couldn't resist.
General
as a
Snoke.
pun.
I forgot about Supreme Leader Snoke. I forgot about him.
No, but to finish my point, like, that like people feel that like they are under attack, like in a way, like through this, like something that like, through like, the feeling that Star Wars is under attack, through the feeling that these values that like, are expressed are like, and it's like the actual attack is totally chimerical, but the response, or, it's like the actual attack is like totally like mediatized and cultural and aestheticized, but the response, it gets channeled into like these actual directions, like, oh, the reasons why this has been done to like our sacred texts, the reason why like our values are under assault, and it has its parallel in like, more down to earth concerns, like, about the family or birth rates or things like that, but like kind of for people who aren't like caught up in this thing, it's just like a hypotrophized version of this. But still that gets channeled into real like like political action. It gets channeled into real like political grievance. Like it gets mapped onto like other like culture war things, which all get mapped onto like actual material political conflict.
So you think this does have an impact on the material, like sooner or later? It does have some kind of impact.
I think it is, because I think a lot of people's like entire like conception of the world is experienced like through like this like I don't want to like use this term like inappositely, but it's like a jouissance or whatever, like this kind of like this like thing that's bound up with like their childhood feelings. Right. And like you could even like I'm kind of spitballing here, but even almost form of reading like of the contrast between like the joy, the unrestrained like joy that you experience, like, and the sort of Jedi teachings of like you repress your anger, repress your fear, like even repress your love, repress your attachment,
right?
And that type of thing. Like you could almost like establish that contrast there. But yeah, but I think that like because people are so bound up in this, it is interesting how at times you wonder if like there is almost like an intentional kind of and this is like not something that's unprecedented, like especially if we're thinking about this as like a monomyth or like a symbol system. Sometimes like subversion is worked into that, or like the kind of subversion of convention becomes a convention itself. Like for instance, in like in Muslim poetry, for instance, like in like the sort of ecstatic tradition of Arabic poetry, or like in Sufi poetry, right? Like what's the ultimate symbol of like union with, maybe not the ultimate symbol, but like a very prominent symbol is wine, right? And the whole reason why it is that symbol is because like wine is haram, like you're not supposed to drink wine. There's maybe rivers of wine in heaven, but like that's a different type of wine, etc. Like intoxication is the ultimate thing. Right. So intoxication becomes the salient metaphor for for this experience of divine sort of this divine experience, experience of the divine.
Right.
So
right. Okay.
I almost feel like in a way, like is there like kind of this like thing where people are like kind of like programmed to like have like to map their like inner self and their psychic world onto the structure of like the goody is Luke, like the Jedi, the lightsabers, like all these things to like have this deep investment in this stuff. And then like is that in like deliberately in the same way that like outrage bait like gets clicks, the same way you have people like out there who like make things that are like is there a thing where like that is subverted like deliberately in order to like produce a certain reaction, and to
keep people in, I don't know, invested,
to
or like
not to keep them invested, but to exploit their investment,
disillusion
to
them.
stoke their emotions and manipulate them and channel those emotions into a certain direction.
You're talking about like Star Wars as weapons against us, where they, in a way, could, once you got people on the hook in this kind of like strange belief structure, almost like building their meaning of the world, off of these
to
myths.
Put it very, very simply, it's kind of like if you replace Luke Skywalker with a girl, even though obviously, I'm not anti-feminist, I think there's definitely girls should be, and the many girls do enjoy Star Wars, and that's great or whatever,
sure.
I'm just saying, but for a lot of people, if you go back and think about the sort of homosocial nature of this subculture, and for a lot of people, and there's that's not the main, I'm sure if you want to go watch one of these Star Wars fans videos complaining, I was just trying to find videos of things from the history of Star Wars when I was preparing for this episode, and it was almost impossible to find anything wading through the endless slop of people just venting their rage at whatever slight modification had been made to Star Wars. I can't overstate what a phenomenon this is. So basically what I'm saying is that if you have this sort of mythic structure that you've built up where that has very clear rules and is very much a tied into one's self-identity into these archetypal structures, and is in some ways hyper masculine, and also it's bound into traditional values. But anyway, kings and queens and these fairy tales and stories. Tolkien kind of works in the same way too, where you can see that same kind of outrage happening.
Yeah.
Where someone puts a black elf in some random ass cash grab spin off of Tolkien, or whatever.
Right.
When you disrupt. When you disrupt that structure, and then you tell the people that happened because of these people, that happened because of this, you can get them to do anything.
I see. I was gonna ask you what's the end game if one
you
were
get them to do
like,
anything that you want.
Yeah, you
get
could
them to
piss
do
them
anything
off.
that you want. If you tell them if you give them someone a blame for that, you can get them to do anything. Anything.
You're right. If you kind of go down to a level of a Disney adult or a Star Wars adult, or no offense, even a Swiftie, people that are deeply invested in a pop culture complex of meaning, and then you kind of change it and then tell them that that's because they bowed to the woke pressure from this group of people over here or something like that, or it's because of there's a culture war reason why they are sullying your sacred text, and changing what you love about it and making it feel like it's not yours anymore or whatever. That is the
And who are the people who explain that phenomenon? The people they turn to explain that phenomenon, they are people who are going to be having Peter Thiel and Elon Musk on the show, who themselves are big fans, and they're going to explain
Gen Xers,
who's to
the
blame.
original.
We can solve it. We can bring back I remember Elon Musk saying in my video game, why are there politics in my video game? Stuff like that, and saying it's kind of distracting, and he's expressed that type of opinion many, many times. I think.
Right. Yeah. Well, I think that it does. It's a path where you can push somebody from an apolitical point, because I feel that's the interesting question about what are really the politics of Star Wars. A lot of people that love Star Wars would probably be shut up. I don't let people enjoy things. It's a cool story about goodies and baddies and blah blah blah. I'm not taking any political. There's nothing political involved with the original Star Wars. They're pure. They're just pure mythic storytelling. Blah blah blah. If you tell them that. I just forgot what I was saying, but
yeah.
I'll remember.
Who think that it's totally pure. Yeah, and I just it's but I wonder if like that is like part of like the architecture in a way, I guess like the way that like they like, people would imagine is that like, oh, someone else took it and someone
Right.
ruined it.
Oh yeah.
Although I think that like there was already a case for that, which is where no one took it. And there was still like, you saw that huge reaction to the prequels.
Right.
Like, there's a huge, because like, of Jar Jar Binks or like whatever, like that type of thing. But,
yeah, which I guess would have been more like a liberal reaction to it, being kind of like, what the fuck? But a lot of people just thought it was like, well, actually, really, at the time,
it was racist. Jar Jar is racist,
yeah,
and like so is Watto and like all these other characters. But like, I feel like mainly the concern was like that he was stupid and for kids. Like that's
right,
really
it was
what I feel
too
like people were
goofy.
upset
It was
about.
too goofy, and it was like
he
not
was annoying.
serious. Yeah, it was annoying.
He said, Wisa.
Wisa. Yeah, it actually, the reaction to it almost was low-key racist, like in a way, like because it like hated, but like the portrayal was also racist. It was like a strange, like convergence of things. Like nobody liked the Jamaican sidekick character, who was also portrayed in like a very racist fashion, but it was more just like they didn't like the vibe that Jar Jar brought to because it was too childlike and goofy, and like they thought that he's just it was much more of a discourse back then around selling out and things like that. So like even though he'd made $1 billion off toys already, like they were saying, oh well, he invented all these characters to sell more action figures and stuff like that. Like that was like a complaint I remember hearing about Jar Jar. I think the point I was trying to make earlier that I forgot was like taking this mass of like apolitical people. I remember Steve Bannon said something about like 4chan guys or whatever, that you get them whipped.
Yeah, Gamergate type of thing.
Exactly. Yeah. Gamergate was just like this, where you took like these gamers who like thought of themselves probably as apolitical, even if they might have had political presumptions, but were not like activated. Like they were in a world of enjoying stuff and being a little consumer, and like that they're in a safe space. And when they first felt the political world outside of that, like in their view, broach like the safe firewall of their little media, ecosystem that they participate in, they got very like almost just like viscerally angry. And then at that point, you could just point like feminists did it, and then like you could see that narrative, and then
like
it goes off
on
its own.
Recent election where you had people saying like, this is great now that like Trump is president, I can say like whatever slur again, and it's like,
right.
I mean, like what actually has changed? Like like that's like a cultural issue. Like that's a matter of like your office culture and like who your friends are, or like whatever. Like obviously, I'm not saying that like he should get friends who allow him to say like whatever slur, like in this example, but like, that was a real thing people said. Like, that was the feeling. It's like that it's about like, I think a lot of people, it was like this cultural issue that like really, and like this is like the like epitome of that, where it's so abstract, it has nothing to do with reality at all.
Mm-hmm.
But, like it's this feeling that like, and I think, obviously like people like Steve Bannon, like they like, want to take advantage of that like sentiment and like, direct it. But I almost wonder if like there is some kind of like, I don't know, because like a lot of those people like have like very shifting allegiances, like in these type of things, like what they like kind of like the ideas that they support like can kind of like change over time.
Yeah,
and,
they're not politically like mature subjects. Like they're still following a kind of impulse of like entertainment is my number one issue. Like, you know what I mean? Like purity in entertainment products is my number one issue. So they kind of like follow from there, which like, I mean, all these products are made by profit-seeking corporations and conglomerates. So like,
and even if they don't think that way, that's
shift.
like kind of, and even if they don't think that way, like it's kind of like a thing, or they don't think like my number one issue is like is going on. I think a shocking number of people like, without realizing it, have those feelings, like because of the effective like attachment to these things.
Maybe like George Lucas himself a little bit was not fully aware of like like searching in his little toy cupboard from childhood to like
exactly, that's one interpretation, that he was just like distilling all these things that like were already like propaganda and like fascist in various ways.
Right, like Buck Rogers and Flash Gordon and this kind of like 1950s, 1940s, 1950s, like early Cold War kind of futurism, but also like cowboy, like Manifest Destiny kind of shit that, I mean, and he grew up in, California, in Modesto, in the Central Valley, where American Graffiti is set. So like he is a true child of the West, with, you know, so I don't know, like he's such a Californian, like at the end of the day, and he's so emblematic that I could, you know, really see him as like he thinks that he, just like a lot of people at like Esalen thought they were like saving the fucking world by like doing their naked hot tub meditation stuff and listening to Alan Watts and Joseph Campbell be sus, you know, all these, you know, there's a lot of this is the end of the rainbow for westward expansion, right? Like the only places to go after California are space and within, right? And
yes.
and Star Wars marries those two concepts like so perfectly, but then through like its, you know, its existence as a product, as a commodity, like in the American film system, and then also in like the American consumer system more broadly with like toys and all these other things, like it becomes like extremely emblematic of the entire epoch of like America, and like where do we go after we take over all of this land and we've sort of become like a global empire? Like how do we rejuvenate our myth for like the next level of that, which I think that's like the betrayal of like the boomer optimism, the boomer optimistic vision that George Lucas kind of embodies, is that we're living in 2025 and we look at the world that has been created, and it is truly like it's never been more Sith-like, you know, like it's never been more evil, or, you know, maybe we're just living under the most corrupt Jedi regime, you know, the ancient regime of the old Republic that has become like almost unsalvageable.
I wanted to read some of this this article by it's from 1981. It's by Martin Miller and Robert Sprick, which is called "The Appeal of Star Wars: An Archetypal Psychoanalytic View." And, you know, this is like your kind of standard thing in some ways, but like it also, like there's some interesting parts, you know, like and, you know, basically the way it's set up is talking about how, like, you know, this is obviously at this time like a huge smash success. It's been hailed as the movie of the year 1977, you know, like but, you know, the early reviews like failed to explain why the total impact of the film should so far exceed the sum of its parts. You know, and then he quotes the Atlantic Monthly saying, Star Wars has been taken with ominous seriousness. It should not be. The single strongest impression it leaves is of another great American tradition which involves lights, bells, obstacles, menace, action, technology, and thrills. It is pinball on a cosmic scale. And so these authors say that the insistence on trivializing the film appears to be overdetermined and defensive in nature. We believe it grows out of the frustration of not being able to explain the appeal of this film in terms of conscious, rational factors. You know, why did adults want to see this, right? Like why, you know, so to understand the appeal of Star Wars to adults as well as children, we have found it useful to employ a concept first described by Ernst Chris. Chris wrote about the importance of artistic experiences in the life of adults and describes the usefulness of regression in the service of the ego, stimulated by a work of art. He pointed out that regressions may aid ego functions when they are controlled, circumscribed, transient, and reversible. During these experiences, ego control is maintained over id derivatives, and the increased communication between ego and id is such that primary process is available for secondary process utilization. Again, you know, this is like still kind of like neo-Freudian terminology, but like just, you know, like substitute for like, you know, whatever. Like I think that there's still like something to this. We would agree with Chris's assertion that these experiences are nourishing, even necessary to the ego of the adult. Life is filled with unsettling occurrences which are like those touched on in works of art, experiences of failure or death of a loved one, for instance. In addition, we all confront the conflicts inherent in each developmental level. As we attempt to deal with these conflicts, we achieve only partial and temporary resolutions. We defensively immerse ourselves in reality. As we respond to a work of art, we are effectively stirred, that is like affectively with an A, affectively stirred, and this controlled regressive experience gives us a chance for additional working through of conflict. Another way to understand the significance of the artistic experience, and hence the appeal of Star Wars, is through an exploration of the development of fantasy in the growing child. Recent thinking about latency indicates that this stage of development is due less to the diminution of libido or to a reduction in drive than it is to an elaboration of the ego, and in particular, the capacity for fantasy formation. The pre-Oedipal child is buoyed by a sense of omnipotence and a feeling of being indestructible. During the Oedipal phase, during the Oedipal phase, fear of castration, loss of love, and the incest barrier produce fantasies which involve the parents in a sexual or aggressive context and are therefore quite anxiety laden. It is interesting how like there is like this incestuous thing. Like all the relationships in Star Wars are so weird. Like, Luke and Leia are having this brother sister thing. Like, and then it reminds me of like that like brainstorming session for Indiana Jones that like George Lucas and Steven Spielberg did.
Oh, that was super weird. Yeah,
that's super sus. We should talk about that, but well, let me finish this first. Like that's also
okay.
But yeah.
Actually, can you hold for just 1 second? I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick.
Okay,
I'll be back in 1 minute.
Yeah. Okay. I guess I'll do the same. Always doing that.
Okay, we're back.
All right. Yeah. So yeah, as I was saying, they're quite anxiety laden, during this Oedipal phase. Again, it's a neo-Freudian terminology, but there's something to this, even if you don't like buy into the whole thing. However, the poor reality testing of this developmental stage and the limited cognitive functioning of the child support the use of repression, fragmentation, displacement, symbol formation, the synthesis of symbols, and creating fantasies, which contain both characters and storylines that allow for appropriate drive discharge. In this way, there is opportunity for discharge in accordance with the tenets of the newly consolidated superego and with enormous appeal to the developing ego. As situations arise with touch core pre-latency conflicts, the danger of disrupting relationships with loved ones is reduced since these conflicts are resolved primarily through the formation of the seemingly unrelated conscious fantasies of latency. As latency wears on, the ego develops other, more reality-oriented ways of dealing with internal conflicts, but fantasy formation lingers on as a pleasurable, useful way for the ego to continue its work of conflict resolution. For most people, the use of passive discharge through fantasy, as stirred by the artistic experience, is necessary for the maintenance of psychological equilibrium. So this is like where I am, definitely seeing like the Star Wars is weapons against us element. Like that, like if you think about it, it's something that like was such a phenomenon, like something that was totally unprecedented, even by Jaws. Like obviously it has aesthetic, forebears, like in World War II movies and like Flash Gordon and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But like as like a cultural phenomenon, as like an economic phenomenon, like that sort of like totally transformed the studio system, and it emerges out of this whole like environment of like Esalen like susness and like this kind of search for a new image of man and all this stuff, and like his main goal is to even provide this kind of child world to hook onto. I feel like in this age, the power of controlling that and how people can be manipulated through that, there's no way that it's not appreciated, because as long as you can appreciate that you can manipulate people through religion, which obviously everybody knows.
Yep.
You can manipulate people through Star Wars a million times more easily, but almost to the exact same effect. Or through the Star Wars that I use in that particular sentence, I use it as kind of a stand-in for any number of pop culture bullshit things. But I think Star Wars might be one of the most paramount in terms of that that deep effective attachment.
I think in terms of its longevity, and its ability to have sort of an entire universe of content over the course of decades puts it in a league of its own. Though there's newer manifestations of that, like Gamergate, the idea of gamers getting organized in a kind of into targeted harassment, gangs or whatever, or K-pop stans or any kind of stan culture, honestly, I think I've seen a lot of speculation. Maybe it's true that a lot of those stan accounts are kind of bots that are paid for by the record industry. But I think there are real people that, it's the kind of thing of, you can't tell who's a robot and who isn't. But then the people who do kind of join up with that sort of become the robots after a while. It's unclear.
That's a much broader phenomenon, in terms of the internet, of people becoming robot-like.
Right. Even before ChatGPT, now it's I look at people's tweets and I'm developing a sense of how to smell it within the first sentence or two. Oh, okay, this is a ChatGPT, and somebody wrote this with a ChatGPT, or rather didn't write it. But you could see ways in which those types of fandoms could be weaponized. Even the right wing hysteria over. Remember, there was that thing that's Taylor and Travis Kelce are gonna make some announcement at the Super Bowl that they're voting for Joe Biden, and then it's gonna cost Trump the election, and I don't think that's necessarily how it would work, but at the same time, I'm no fool, and I would not discount the potential for influence that Taylor Swift would have if she intervened in a sort of forceful way in a political debate or something like that. She could she could do numbers in one direction or another direction. And I think with with Star Wars, it's kind of a whole thing, and it's ruled by committee now. So that's the one different thing, is that it's not the provenance of like one man, one boomer auteur anymore. It's like being ruled by the multinational conglomerate of Disney, with, you know, so you have to assume everything is like tested and tweaked and market researched and like everything else to like finely tune. I think it's what you saw, which some people thought was a little bit like gauche in the J.J. Abrams, like the first one that came back, was that it almost felt like scientifically designed to hit you with like those like member berries about, you know, like things you would have noticed from like references to like original Star Wars. Like, oh my God.
I remember,
you know,
like I remember from the last movie that he did, the Rise of Skywalker, Palpatine, the evil guy, has this line where he says, "As once I fell, so falls the last Skywalker," and he pushes, you know, someone off a cliff or something, and it's like, what is the point of saying that? Like, you know, like that's just to remind us like of the scene in Return of the Jedi when you like that character fell down a shaft. Like, what a stupid line. But yeah, it's like that type of thing. It's like, remember this, but like, yeah, you know, I mean, that's kind of in a way like the whole point of is they're like hermetically sealed, like especially the very first one, and really everything. Like the middle one wasn't, and the third one, there's a lot of like going on there. But I almost feel like what you're saying, like perhaps, but if that's true, then like a lot of what they've made has like outraged like their most like, you know, like they have like they've created like a subculture of people who like live in anger at like everything they've created, and like it seems like they're constantly just screaming what they want into the void, but they're not getting it. They're getting the opposite.
Yeah,
like
I
is
definitely
that
get
on
it.
Purpose?
Oh, you
or
like do they want to piss off these Star Wars simps and like Star Wars adults?
For whatever reason.
I mean, I think that, well, there could be a number of reasons kind of coming together, you know, a confluence of things.
Yeah, it could just be like a sort of like this is a study like run by, you know, Harvard University, like that type of thing. Like, you know, this is like this, like, you know, like $1 million like streaming show is like an experiment or whatever.
I mean, I think that they wanted to extend the cult. They must have been aware at some point when they bought it from Lucas and probably, you know, ran all the numbers and everything that while, you know, there was spectacular brand power in the Star Wars universe, that it was probably more concentrated onto white, you know, consumers more than other groups, not to mention like abroad. And men. Just like the first movie, they worried about like, oh, a lot of this stuff that the Star Wars nerds like love so much like is kind of a turnoff. And so I think that's why they moved in very hard. Like, we have a female young Jedi and we have a black stormtrooper, like right in the beginning, you know, which kind of I think one of these things written about it like kind of makes like the treatment of stormtroopers like up to that point in all the movies like more problematic, because you get a sense of like, okay, there is like a racial hierarchy.
Doesn't make any sense between the movies, but like whatever,
you know, But so I think they wanted to extend into those. They wanted to capture like market share or like bring in other demographics that weren't already like super sold and like one-shotted by Star Wars, and like make it kind of inclusive to them, and also signal that like Star Wars is going to have like good politics, kind of like good all-American rebel against like the bad authoritarian bad guys. And I mean, in a way, though, it even more resembled like a comic book movie in that it was just like comically ridiculous bad guys just like doing bad guy stuff, and then, you know, blah, blah, blah. But I don't know. Beyond that, though, like once you get into like the streaming era, because that's basically where Star Wars lives right now, right? Like it's on Disney Plus. It's like the flagship of like their whole streaming platform. And that's where, you know, I don't think we've really brought it up yet, but in, you know, I'm sure if there was a Star Wars like true believer, like, you know, I'd say if they were left leaning, they would yell at us about like, what about Andor, you know, or what about, you know, the Mandalorian or these shows.
Yeah, I just can't bring myself to watch that, even though people have like told me it's good. It's like I just can't like. I just can't. Like, I can't bring myself to watch that.
I made the conscious choice to not watch any of those things. I also don't have Disney Plus, but I made a conscious choice to not watch them for this episode. However, at the insistence of like a friend a few years ago, that was like gave me the kind of pitch of Andor is like, no, I know what you're thinking. Like, it's just more Star Wars, Disney shit, but no, this is like complex. Like, this is like, in a weird way, like Star Wars for grown-ups. This show Andor, that's how it was kind of like described, and I saw people talking on the internet about it in this way. And so I did watch like the first season of it. I don't even remember how long ago that was, but I feel like it was like 3 years ago.
Oh, was it good? I'm like actually curious like what you think, because like I haven't like actually heard it's good from anyone I trust, like, fully.
There were like so it was made by Tony Gilroy, who did like a lot of the Bourne Identity movies and also did Michael Clayton. So, a kind of like serious British director, it took over for this thing. And it definitely gets more into like, the political intrigues about like, actually it does sort of like buttress maybe like the reading of Star Wars of the Rebel Alliance being a bunch of like sus monarchists and elites that are like just as corrupt as like kind of the Empire is and are like not good, and that they basically use all the like techniques of the American deep state and like by like hiring drug smugglers and like assassins and criminals, and they kill people and do lots of like dirty like intelligence work, and like like it's got like kind of lumpen like World Anti-Communist League terrorist like they're doing Gladio kind of like, what I mean, like, but of course like the big picture is this is happening before like the events of the original trilogy, right? And of course it's like, well, the Empire's bad. We all know Emperor Palpatine, he's bad. Darth Vader, he's bad. And so there's like a patina of, I feel like maybe the way people read it.
That's actually kind of interesting in a way what you're talking about, because it's kind of like taking that whole like structure that you have set up by Star Wars and extending it to kind of like a Zero Dark 30 thing, where it's like, yeah, well, we know that Darth Vader is bad, so like all of these like intricate like intrigues and like all of these like psychological warfare campaigns and all these intelligence operations, like that the like our like the actual American deep state and intelligence community does in real life, like are justified in the Star Wars world because we know that Darth Vader is wearing a black cape and therefore like he's bad, and
it like, definitely plays with the like. I don't want to make it sound like I'm hyping it up too much, that it like it changes the game in terms of Star Wars not ultimately being like a mythopoetic fascist like fable for Americans, but it does play. I think one of the Skarsgård brothers is like one of these like wealthy lords that maybe he's like an ex-senator, I forget, but like he's plotting like a deep like years long like campaign to like kind of subvert the Empire and like overthrow shit, and like so these guys are not portrayed they're portrayed in very morally gray tones. Like you see that like the very high up, like the elites that are backing the rebellion are like that are like cooking it up are like not exactly like, oh, awesome. It's kind of like almost like Game of Thrones vibe. Like everyone's a sicko, like which kind of matches what I see. And I don't know what the second season plot that like just came out, like what it, where it goes with that, except that, I don't know, everyone's like a speed addict, like some kind of speed addict, I guess, which is another kind of like, in the rebellion. So they're kind of like speed freaks and like, I don't know. But generally I feel like in this new era, they're kind of trying to grapple with like some of the contradictions in Star Wars lore in order to keep it relevant for like for continuing generations, so they can keep this train going further and further. But like, that's kind of like a tricky, do they succeed at that?
It's fundamentally not like relevant.
I don't think it's like doable, because like you're twisting yourself into knots to kind of like I think it's reflecting the deep like moral rot that like most Americans feel about like their government and like the institutions now. And maybe it was also tapping into like, this is the liberal elite resistance to Trump. You know what I mean? Like these guys, they're not all total heroes and everything.
I definitely
but, like,
felt like
there's a Drumpf in
the
off.
Last
There's an orange
Jedi
man.
is like, if The Last Jedi is the ultimate like statement of like new Star Wars, like politically speaking, because I feel like the other one was just kind of like, trying to like reverse that. Like that was like the whole point of it. So in that movie, I definitely felt like it was like weirdly like, at least my interpretation of it, and I felt like it was very obvious when I only saw it once, but like I felt like it was very obvious that like one of the like Oscar Isaac was like a Bernie bro of sorts who was like hot-headed and he wanted to go out there and like lead the rebellion, and like he wasn't listening to like the wise female leaders.
Yeah, he was too much of a hotshot.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like, and then there was like Benicio del Toro, and he was an interesting character because he was like a cat. He was only out for himself, and he was a capitalist, but like he actually had like a a deep like materialist like kind of understanding of like the nature of like war and war profiteering.
He'd say that like war is a racket, and like the Rebel Alliance is like has weapons manufacturers that are like profiting off this war.
It gave me like borderline like Aaron Sorkin, like Jerry Dantana in the Newsroom vibes, because like he was ultimately like a bad guy who like sold them out to like stormtroopers or like whatever, but he. Yeah, like, but he was right. Like, he was like, look, like, these like rich people are funding both sides of the war or whatever. And like, that's true. But like, they didn't like deal with that analysis. He was just like basically like portrayed as a bad guy who like, he was mean to like whatever, like to Rey. And so then like that makes him bad. It's like, but wait a minute, like, isn't what he said like relevant at all? Like, but it was kind of basically the whole thing of like, that kind of thing of like, shame on you for like bringing that up. Shame on you for like not listening to Hillary.
Yeah.
Shame on,
exactly,
like that was,
exactly.
Like that like kind of had that like kind of vibe to it, which
wow.
and like.
No, that is true. Like that's the thing. Star Wars needs this kind of like mythopoetic quest format in order to function as Star Wars. But like you've seen a couple of these movies or projects like kind of try to grapple with the complexity, but almost like the overwhelming, like the overarching logic of it has to like beat that back down or like discard it at some point because like it would undermine the whole project. And in that way, it's deeply American because the Rebel Alliance is kind of on the surface, these good guys who stand for freedom and fight authoritarian baddies. But like the deeper you look into the class structure and like the organization and the outcomes of like this rebel alliance, which like, even though I know it's like they're a rebel, like they do represent the American, like the rising American empire in like the late 20th century. And like the stories it tells itself about itself. And like it's, its residence on the good side of the force, and like its absolute resolution, like its absolute certainty that the other side, like the authoritarian baddie side, is like can just be written off as like sickos, they're evil and blah blah blah. But like, don't ask too many questions about like the capital flows from like Alderaan, which was a weapons depot, a covert weapons depot. Actually, Leia was lying, not saying it justifies blowing it up, but no, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I did see some article make that point of like, technically speaking, like Alderaan is peaceful. She's lying. Like they're not. They're like a monarchist. They're like a certain entity that serves imperial designs and is armed to the teeth. But anyways, no, Grand Moff Tarkin was a sicko. But it's almost, you can disregard the Empire is almost a distraction, a cool shiny distraction. From like the moral bankruptcy of like the Rebel Alliance as portrayed, and also like the way that the movies kind of like get you to not think about it too much and like don't want you, like that's the boomer kind of dilemma about like, oh, what are we really fighting for and building here, and like the kind of optimism of the rebels of like just find a bad guy and defeat it, like defeat the one, somebody said in the chat earlier that the Emperor, I guess, was like based on Richard Nixon, like, was supposed to be like George Lucas's, like, that was part of the inspiration, right? So, that would be like a left-wing reading of, Star Wars, is that like he was sticking it to Nixon, man. But I don't know, like at the same time, like who were like just like the hippies, like fuck Nixon. Like, what did you end up supporting ultimately? Like you were aligned with like by aligning yourself with like late 20th century like American liberalism, like you were aligning yourself to like an empire, just with like the extra scary face of Richard Nixon like discarded, but like a nice young boy like Bill Clinton or something is like the Luke Skywalker, of the boomer generation, to come up and like take the mantle and like continue the empire even after it blew up like the Death Star, proverbially speaking.
And like, yeah, ultimately this dichotomy of like, empire and rebellion, like really like it's totally like meaningless. And like, in fact, like we're never even going to know like what system of government the rebellion, like if they won, would like institute, like
George Lucas could have,
because they'll always be in a Star War.
You're right. There's always a war, so like democracy is like suspended.
They can never get out of being in a Star War, because like as long as it's Star Wars, like which it always will be, like it will be Star War, which is funny because like it's
Endless
kind of
war.
like. Exactly. It just creates war. Like it perpetuates war endlessly.
I like the idea.
This,
I like the idea of that, like one character in The Last Jedi becoming like an NPC, becoming self-aware for a moment, being like, "What, these wars? Like we're just trapped in them. Like they're never going to end." Like,
but the actual function of that character was to like stop, like shame people for noticing that, or like making that point. Kind of like the same way that in the newsroom, the guy who like mentioned Obama's drone program was like an insane, evil like maniac who like doctored news footage, committing the ultimate sin against news and truth. But
an unprofessional millennial.
But that's like, and thinking like, talking about these sequel movies, like since like we're at the end, like I do feel like, yeah, like you said, like the first one was so like, meticulously designed to be like this museum piece and just like hit all those things. It was almost like proof of concept in a way, where it's almost like I can replicate that, like I can, do this, which makes sense, like whatever that like, and then like you had the Rian Johnson, and like it doesn't make any sense. Like, I guess I could believe that this is, I'm not trying to be like a crazy theorist, or whatever, but like it makes sense. I guess you could just have them be incompetent, like, and have $1 million property that they know is going to be a trilogy and not plan out the trilogy and what's going to happen. That seems strange, but that's what happened, apparently.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, they had leaked emails and stuff that I think, revealed a little bit of this from like Kathleen Kennedy. But I mean, I guess, yeah, they went like one by one and had to like course correct halfway through.
It is strange. I mean, I guess that is kind of basically more or less how they did it the first time. So yeah. I guess it worked out then. But it was all in George Lucas's head. It's
right.
It is crazy, like reading these statements of his from like the 70s, where he even talks about things like, oh yeah, and Darth Vader got pushed in fire on a lava planet, and that's why he has to wear. I'm like, wow, like he really thought about a lot of this stuff.
Oh yeah, he wrote a lot of lore. Yeah, like he wrote like a 500-page like draft or something that he was called Luke Starkiller originally, and
so it's one thing like for that, and then it's another thing to have like one thing, and then bring in some guy to have total creative control, and then like but not even give him like kind of a rubric, and like then it's just interesting to me to like have the thing where it's like it's kind of like subversion of everything, like this kind of like there's a quote from J.J. Abrams that stood out to me, which was. He said he was kind of like lightly critiquing the movie in between his two movies. And he said like, it was full of surprises and subversion and all sorts of bold choices. And on the other hand, it's a bit of a meta approach to the story. I don't think that people go to Star Wars to be told this doesn't matter, which I guess implies that like they go to be told that this matters, which is insane, but like, whatever. Like, I mean, it's interesting. Like, I don't know. It almost feels like
the people want their slop. Like they don't want like things to be struck from the canon and like made not sacred. Like that's trigger. That's like a kind of violence to like their devotional object.
And I remember like I did feel that like A New Hope, like I was talking about before, A New Hope, like in its language is like much more Christian than like later on, like they like even using the term religion and things like that. I mean, I guess there's Christian elements and other things too, like Darth Vader being a virgin birth, although that's kind of weird. You know, like it's kind of like this kind of it goes back to the best scene in all of Star Wars, the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise.
Oh yeah.
where there's kind of like an implication that maybe like Anakin was created, like.
Right, he does. Oh yeah, he was immaculately
like,
conceived as a part of a secret.
The midichlorians
boys
to create
from Brazil.
life. So, and then they're like watching this kind of like weird like sperm like ballet
Yeah, the sperm
while they're
opera.
talking about it. So there's kind of like this hint that maybe like that's the mystery of how Anakin has no father. But I mean, you could read that like in a lot of different ways. But like.
It's kind of creepy, like Raelian cloning, kind of thing.
But anyway, like there's a lot of like this, like that, I still think A New Hope like much more has a kind of like, secularity versus religion framework that you see. And then like in the very, very end of the last one they made, The Rise of Skywalker, Rey like has to get up and she has to fight this poor guy who's just been dragged out to be Emperor Palpatine one more time, and you can really tell from his performance his heart isn't in it. I really watched this scene preparing for this episode, so it's fresh in my mind. And they do this thing where they get like fucking Liam Neeson to like come in and like do a voiceover, like supporting her, like everyone who's ever like played a Jedi in one of these movies, like, and he starts shooting lightning at her. And I'm not even going to say the dialogue because it's too embarrassing for me to say. But the point I want to make is that he's shooting lightning at her.
Oh, she does the cross, right?
Yes, exactly. She like grabs another lightsaber from behind her. And she like, it doesn't make any sense that like, for whatever reason, like just taking two lightsabers and like crossing them like this is what it takes to destroy Palpatine. Like what?
I know.
Like,
it violates the lightsaber logic.
Well, why did no one try that before when someone was doing like, force lightning at them? I guess maybe someone did. I don't even remember. But like, that's all it takes, It's like when he was shooting lightning, you just needed two lightsabers.
Right.
And it like,
right.
But I mean, I think that like on the symbolic level, like the reason why it works is because the cross, like it's like
holding it up to Dracula, it's like
exactly,
it's very elemental.
And it is exactly like that. And he like kind of melts away. It's exactly like that.
And it's kind of cheap and obvious because it's just like dropping in like an element of like a different myth that like people are kind of vaguely familiar with. It's like
without
very clumsy
context,
approach to like
it's like
pastiche mythology.
It's literally a Hail Mary to make something that like totally has like no actual like
and you
logic
know what?
to it.
The Christian audience is gonna love it.
Well, if they even pick up on it, maybe they will.
Well,
I feel like
definitely they're gonna feel not worse about the ending of the movie.
Maybe,
it's just gonna be stuck in there as like a subliminal message of like it wasn't an anti-Christian movie. No, I mean like remember the cross.
Yeah, I mean there were like when it first came out, like evangelicals, like read like they had like Christian interpretations of it and things like that. Like there's a book called The Force of Star Wars by like some guy like. Some evangelical guy like Al Nut or something, and like he has this whole thing of like Grand Moff Tarkin is like the beast and Darth Vader is the Antichrist and the Emperor is Satan, something like that, and like this is all like the end times and how that will unfold. But the reason like where my train of thought comes from is that like I almost feel like there's so much money spent on these things and there's so much fixation with them. And I know that there's like, exigencies, there's a studio system and all this stuff, and there's deadlines and, there's stuff being done at the last minute. But like, is there thought being put into how like this is going to have like social repercussions? Is there like, are decisions being made based on
to deploy the like let's do this in Star Wars to like piss everybody off but also because
or to like do that thing of like you dunk someone in water and then you like pull them like it almost has like a
good cop bad
cop. It has
cop.
that kind of like experimental good cop bad cop.
You know what I think they're doing?
Almost like experimental character.
I think here's my theory. I think they're doing like A/B testing or like they're rolling out. Because now they're not chained into kind of having like one one track of Star Wars content, like the movies coming out.
Yeah.
They're done with that for now. So like they have all these things, a couple different things at once, alternating on Disney Plus. And I think they've been kind of like leaning in different directions, like in different projects, maybe like because for example, like the Andor thing, like I've seen that referenced a lot in kind of like
makes sense.
kind of like left-leaning spaces online of like a lot of people on Twitter being like, oh yeah, like this is actually like fucking dope, and like it's kind of like it's kind of black pilled, and like, you know, it's like kind of like serious leftist like content or whatever. So on the one hand, they're getting like Bernie, maybe say like Bernie type people that otherwise might have contemptuous contemptuous attitude towards like Star Wars, be like, oh, actually, like, you know, they're dealing with some serious themes here that kind of like, you know, that I'm interested in. And then in the meantime, you could do something a little bit more like anti-woke with like another subset of Star Wars. You know, I don't know if the Mandalorian girl got like, she might have gotten fired for saying something like problematic and like was sort of outed as a right winger.
That was a whole thing from like a while ago.
Right. I mean, they
was
did
that like
fire
vaccine
her.
Related or no? Or she said something
or
like
racist,
I
forget.
Yeah,
or transphobic. One of those three.
Yeah.
And I recall her getting like fired from the show, but there's a big controversy about it. And like, I don't know. I feel like that show has, because it is more of like a Lone Ranger, like episodic. I feel
I can't bring myself to watch that. Like,
I've seen a couple episodes.
I'd like
of
rather die. No, I mean,
it's like, you know, it's like a Boba Fett woman, you know, running around doing like different missions every episode, and like it's like a Western like gunslinger basically. In a way, it's more like Taylor Sheridan right coded a little bit already, and then you have kind of like the serious like espionage drama of like Andor with all of its moral gray, more of an HBO Showtime vibe. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a more parsimonious explanation of just like trying to branch out into different markets.
You know, I guess, like, so Star Wars can be many things to many people.
They want like
they want like a Star Wars of 1,000 faces. You know, like Joseph Campbell's dream of just like Star Wars is, you know, whatever you like want it to be, or like there's a piece of the Star Wars universe that's gonna like flatter you, and then also one that's gonna like piss you off, and then like maybe that tension keeps you more hooked on it, you know, maybe than I don't know.
I think it definitely does. I think like, I mean, I think that like, I mean, I don't know, maybe that's even part of the lesson of Star Wars in a way, of like the, you know, how your anger and your hatred like gets you, you know, hooked into the dark side, like you can't get out or whatever, and then you just have to be Darth Vader. But I feel like that's like, you know, outside of this context, like that's true of like so many things, is that like for things to be really like compelling, like they do have to play to like, you know, the quote unquote like negative emotions as well as like the positive emotions, like, you know, rarely
rage bait,
like rage bait, like anything, you know, like I mean, it's a sad fact, but like in order to like really, like even when it's religion or something, to really manipulate people with religion, there's usually some kind of enemy, you know, whether it's like the non-Muslims or, you know, or the like, you know, whoever, like whatever, blah, blah, like that's like that, like obviously there's like the good stuff, like the love, the, you know, the like relationship with God and things like that, and like the family and community and things like that. But then like to really like get it, you know, to really make it work, like to really like, you know, you got to have that element too, you know, like I mean, you know, I've just been writing about this, so like maybe it or working on a paper about this, so about this context anyway, so like maybe I'm thinking about, like I was thinking about like, you know, the Mamluk sultans and you know, like the post-Mongol period, like in Egypt and Syria, like they were, you know, they were slave soldiers like Anakin, you know, and they you know, they weren't like of like a traditionally Muslim community, you know, they were enslaved, right, which, you know, so they had like a non-Muslim background. They converted, you know, but they're the sort of literate classes, the literate elites, the Arab ulama, they were always kind of suspicious of them, that they weren't like serious enough about Islam. And so like, you know, they did lots of things, you know, they would like fund like, you know, Sufi lodges and things like that, and like they would build mosques and stuff. But, you know, like one of the big things that they would do is that they would just like punish non-Muslims. They would just like like if they ever like got into a thing where like, oh, these scholars are saying that like we're not Muslim enough, they hear that like we're drinking and things like that. They don't like how we have Christian ministers in our government. They would just, be like, all right, well, we're gonna enforce these dress codes on Christians and Jews or something, or like we're gonna go like this, we're gonna crucify a bunch of people and things like that, So like, that's all just by way of saying that like, yeah, like you can't just create mosques and do these great architectural projects, but at least in their calculus, you couldn't just do that. You had to also like play into the sectarian hatreds
to prove prove how hardcore you were,
to prove that you were Muslim enough, to prove,
right. I saw a similar thing in the research I've been doing about the trials in Eastern Europe in the early 50s, in like Czechoslovakia and Hungary. You had a similar kind of dynamic going on, I would say, where you had people that maybe felt, or like in the case of Poland, for example, where it was like pretty widely known that they were not politically trusted by like Moscow completely for like all kinds of reasons, and like that they were nationalist or whatever. So like they in order to get more like autonomy and like have more of a chill relationship, they went super fucking hard, like rounding up anybody that was like, remotely like anti-communist or like anti-Soviet, to like prove how like, and then even that followed into like the impulse to like internally purge the party, because like people that had been abroad, like they were kind of sometimes looked upon with a little suspicion as like, did you get turned by like, some intelligence agency, or are you a Trotskyite who's been pretending? And so in a lot of cases, like those people specifically would go extra hard in like enforcing like class war measures, like, against like other groups that like they, in the hopes that like Moscow would like see that and be like, okay, like, yeah, you're doing well, we don't have to worry about you, kind of thing. But yeah, that's like a dynamic. Yeah, for sure. But wait, for Star Wars, who do you think are the insecure Muslims / communists that feel like
my point is just that like, the reason why they did that wasn't like because like they necessarily like wanted to or felt strongly about it. Maybe some of them did. I'm not trying to say that this is all a single calculation and no Mamluk sultans were actually pious, but my thought was that like, part of like, the people's like experience of religiosity, unfortunately, like it, or I think that this should not be like a central thing, but part of like, what they saw as being the best way to like win the favor of their Muslim subjects. It wasn't enough to just like do good things, for Muslims.
Right.
It had to be about like punishing others, So my point is that like, to really hook someone in and get people on board with like your kind of imperial narrative and your program, and like your like, it's also based on some exclusion and some like a hatred of like some kind of out group, like it goes like, part of it was like, they're fighting against the Crusaders who are attacking us and things like that. It's like, but that's also not enough. It's like you gotta be punishing those who are like within our borders, who aren't, if you want to demonstrate to sort of firm up this thing, this like, the Mamluk vision of Sunnism,
right?
You gotta, that's how you show that you're good.
Yeah. So you have to, so if Disney are like the Mamluks in this case, or they're trying to impress their population.
They actually are very much the Mamluks,
right?
Because they are like the rulers of and like the custodians of the Star Wars religion.
Yes,
and they've kept George Lucas around kind of as a powerless figurehead Caliph,
a hidden imam a little bit. Yeah,
they have to. Yeah, he's like he's like the Caliph who actually has the legitimacy,
right?
But because he signed off to them, like he has no real power, and they decide everything. But like they rule in his name,
Yes,
kind of.
yes, they do.
You know,
you signed over the.
Yeah, it's really very much the same. But you know,
funny.
they have a restless population, and they have to convince them that they really care about Star Wars. And the restless population can tell that they have suspicions that their heart isn't really in it,
right?
And that they really like are following their Kuman, Kipchak, Turkic customs.
Just trying to make as much money as possible and like squeeze it dry. I guess the American custom in this case, the vulgar corporate American custom, and so then that leads them to try to make different groups either pissed off or feel catered to
alternate between pissed off and embattled, and you
want to give them enough. I guess. I mean, I feel like at the end of the day, they have to be grasping, as all Hollywood entities always are, at like what is actually like quote unquote good. Like in terms of, I don't even know what value judgment they're making. Like what is their criteria for successful or good? I guess like lots of people watching it. Like critical acclaim,
yeah, it's hard
like
to say in the era of like
subscriber numbers
and stuff like that.
Like subscriber numbers for Disney Plus.
Much of the information we have about that is like from the pandemic, so it's hard to even because that like really skewed things. And there was a huge change in like movies in general, like right at the end of that like new Star Wars thing.
Exactly,
like, movies just like changed irrevocably forever.
Yeah,
seems like
even like the Marvel like franchise isn't like as bulletproof. Isn't a bulletproof thing anymore.
Not.
And like Star Wars, it seems like they're holding back because they think it would like not go well if they kept churning out movies. Like new trilogies, it wouldn't go well.
Well, I mean, a lot of the ones they made like sucked, and you even forget about them. Like I didn't remember until like we started working on this that like Rogue One was a thing, and that like Solo, a Star Wars story, was.
Oh my god, Solo, yeah.
You're like
no, just
but
like
they were like really
shit.
churning them out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
but now it's all like streaming, like long term, like getting you hooked into series that like kind of keep going, and then other new series will pop up. It's funny though, they're still stuck in like this takes place in between the prequels and like the original ones. Like they have a real problem with like going beyond like episode, Return of the Jedi, like from the original myth, like because it never ends. I don't know, like what did they quest after? It just like ends up being the same war again and again. Of like these sus rebels like fighting a sus empire, and it's not very compelling. It's more like filling out the lore of this like period of history in the galaxy far, far away. Seems to be a more compelling sell for people. You can never know when there's gonna be a cameo from your favorite little side character. Your favorite alien, Boba
or like
Fett.
a CGI like Grand Moff Tarkin will show up,
right?
Or like
love
AI Luke Skywalker like will appear. Yeah,
people want to just wander through like a Rashomonic maze of like the same period of history in this galaxy told from like 1,000 different.
It's really fucked up to
perspectives.
think like. It's almost a certainty that like there will never be like the role of Luke Skywalker will never be recast. Like it will be like the digital likeness of Mark Hamill for like the rest of the as long as people are watching that shit.
They were pioneers, and I think Leia had signed off. Carrie Fisher had signed off like her rights, and I think she partially.
They all signed their likenesses off, which is why they were on those toys, right? Yeah.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, it is funny. Unlike things like maybe like James Bond, like you can't recast like the original characters as anybody. But Harrison Ford, Carrie Fisher, Mark Hamill, like you could do. They got away with young Obi-Wan being Ewan McGregor, but like aside from that, like you can't really do that. And I guess Anakin too. But I don't know where like I don't know if they're sort of running out of runway. I mean. George Lucas, he's opening his museum of narrative art in Los Angeles, I think, sometime soon in, the next year, the crowning achievement of his prowess. But, I don't know. Like, I look at George Lucas's trajectory, building this thing that was so successful and captivated America and the world. But now, like, Star Wars signifies an era that I feel is ending in America, and the myth contra Joseph Campbell, like it's not might not be as eternal. I don't know. I mean, I think people are going to be like, Star Wars shit forever. Probably. It won't go away. But like it like America has been losing, its force is being drained. Its midichlorian levels are depleted. And maybe it turned to the dark side a long time ago and we didn't even notice. But, it's like almost too easy to hit the metaphor of like he sells it to Disney, like selling out to the dark side. Because that was a weird thing about him. He had his compound at Lucas, what is it called? Skywalker Ranch in Marin County. Like he had a bunch of land up there, and then he bought the Presidio for a while, Lucasfilm, and on Michael Aquino's old stomping grounds, and was there for a while. But like always, resisted being like fully like an LA studio system guy that like went in and he always wanted to like kind of operate on his own terms, and like financially very epitomizing a boomer, an American boomer, like he did great. But the world, but like the thing he created like is almost certainly, if it wasn't twisted in a way from the very beginning and compromised, like it certainly is now, even if it tries to like be complex and like leftist on like some of its TV shows. Like the damage has been done in a way with Star Wars. And I say that as somebody who like loved it as a kid and still like, I'm not going to say it's not the originals are not entertaining, but like it acquired too much power.
I almost feel like I can't.
I don't know.
Like I can't even like this would have been like a natural opportunity to like watch those movies. But like I was like, I don't need to. Like I don't need to see that again.
I could probably quote the original three, like most of their dialogue, like from memory if I was like watching it back.
Like just in this conversation, I found that I like know a surprising amount of like lines of dialogue like from those movies, including the prequels. I almost feel like I might know the prequels better, like just because like they're kind of funnier. I
will say though, I just want to throw out for a little, factual thing to tie it back to the bigger stuff of like what forces was maybe like George Lucas riding on the wave of when he made Star Wars that maybe he didn't fully realize. I was trying to look at like, did he have some connection to like Esalen? Like, because apparently I've seen articles be like, he was inspired by like Esalen and then like invented the Jedi. So I'm like, okay, but like, did he go there? And it's like, anyways, but I found on Aikido World Blog, .blogspot, well, it's called Aikido World Blog. It's a blog about Aikido. And it says Star Wars, George Lucas, and the power of Ki, K-I. I hope I'm saying that correctly. I would, I'm going to say Ki. Mm-hmm. But this is all about how, Star Wars was directly influenced by Aikido. And it brings up this guy who we probably talked about in our Sus Physics episode, George Leonard, who was, I think, the president of Esalen for a while and was like a big figure. So it says that as a longtime practitioner of the Japanese martial art Aikido, George Leonard is quite familiar with the life force energy that seemingly flows through all things. Unfortunately, in the West, the closest term we have to approximate the nature of this life force is the word energy. Leonard feels that this is a bad translation at best. Called ki, again, maybe I think that's how you say it, in Japan. Called ki in Japan, this so-called energy has been known by...
I think it's chi. I think it might be chi.
Is it a chi? But it's spelled
usually
with a K.
You say chi, but sometimes, it's spelled.
But it's
spelled
so
I don't know if it's
Ki,
pronounced differently, but usually
maybe because
chi
it's
is what
Japanese.
You hear.
I mean,
it
sounds like it's talking about chi, but maybe this is the Japanese word for it.
Yeah, there might be different pronunciations of it, honestly.
I guess, I think this is, chi. But anyways, so this so-called energy has been known by many names and many cultures. Oh, here we go. And historical periods. Chi in China, prana in India, pneuma in ancient Greece, mana in Hawaii, elan vital in vitalist philosophy, and the force in Star Wars. Leonard joked that when he saw the movie Star Wars, there was a line uttered by Obi-Wan Kenobi that seemed to be copied directly out of his own book, The Ultimate Athlete. Quote, "The Force is that particular force which permeates all living things and goes to the ends of the universe." When he met George Lucas, he learned that Lucas had indeed been influenced by his writings. For Leonard, Aikido is a way of harmonizing with the spirit of the universe. So, I guess, he... that's kind of all it says about, and then it goes on to talk about, how Aikido is amazing. It says, this is interesting. How do we explain the phenomenon of ki or chi? Leonard offered a plethora of ideas that are being explored. Some researchers are investigating the electromagnetic field of the human body, while others are looking at the electrostatic field. Leonard mentioned the research of Jan Wellenschak at Stanford, who has demonstrated that there are effects taking place below the thermal barrier, KT, when, according to classical physics, this should not be happening. Other more radical theories and investigations are also cropping up, such as string theory and M theory in physics. Leonard also mentioned the zero-point energy theory of Harold Puthoff, of Hal Puthoff. So that's like straight SRI, like Psy-War, Stargate shit. And Leonard says that like basically he believes in like the Force is actually real, and you can kind of harness it with Aikido. But that's like the most detail I've been able to find of George Lucas saying he was influenced by George Leonard's writings about like his Esalen Aikido writings about Chi, and like they met after Star Wars, came out. And just as he became like very good friends with Joseph Campbell years later, I think he became kind of like buddy with this guy as well. And this guy was like, seemed pretty close to like Hal Puthoff and like Project Stargate and that kind of shit. There was a Project Jedi in the early 80s that was like a Men Who Stare at Goats.
Yeah, I think you mentioned that.
Yeah, type like ESP experimental thing. That's also like, it's just funny that like,
I mean, like
it makes sense.
He did come up out of like this Laurel Canyon, like Lookout Mountain thing. He tried to join the Air Force and was rejected because of his speeding tickets.
Really?
Which is like, it's kind of like a Tucker Carlson like story.
I tried to join
like
the CIA.
Yeah.
Interesting. Wait.
Yeah.
Well, I guess you're right. He was.
And he was exempt from the draft because he was diabetic, I guess, which is weird.
He was a USC student. Like I keep saying, he's NorCal affiliated, but like he went to LA for film school, and that's where he first got like kind of linked up. Remember the other weird thing about George Lucas in 1969? Remember this? He happened to be, I think, a documentary cameraman for the Maysles brothers, working at the Altamont like rock festival.
Oh yes, right. We talked about this before. That he was like the guy who filmed it, right?
Yeah,
like he filmed. Like,
I don't know if he filmed like the stabbing itself, but he was one of the
no.
cameramen like filming that day, and that was when Kenneth Anger showed up on a helicopter with Mick Jagger during their like Satanist, their kind of like Crowleyite era. And like the bad vibes were like very fucking heavy. The Hells Angels, like people might have been passing like bad acid around. Like it was a very fucked up scene. I mean, that was in the Bay Area in like Livermore, but that's like a funny place for him to be. And then didn't he work on some like government funded documentaries about like, I don't know, like nuclear energy? Like I think he worked as an editor for a while on like government films, which honestly, I have to go back. There was a book, Easy Riders and Raging Bulls, that was about that whole clique. I think we all
met
might have read it years
Marsha
ago.
Lucas when he was working under movie and logo designer Saul Bass and film editor Verna Fields for the United States Information Agency.
Oh shit!
And then he was a teaching instructor for a class of U.S. Navy students who were being taught documentary cinematography.
Fuck, I didn't even think.
And that's when he directed his first short film, THX. 1138.
Wait, that's when he did. Okay, well, I think we just need to lay this out. I actually didn't quite appreciate this, but like the odds of him, it doesn't say where he shot these USIA films, because I feel like that is literally. I have to go back and look at like Lookout Mountain, but I'm pretty sure that like that was literally like one of the agencies involved, that like what they were producing at Lookout Mountain were like internal government like films about, for various purposes. And like he was, an LA film student at USC, and I think he lived in LA for like a little while, like after he graduated or whatever, and then kind of like moved on up to San Francisco a little bit later. But like the odds of him like his first job is at Lookout Mountain Air Force Base in Laurel Canyon are like kind of high. That's, I guess, what my point is. And then then he goes and films like this like sympathy for the devil, like borderline like bizarre like LSD like
Gimme
mass
Shelter.
stabbing.
Yeah.
No, wasn't it? Was he stabbed during Gimme Shelter or Sympathy for the Devil?
I don't know.
I forget if that was like an
Gimme
urban
Shelter.
legend and like that that he was stabbed during Sympathy for the Devil, but they just played it earlier, and then like he was stabbed during a different song. I forget which one it was.
Well, the film "Gimme Shelter" was what I'm referring to. Not the song.
Yeah. Okay, no, but he was stabbed while they were playing Sympathy for the Devil, right?
Yeah,
That's what happened.
yeah. I mean, that's what I've always heard. So I
right.
assume,
Right.
Yeah.
So George Lucas gets an interesting gig being a documentary like cameraman for that event, and then he goes to the Bay Area, I believe, and in kind of partnership in collaboration with Francis Ford Coppola. This is like right after Coppola, I think, might have won an Oscar for writing Patton, which is like also kind of like for an anti-war kind of guy, like it's basically like a funny, wacky like celebration of like a psychotic fascist general, right? Like I think there's supposed to be a lot of irony with George C. Scott like portraying Patton, but I feel like it was one of those things, kind of like Scarface, where like the subtle satire and people just think like, man, I see people today like remember the guy on Tucker was like, it's like General Patton thought we should just join up with the German army and like turn around and fight the Soviets, and then he died, and Tucker's like, oh yeah, I know about that. Interesting. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, okay, like Patton wanted to like fight the Soviets with the Nazis or something like that. Like, but that movie made him look super cool. But anyways, then George Lucas's like first feature film, which was shot in the Bay Area and I think like abandoned, like maybe in the unfinished BART tunnels of like, the new transit system, and using like multiple extras from the Synanon cult, who at that point were shaving all their heads and were like a big thing in the Bay Area. He uses them to make this like dystopian like sci-fi movie about mind control, about like a horrible like dystopian mind control future, like using technology to psyop people. They even have like an AI Jesus kind of like in the movie. Have you ever seen THX?
I think I did a long time ago.
It's honestly like
in college.
It's like, I think they've like remastered it and shit. I mean, it's not like the best movie ever, but like it is visually like striking, and given like the milieu and the vibe of the time and everything else, like it's definitely, given like this guy went on to make Star Wars, and like Indiana Jones, like it's very like black pilled and like dystopian and like scary about, like the mind controlled, like psychotropic, like mind control future that we're all like sliding into. And, this is like the year like ARPANET goes online. This movie kind of comes out, and, it doesn't, the mainstream story is that, it was like too dark and not exciting enough, and like it didn't really make a lot of money. And so then, he pivoted to doing a hit with American Graffiti, which made a bunch of money. And then, they wouldn't let him make his Vietnam movie, Apocalypse Now. So he went and made Star Wars. But it's like a spooky movie, especially that it's using like arguably like an MK Ultra cult as like the extras in it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It is strange.
Just
That's like kind of
weird.
my thing of like what like this whole product is like, I know that like no one believes in it, and like that's like the whole like story of it, but like, and I mean, I know it was the 70s, and like there's a different time, and it's a different like kind of landscape where like these hot young directors were like getting this money, but like we've kind of talked about how like a lot of that is like, I don't know, like I don't like fully like believe the kind of like story of like just like these plucky young kids who like got
I think you're right
got
to
their big
question.
chance. And
I
like,
think you're very right to question that entire like overarching narrative about this era. I think you are.
And,
like, look good on the list: Kubrick, Coppola, Roman Polanski, like all these guys. Like, there's not that many like big directors that are important, and like they tend to move in kind of like rarefied circles. They're in charge of a lot of money, and like they have a big cultural impact. And like, if you don't think that like both corporate interest and like sort of like state security interests in one way or another, or like the deep political interests were, like bumping up
still
against.
Like in the Cold War, like, where things like, you gotta, I mean, even to this day, like if you make a movie like involving the military or anything, like you gotta like run it all through them. Like you can't only do so much. And like,
right.
I just like, he worked for the Navy, he wanted to be in the Air Force. He was like all up in the, like Lookout Mountain, all this stuff. Like, I just feel like there's,
He's bopping around all these like big moments in like the 60s, and then teams up with Coppola, and then Coppola and him, like they try to make their own studio, but they get kind of disciplined and have to come back in. And then like the changing images of man thing, it's very weird because it seems that almost like Star Wars was made to order to fulfill what Changing Images of Man was asking for. And
Yes.
Changing Images of Man, one of the like big contributors to it was Joseph Campbell. But now we know that Joseph Campbell, like George Lucas wasn't necessarily aware, or didn't seem to be aware of Joseph Campbell when he wrote Star Wars, which even makes it even stranger, because then he like retcons it to be like, oh, I was always inspired by this guy.
And it became more Campbell-y, I think.
Right.
Like, it became more Campbell-y, like, afterwards,
yeah. You just wonder if there's other influences on, like, the development of these ideas, or the studio executives that decided to, like, I think it was, like, Alan Ladd and
that
a
was
couple
his
of guys.
big advocate, was Alan Ladd. Yeah.
Right. Fox, once again, like with The Simpsons, like Fox Studio was there to give him like a shot, and like there's a convergence of desires coming out of that place, Northern California. Maybe you could chalk it up to him being in this milieu at the time. Of course, you would run into like George Leonard and these kind of Esalen guru guys, and like that was totally in the air. And maybe, but I also, I think another thing I wanted to mention was aesthetically, that I think before we started recording, I mentioned like having just re-edited that Kenneth Anger episode we did years ago. And I just put like a string out of, Anger's movies, and like it made me think kind of the first time. And some of these essays mention the kind of like the gleaming, sleek like nature of like the spaceships, even the Empires. They're kind of like sexy and beautiful. It's like almost like, wait a minute, like, and George Lucas was also from California, and like hot rod racing was like a big thing in American Graffiti, or like street racing, and I was like, he kind of did like custom car commandos like in space, like a little bit, and that was almost like his approach was like this. And I remember the toys and like the designs of the spaceships when I was a little kid, and how like alluring, and like, there's something like mesmerizing about them, like an X-Wing, or like a TIE fighter, or like the Star Destroyer, the Millennium Falcon.
These little models that they made at Industrial Light and Magic. Yeah.
And like there was just something about like the clean, like everything's kind of white and black. Like Luke and Leia are like all white in the first film, and then the Empire is all black, and then everyone else is like in brown, like other than that. And and it's these very earthy tones, like these very like California, like crunchy, earthy. Like it reminds me of like,
and the speed of like through those like channels in the Death Star and everything, just like the kinetic like power of it, like as they're like moving around, and all the like the lasers and everything.
And I even feel it's like deeply, besides being shot on location at some places, like it's deeply like indebted to like the way that like the San Francisco Bay Area looked in like the 70s and like the 80s, because like I don't know, like my memories of like Berkeley as a small child in like the 90s are like that's like what Star Wars looks like to me. You know what I mean? Like some of the architecture that was like there, and older stuff, and just like the brownness of everything, like brown colors everywhere, and like mixed with some kind of like 60s, 70s like funky public infrastructure kind of thing, like those cranes or something like looming in the background. And so I don't know, it's like it's definitely a California ideology was expressing itself in these films. Whether that was just like transmuted through, like channeled through George Lucas, who kind of put all this down, or he was subtly influenced by the kind of scenes that he was in and the ideas that were like bubbling up at the time. It does feel like somewhere in the food chain, like controllers like looked at this and were like, yes, like, you know,
Well, that's like my thing is like, yeah, like, I mean, now, like, this is like this huge thing. Like, you had the background we just talked about, and now we have like it's under the control of like Disney, one of the most like successful like basically who like owns the imagination of like in a way the world,
right?
You know, like, and they have been like fumbling the ball. Or are they running like a massive experiment? Like that's my, you know, like have they been like just stumbling through this, like, you know, like incompetently, or like, you know, it's kind of like in a way what you said, where it's like testing out different markets, testing out what works.
Yeah.
But I almost
that's
feel
on
like
one level of Disney, but
accidentally there's like this strategy of tension that has like happened, where it's like, you know,
Star
like
Wars Gladio.
Yeah, like feeding into the stuff about how, like, you know, like you're not allowed to be funny anymore or whatever. Like you better like embrace fascism. Like you're not allowed to like have a lightsaber anymore or like things like that. You know, yeah.
This,
like,
I mean, now it's become kind of like the central pillar of like one of the few pillars around which like Americans can like sort of orient themselves, and so it's going to be more unstable as like there's not a bunch of other narratives that like also buttress. It's like having one pillar in a temple, like precariously holding the whole thing up. And you could build that pillar bigger and bigger, but like different people are going to like lash out at it because they feel like it's not, you know. But I don't know, like is it going to be a controlled demolition of the Star Wars cult that sends America careening into like total fascism? Maybe the breakdown of Star Wars, like I don't know. At the same time,
I think
like
that it is like it's an epitome of like various things. You know, it's like it's an interesting phenomenon, and there's nothing quite like it, but it's you know, the way that it is like kind of managed now, and like the sort of trends in like the preoccupation, the fixation with it, you could make parallels to like any number of things. But like,
right, yeah.
You know, it's still like
the
an
government
interesting case study.
Like the Project of America itself, now, like we've speculated before that like some of these moves that like the Silicon Valley weirdos are, you know, are making both in culture and in government, like sometimes they seem contradictory. They don't really make a lot of sense. Like, you know, why are you talking about like Charles Manson being a CIA asset? Like if you're the guy who owns Palantir, you know, it's a little strange, you know. But then you think about, oh, well, maybe they want to like disenchant people in like the remaining federal institutions that do exist in order to kind of like overthrow and like privatize their functions and like take finally, like in a way, you know, like the old CIA is like, I mean, it's not going to go away, but like the way it existed as a public, like governmental entity, like that's got to be overthrown, and like we need to take like give Eric Prince control of it, you know, or any other number of things of like, you know, privatizing what used to be like public functions. Like maybe there's an element of like encouraging disenchantment that like helps you get there, like, you know, kind of an accelerationism, I guess I would say. But I think with Star
weird,
Wars,
like,
yeah.
I'm reading over this like Raiders of the Lost Ark like brainstorming transcript. Let me send you this in the chat. Like it's crazy how like incredibly verbose George Lucas is about like Eric Von Daniken and like the UFO, like, you know, ancient astronauts and like the Ark of the Covenant. Like he's a very, very strange man. Like
you're right, he is. He is very strange.
He also constantly refers to the ancient Israelites as the Israelis, like throughout this whole thing, which is like kind of interesting. But yeah, like he
oh, this is the one with like sort of like a bizarre like pedophilic tangent that they go on, right?
Yes.
Oh,
there's
okay.
so many weird things, dude. Like I just love this description that he has here, like of the Ark of the Covenant. The idea was that it was the head of Jesus or a scroll or whatever. We never see. All we see is electrical charges and stuff. The real theory about the Ark is that if you take this Ark and put it in this conformation with these tents, you could talk to God in it. It's like a radio transmitter. That's the real legend. That's what they used to do. The Israelis used to set up these tents and they would talk to God and God would tell them what to do. And then they would march with it in front of their army. The other armies would be destroyed. Our idea was that there must actually be some kind of super high-powered radio from one of Eric von Daniken's flying saucers. The fact that it's so this is like
They're
that kind of
that.
like
Okay.
aliens in the Bible thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. The fact that it's electrical charges makes it vaguely believable. The idea was that if you got the right kind of trunk, we had to get descriptions of what it looks like, but supposedly it's like a big trunk. It's like a car generator that you crank and it goes. When they opened it up, you had that sense of some kind of kinetic generator, which creates a tremendous amount of static electricity. There are all these religious trappings, interesting mysteries, and occult stuff. And at the same time, it's something that people can carry around. It's a big thing. We have great scenes with these poor little Arabs trying to carry this thing to the truck. It's easy to, on a basic plot, to lay out the good scenes, good cliffhangers. That sort of amorphous area in Cairo, that's where we can fit some in. It's the essence of just bullshit stuff where he wanders around Cairo trying to uncover the mystery of his puzzle. At the same time, you meet all these interesting characters once in a while. Well, somebody throws a knife at him or beats somebody up or somebody beats him up. Typical Middle Eastern stuff. That's not even the worst of it.
Is this Lucas or Spielberg talking?
That's Lucas.
Okay.
That's George Lucas. And later on, like this is a recurring theme. Like throughout his career, like this apparently is an obsession of his. Because later on they're talking about like, plot elements they could have, and his girlfriend who like they've stipulated is like gonna be like way younger than he is. So it's like he goes at one point, apropos of like basically nothing, he says, how about if we have her kidnapped? And then, Steven Spielberg says, who would kidnap her and for what reason? And George Lucas goes, the Arabs. Oh. Maybe they're going to rape her. White slavery.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
He's obsessed.
He's obsessed with white slavery. Wow. Interesting.
As Steven Spielberg says, I would rather have a plot kidnapping than just a carnal kidnapping. Like, yeah, good point.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Good point.
Yeah, take that note.
Yeah, I would rather not have a rape just for the sake of it. What the hell?
I don't know. I mean, he didn't make very many movies besides Star Wars.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he really didn't. Yeah.
What's the worst part? The notorious part that somebody quoted?
I'll have to find it. Like, I remember they called it like a crazy idea or something. Outrageous. Yeah. Okay. They were saying, talking about Marion. Okay. So, blah, blah, blah. I had to scroll up because I talk about this for a little bit, maybe too long. All right. So, blah, blah, blah. She has a rooming house above the cafe. He hears the sound in the middle of the night, and he gets up and looks over the banister. There are Germans everywhere. They have her, and they're interrogating her in the middle of this empty cafe in the middle of the night. That's Spielberg. George Lucas says, he comes in and saves her. You sort of introduce her as a damsel in distress. I loves that, too. And the other way, she's sort of a tough girl, Princess Leia. You could, or you could do both. You could have him come and haggle with her, or have her say, no way, no money, no deal. He sort of gets pissed off and goes out. He comes back later, and the place is empty, and they're in there torturing her. And then this is the other guy, Larry Kasdan.
Larry
right?
Kasdan. He worked on, I think, Empire Strikes Back.
I think so. Yeah. So he's also there, and he says the thing hasn't been worth anything up until now. So she wears it around her neck, or it's on the mantle. It's like a joke. George Lucas. Obviously, it could be something semi-precious to her because her father gave it to her. We'll assume that she did love the old coot. And then Kasdan, he goes off to his room for the night. He gets up. He's going to steal it. In the interim, the Germans have arrived. When he goes down to steal it, he winds up rescuing her. He stumbles into this heroic role. So she could doubt his motivation from then on. He didn't come down there to save me. And he says, we have them cemented into a very strong relationship, a bond. And then George Lucas says, he introduces the idea. I was thinking that this old guy could have been his mentor, that is her father. He could have known this little girl when she was just a kid, had an affair with her when she was 11. And then Larry Kasdan says, and he was 42. George Lucas, he hasn't seen her in 12 years. Now she's 22. It's a real strange relationship. Steven Spielberg, respect to Steven Spielberg for kind of trying to
shoots us down a little
shut
bit.
down some of his ideas. And Steven Spielberg says, she had better be older than 22. And George Lucas says, he's 35, and he knew her 10 years ago when he was 25, and she was only 12. And George Lucas.
Are they talking about
Yeah.
Indiana Jones, the character here?
Yes, they are.
Yeah, okay. This is as good as
so-
Lucas's ideas for like what Indiana Jones' like backstory with this girl
Yes,
should be.
and yes,
Like
yes,
an
and,
Epstein relationship.
Yes.
Anyways, yeah.
But yeah, Steven Spielberg jumps in. So I guess I maybe gave him too much credit because then he starts kind of brainstorming with George Lucas and says that maybe she's promiscuous and she came out to him.
Oh my
Or maybe he's
gosh.
just maybe he just feels George Lucas is so committed to this that like he can't have him be the aggressor. But I don't know. But anyway, so George Lucas says 15 is right on the edge. I know it's an outrageous idea, but it is interesting. Once she's 16 or 17, it's not interesting anymore.
Okay.
But if she were 15 and he was 25, they actually had an affair the last time they met, and she was madly in love with him. And Steven Spielberg, she has pictures of him. George Lucas, there would be a picture on the mantle of her father, and him. She was madly in love with him at the time, and he left her because obviously it wouldn't work out. Now she's 25 and she's been living in Nepal since she was 18. It's not only that they like each other, it's a very bizarre thing. It puts a whole new perspective on this whole thing. It gives you lots of stuff to play off of between them. Maybe she still likes him. It's something he'd rather forget about and not have come up again. This gives her a lot of ammunition to fight with. Steven Spielberg, in a way she could say, "You made me this hard."
Jesus, yeah, I remember this being like pretty bad.
What the?
This is also
Yeah,
like, isn't this
so,
right
there you
after like
go.
Roman Polanski got arrested for, with like a 14-year-old girl, and there's like,
The quotes there are like really out of control when he's like, "It's not interesting anymore once she's 16." Like that doesn't sound great. Doesn't
oh
sound
my
great at
God.
all.
Yeah, it's not great.
Yeah.
Yeah, that did not make the final cut, but it was discussed.
Did it not? Was she not like kind of young?
I think she makes a comment about like them having some kind of like fling when she was younger, but it's kind of implied that she was like, I don't know, 18 or 19. Like,
right.
not
Yeah.
that she wasn't like a
I don't
child.
even remember that well.
Yeah,
I
it's still
haven't seen
kind
that
of like
movie
a
in long
sus
ass
line,
time.
but it's like not
Yeah.
emphasized very much.
Yeah, it's not like the core of the movie. That's she's just constantly getting abducted by slavers, just tortured and raped.
He's so
Like,
afraid of it.
Like, yeah,
Yeah,
but well, yeah,
I think maybe I guess we'll probably wrap up soon.
yeah, we should wrap up.
But I do want to read. It's not very long, but I found a Soviet review of Star Wars from I think
yeah, this is good.
1977. I don't see what the whole title is, but it was by Yulia Varshavskaya, and I forget if it was maybe in Pravda or whatever, but it's kind of funny because a Mass Culture 77, Their Sensations, that was the column that it was in. Okay, so this is in America Magazine with a K. Or no, I'm sorry, that was a different one. Anyways, well, Star Wars, like, it's, you might not be surprised to know, was like not screened in the Soviet Union until like the Gorbachev era of like the late 80s. So it appears that this film reviewer has also not had a chance to see it, but is reacting to like the phenomenon. So she writes, "This summer, a new wave of the movie mania washed over the American movie theaters. As reported in the press, the movie Star Wars, directed by an American director, George Lucas, beat all the box office records. It made $60 million just in its first month of release. From morning to midnight, the Star Wars is being shown in the crowded theaters. To get in, one either needs to stand in line for several hours or buy a ticket from a scalper for an unheard-of price of $50. Damn. Following the monsters, mass catastrophes, and giant sharks, American movie screens are overtaken by the horrors on a truly cosmic scale, terrifying tyrants terrorizing our galaxy. They are being fought by the characters of the movie, a round-faced princess, a country boy, an old knight of the round table, yeah, there you go, an ape man.
I like how she called Carrie Fisher like kind of like fat there, like, really playing into her anxiety, like not very nice. But,
yeah, wow. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
fat shaming. Carrie, wow, that's why she had the drug addiction in the 80s, so they say. And an old knight of the round table calling out the chivalry there, an ape man and two robots. One of them, a huge and gilded Tripio, that's just spelled as one word, Tripio,
Yeah.
possesses human speech, and the other one, R2D2, it's also spelled out phonetically, looks like an automobile and communicates with the, quote, star signals. The plot, as reported by the French weekly Express, is fairly primitive. But to further terrify the audiences, the creators of the movie employ the most menacing weapon ever, the laser beam, which the movie characters use to fight like a rapier. The screen is constantly filled with horrifying monsters, a lizard man, faceless gnomes, a live mummy whose head is covered with rubber tubes, fantastic animals, ... Along with this, I love how sarcastic it is. Along with this blood-curdling, quote, masterpiece, which director George Lucas calls a, quote, Western of the future, several parallel commercial operations were undertaken. Ballantine Books published a novel with the same title. Marvel Comics, a publisher specializing in comic books, divided the screenplay into 6 parts and started publishing 1 million copies every month. Other classic attributes of mass culture followed. Pins, shirts, promotional posters, soundtrack. And closer to the new year, the stores will be filled with toys. Miniature R2-D2 making the same noises as its prototype, as well as the gilded Tripio. The famous laser sword is not invented yet, but it's in the works. In the near future, the next episode of Star Wars will be released, but most likely, it will be as mediocre as it will be profitable. It's not surprising at all. Mass viewer often, quote, bites on these, quote, pieces of art, so the life outside of the theater walls feels a lot safer, ... That's it. Yeah, that's pretty much...
Yeah, I like how they emphasize like how like it was horrifying and psychologically traumatic.
Right,
which, like,
that's it. That is very
maybe
interesting.
Maybe it was at least the latter, yeah.
Yeah, no, they were really focused on like this movie is like psyoping them with like...
horrible and like horrifying.
Terror
and it's
propaganda.
Like, yeah, exactly. It's
a
like,
lizard man.
having... Yeah, it's like having your, the Clockwork Orange, like, experience, like watching this movie, like, which, yeah, I mean, there was one thing I wanted to read before we close out, which is this from the book, The Inner Reaches of Outer Space by Joseph Campbell.
Okay.
He's talking about this idea of like the metaphysical. He talks about black elk and how he says the center is everywhere. Yeah, this is also from a statement from a Hermetic early medieval text, the Book of 24 Philosophers. God is an infinite sphere whose center is everywhere and whose circumference is nowhere. It's interesting. It's a big sphere. But anyway, the idea, it seems to me, is in a most appropriate way illustrated in a stunning photograph taken from the moon, now frequently reproduced, of an Earthrise, the Earth rising as a radiant celestial orb, strewing light over a lunar landscape. Is the center the Earth? Is the center the moon? The center is anywhere you like. Moreover, in that photograph from its own satellite, the rising Earth shows none of those divisive territorial lines that on our maps are so conspicuous and important. The chosen center may be anywhere. The Holy Land is no special place. It is every place that has ever been recognized and mythologized by any people as home. Moreover, this understanding of the ubiquity of the, I like, because that's kind of it kind of works both ways. Because on one hand, it's like, oh, there aren't any special lands you have to compete for, like anywhere. It's like, but as we all know, I think now living in the year 2025, it's not that easy.
There are exceptions.
It's not that easy. Like
yeah.
Sometimes multiple people like consider the same land their home. And also, like once you consider every land the Holy Land, sometimes you just extrapolate the special place into every other place.
Yeah, it's kind of a free for all. If like nobody's Holy Land has any value, or nobody's land has
or
any
America
value.
just becomes the New Jerusalem, or whatever. But anyway. Moreover, this understanding of the ubiquity of the metaphysical center perfectly matches the lesson of the galaxies and of the Michelson money finding that was epitomized in Einstein's representation of the utter impossibility of establishing absolute rest. It is the essence of relativity. So this is kind of like, again, I feel like we've talked about on our physics episodes how like Einstein wasn't as like sus as some people make him out to be, and wasn't like such a promoter of like chaos and nothing matters. But like, I feel like he's taking it in that direction.
Yeah, he's riffing.
An interesting detail that I learned was that Yoda's wrinkles are the wrinkles of Albert Einstein copied onto his face.
Wow, yeah, and I guess he's got the shock of kind of like frizzy white hair.
He does,
a little bit, yeah. What hippie physicist kind of. Guru. Interesting.
Yeah. But just to conclude this, so he says, it is the essence of relativity, and when translated from the heavens to this earth, it implies that moral judgments likewise depend upon the relation of the frame of reference to the person or act being measured. judge not that you be judged. Matthew 7:1. There is no absolute good or evil, so that, as Nietzsche has suggested, if Zarathustra were to return today, his message would not be of good and evil as absolutes. The lesson of his first teaching, which was of integrity, has been learned. The lesson now, beyond good and evil, is to be of life. For as Nietzsche himself has stated, all ideals are dangerous, since they denigrate and stigmatize what is actual. They are poisons, which, however, as occasional medicaments, are indispensable.
Wow. Nietzsche's harsh medicine of idealism.
Yeah.
Interesting. It's dangerous, though. You could OD.
Yeah. And he has this picture of the Earth rise over the moon landscape here, and he says, what is to happen now? All of our old gods are dead, and the new have not yet been born.
No. Isn't that the Sus Stuart Brand Whole Earth catalog photo? Probably is, yeah. I guess we didn't get around to it. I guess we have to wrap up, but like we should point out, in terms of like the new gods waiting to be, created, that we were kind of talking about the interesting like AI aspect of Star Wars that kind of doesn't get focused on that much.
Yeah,
like the
it's
centrality
true.
of C-3PO and R2-D2, they are who bring us into the movie, even though lots of people told George Lucas not to do that. They said, like, start with, like, more action, whatever, but, like, he wanted, like, a 15-minute hard, like, solo quest with, like, those guys to kind of bring us into the world and also make it more relatable to children. And they really are, like, we were talking before we're recording about, like, the weird kind of, like, racism against, like, talk about clanker discourse, but, like, the weird class society of, like, droids and, humans and other aliens. Like, how they're basically treated like slaves. Luke's uncle is like a small time like moisture farmer that buys droids as slaves to do all the work for him. And like there's a lot of like, in Mos Eisley, like the droid racism in the bar. Like we don't want their kind in here. It's the most explicit. Like I think there's one instance of anti-Wookiee racism overt in the first movie where they go, where are you taking this thing, and kind of there's comments made about Wookiees that I would classify as disrespectful, but anyways, like the AIs are like the only one, like the AI droids are the only ones that are kind of in like all the movies, right? And
yeah,
like
they
also
are. In fact, the whole like thing requires that the droids constantly have their memories wiped. Yeah, so that they forget, like, that they were, like, Anakin built C-3PO.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, that's actually the craziest reveal that, like, these robots, like, happened upon, like, going back to, like, the son of their, like, builder, and then,
yeah,
like...
well, the Force, it's destiny. They were destined. But, yeah, I mean, it does serve to kind of, like, just abstract or, like, kind of abject the whole like element of like class from the movie, like it completely, like the serving class or like these androids that like it's weird because like he seems to have feelings. C-3PO anyway.
Yeah.
Even R2-D2 kind of seems to have feelings.
Yeah.
But like they, they're not like considered to be like of human value, and like even like the heroes of the movie like never really address that issue or like feel like that is like a big concern. Like that there's like prejudice against droids or like it almost seems like all right, well, that's fine, but.
I forget that. I think there was one, like, maybe the Solo movie had like a woke, like female C-3PO character that was talking a lot, going on rants all the time about like droid representation and like droidism and like stuff like that. And it was kind of like a joke, like a recurring joke throughout the movie.
Definitely in the prequels, like, because you have to see the Jedi actually fight, like, that's why the enemies are droids, so that they can just mow down droids endlessly.
Right. Right.
Yeah,
like... And those droids don't seem to be programmed with, like, personalities.
They
like...
kind of do have personalities, though,
I guess you're right,
they
like,
make little, like, quips. They're like, like, what do you... wow, what did you see that guy over there? Like, that kind of thing.
I guess you're right, they do have conversational... They have about as much humanity as stormtroopers, which is to say not a ton, but, like, some. You're right. And, they play with that kind of droid, like the humanity of the droid. Does it have consciousness? Like, it seems to function like maybe at this point, like a ChatGPT that makes maybe like less errors, like that can pretend to be like a person. You know what I mean?
Is C-3PO not really afraid, though?
Well,
he's...
it gets dicey because like he seems afraid, but like he doesn't want to get he could have it programmed into himself to like not want to be destroyed.
To simulate fear in order to elicit human mercy.
Yeah.
So it's all a manipulative program strategy.
Yeah, to humanize, or just
that's a very bleak way of thinking about C3PO.
Or just like an internalized protocol to like not want to be deactivated or destroyed.
Yeah,
you know, like to want to self-preserve because like you're there to serve humans. You know, and like that could be like an iron law of like how droids are. Assuming that's how it's never really elaborated. Like the droid intelligence factor is like not really like delved into a lot in the Star Wars universe. Like they kind of do have little personalities, but they're also like treated as like the butt of jokes, and like the characters are kind of like casually like bigoted to them as like clankers, like get out of here, you box of lugs, you know what I mean? Like, or sometimes they just turn off C3 because he won't shut the fuck up, so like they just turn him off, you know. Yeah. Like they do stuff like that. And it's kind of like funny. It's not like wow, like that they're dehumanizing him. Well, I don't know. It gets into some, you know.
I mean, there's a couple elements to it, which is like, you know, like now we're seeing like robots, not unlike C3PO, like humanoid robots, more like worker oriented. But we do have like, you know, other things that are kind of like in C3PO's role, like ChatGPT, you know, that do everything for us and interpret for us and translate and things like that.
Right.
You know, and like actually interpret information, like even more like. Actually, like ChatGPT, people rely on that more than anyone relies on C3PO. Like C3PO doesn't show much use, like in the movies. Like, you know, if it were like, you know, accurate the way people like some of these people use ChatGPT, they'd constantly be like C3PO, like summarize what he just said. Like, yeah, like Obi-Wan would be like, it surrounds us, it's everywhere, it's the Force. And like Luke would be like, C3PO, like summarize what he just said about the Force. Like, you know, just constantly like be like, but yeah, like like I think he had him with him on. Oh no, he didn't have him with him on Yoda's planet. But anyway, I digress. My point is that like it, you know, creates kind of this like expectation of this fantasy of like totally dispensable slaves, which will either be like, you know, humanoid robots that force us out of like the labor force and like create like an underclass of like disenfranchised people who like have to live outside like the bubble city when you know, we all colonize Mars hoping there's a Wookiee up there.
Right.
But like, you know, because in real life, you know, like that has a political consequences when there's like robots that can do everything. Or like this is just a way of like dehumanizing and like obfuscating the actual element like of like class in the film. Like, you know, that's the
showing Luke's
and it's both
petty
really.
bourgeois kulak origins and
yeah. I mean, he is like he's a tenant farmer for the Empire, and like at the beginning of the movie, he wants to be like a TIE fighter pilot, right?
No, I think there's like supposed to be a rebel like flight academy that somehow has like been set up, and I think he wants to go off to that. I think.
Does he, or does he only get on board with the rebellion like after like they kill his parents?
That's a good point, actually.
And like after Obi-Wan and all that stuff.
But I feel like at the opening of the movie, he always thinks like the Empire's bad. Like he comes from a family that's like kind of anti-Empire, you know.
Maybe.
Like, I forget. For some reason, I always interpreted it as like they have a secret flight school off on some moon somewhere, and like you can go and join it, like a, you know, like a insurgent training camp, you know, and like in the you know, Cuban camp in the Everglades, you can go learn how to do stuff. But I don't know. I could be wrong. Now that I think about it, I'm like, I actually don't know, because then his family gets massacred by stormtroopers, and but it never seems like there's a turning point where he goes from being like, wait, the Empire's bad, you know what I mean? Like he always seems to think like ambiently like, oh, they oppress us, like they're obviously like, you know, like they're kind of libertarian, honestly, like, you know, it's like
he wanted to go to the academy, and the academy, according to Reddit, which I trust, this is the one case where I trust people's knowledge on Reddit. Like, I think that they know exactly about this.
Fair.
They say, one person says, I think he was planning to defect. Biggs Darklighter joined the Imperial Academy to get training, only to defect to the rebels.
I see.
And one person says, just a general flight academy. I don't think there's any general flight academies in the Galactic Empire, you know.
You don't think, they're all state state institutions.
Yeah.
They don't have like
and one person
riddle.
says it was the Imperial Academy, probably the same thing that happened with Biggs Darklighter. Luke wouldn't have stayed. Yeah.
Interesting.
Oh,
Okay.
it says the Emps Academy and deleted scenes, despite what people say on here. Biggs said he wanted to jump ship and join the rebels, though. I see. So maybe he was sympathetic to the rebels, but he didn't want to be a TIE pilot. He wanted to go to the academy that was run by the Empire and then maybe defect.
Oh, okay,
Maybe.
okay. Wow, infiltrating the Imperial military. Interesting. I forgot there was a deleted big scene. I always it always like wounded me that he just like gets like murked like at the end of the first movie. Like there's so much off screen. That was actually like one of those things like when you're a kid. There was like I think that's a lot of what like psyops people like how Star Wars psyops use like all these like little off screen references that are like sometimes followed up on, and like they create this like illusion of like a bigger world with like, oh yeah, Biggs. It's like when you finally see him for like a minute at like the end, you're like, oh yeah, that guy, like Luke's best friend, and then like he just dies and like never talked about again, you know.
Yeah.
At least like
scene
you know
with Biggs, I guess, where he talks about his like flight training and how he's defecting to the rebellion.
I remember the special edition like it re-included that scene or something to give Biggs like more screen. He was supposed to have like a little bit of a bigger role, I think, and they cut it back. Yeah, but you know, at least Wedge, you know, wasn't killed off. But I'm acting like a psyop person right now. It's you know, it doesn't stop it from being fascist. And
I do remember that some of those like you know, when they're like really screaming and like dying on the Death Star raid, you know, they're intense. Yeah.
The Soviets were right. It was, you know, it was full of terror.
It was horrifying. It was full of terror. Yeah.
Why did we need it? But it definitely worked. They had Star Wars had the last laugh. I mean, like literally as the name of like a wacky defense, you know, initiative that like, you know, it's arguable like how much it psyoped the Soviets into overspending on like nuclear defense in the 80s, but like it played some like the Lyndon LaRouche like grand
and even
idea.
Star Wars itself, after being ridiculed like by all the libs, like now it's back.
You're right.
Basically, like it's like just one part of like our massive new like space defense program.
The Golden Dome. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like our first LaRoucheite president really is going to build that dome, you know, and this is another weird it fucks up the SEO when you try to look up like anything like sus and like Pentagon or CIA related in Star Wars, because it just gives you like endless articles about like the missile program and like all that stuff, which was a psyop.
Some of the shit these tech people say, like that, like just like when like, you know, for like Sam Altman would be like, well, maybe we'll just build a Dyson sphere. Like what? Like that does sound like some kind of like Star Wars brained like pablum. Like what the hell? Like what do you mean we're just gonna build a Dyson sphere?
That's
like
been
you
popular at Stanford for like decades. Like the L5 Society.
That actually sounds like more difficult than building a Death Star. Like I don't know why you would just say that we're gonna do that. Like and then people listen to him like he knows what he's talking about. Like that's Star Wars' fault. I blame Star Wars. It's like conditioned people to have like this kind of thing. Like oh yeah, like that's possible. Like you know, I'm being facetious, but you know.
Right. But it did have, you know,
partially. I'm being partially facetious.
It is like a Silicon Valley film in like a bizarre way, to an extent that like almost no other films are. Like basically like THX and the Star Wars movies are like the only movies you could really point to of like, you know, coming out of like that area, Northern California. And like they're all about like futuristic mind control, enslavement, and like weird Wagnerian like chivalric tales about like militarism and like how you should trust like Esalen gurus with like laser swords, like to lead a royalist uprising against like a frankly misunderstood, though sometimes excessive imperial. No, I'm just kidding. They're bad, but like I'm not gonna get negatively polarized in defending the actions of the Galactic Empire on this episode. Though, as you pointed out, that might be like, you know, what they want.
Yeah, it might be.
The people just start psychotically like
kids
identifying
love power.
with they love power. Yeah. They just have like
as Grimes said,
Supreme Leader Snoke posters on their walls. You know.
Yeah, the coolest character. Yeah, truly a worthy successor to Darth Vader. So cool. Who wouldn't like want to be like Snoke?
No, and I don't know.
It's amazing, like how, like, yeah, we should stop, but it is truly amazing. Maybe that's like part of my like like suspicion of this whole thing is like it's truly amazing how like incompetent all of that was, and like how deeply like creatively bankrupt and like devoid of any original or good ideas. But anyway,
Hollywood was out of the tank. Or the
Yeah.
tank was empty in Hollywood by the time it came back around, and like without a singular visionary boomer popping, who was like, I don't know, psyop by Joseph Campbell at the helm, they don't know how to create a mythopoetic, like fascist psyop that changes American culture.
Well, I mean,
and the
it's
images
true.
of
Like,
man.
I think there's kind of truth to the idea that, like, I mean, it goes back to what we were talking about at the beginning. Like George Lucas, like he wanted people to believe in God or whatever. He was interested in the spirituality of it.
Yeah.
Whereas, like, I think J.J. Abrams is spiritually dead.
Yeah. Like if he
that
wasn't, you wouldn't be allowed to
everyone
make Star
involved,
Wars.
Like today has like no spirituality,
No,
like whatsoever.
no.
Yeah,
Like
just completely spiritually dead.
The corporatization of like
the
film
closest they
production
come to
process.
having a god is Hillary. Like
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, sure. So yeah, throw out your Campbell derived screenwriting like theory books, and discard all of that nonsense. We could come back and just do like a real savage like takedown of Joseph Campbell as like a complete charlatan who also was like basically like Americocentric, and also like I think he hated Jews a lot.
Yeah,
like
we
he's
totally
very
forgot to
anti-Semitic.
talk about how like it was beyond
like he's
just
like he lightly admired Nazi Germany. Like this guy was like kind of fashy.
Knew, like he was like openly like all of his friends were just like, oh yeah, he hated black people. Like it wasn't just like obviously
No, he was
like,
racist as fuck.
He has like a deep ideological anti-Semitism, like that is kind of tied into his whole like belief. Like he obviously that's a Zoroastrian, Judeo-Christian, Islamic, Marxian.
Right.
Like you don't have to be
You did bring that up, yeah.
An expert in anti-Semitism to like be like,
you
that's
see what that is,
interesting.
yeah.
It's kind of like very much in the lineage of like his intellectual forebears who were all like. To be fair, I think like his main influence was Zimmer. I forget his first name, but who was like he was married to a Jew, so he had to leave and become like a even though he tried, he was one of those liminal cases where like he wanted to be a Nazi, but the Nazis were just like too strict for him. Because he was married to a Jew, even though he was of good Aryan stock. And so he was a big influence on Campbell, and you can kind of see some of that kind of Aryanist, like, oh, the ways of India, where our Indo-European ancestors come from, and this filthy Semitic Magian crap. Like I think he even calls it like Magian at one point,
crap.
like.
Oh no!
Making us believe in God and believe that there's good and evil in this world, and you can't just do whatever you want. Like,
yeah, honestly,
it makes them like it makes their blood boil.
Sus, the idea that, and I feel like when he is talked about today, a lot of academics have sort of like discarded him, but like in general pop culture, and I bet you even still like kind of in Hollywood to some degree, like people either talk about him as this kind of like philosophical like figure who was like above politics, or I don't know, in some way that he was like deeply respectful of all cultures, and he was a very like almost liberal kind of guy. And it's like, wait a minute, because of his association with like George Lucas and Esalen, the way Lucas talks about him is that he's like this great, like sophisticated lefty, like religious philosopher that has discovered the beautiful common thread behind every religious faith and ritual, and all this kind of shit that like you hear is the window dressing. But like he actually was like pretty fucking racist,
Esalen
loved him.
To read like quotes, but if you like look, it's been like extensively discussed, and like you would be surprised, like, but even from what we've just said, like it will probably exceed your expectations, like the extent of it.
His new age friends definitely laundered the shit out of his reputation very well, and George Lucas.
Typical, yeah. I mean, like that guy is like right about George Lucas's like, George Lucas doesn't have like the best like racial politics either. Like, I don't really believe that like the trade federation guys like that you like like I just don't think that is like a mistake that you can make like innocently. You know, like I feel like you're like there's a little bit like at a point where maybe like that's kind of like racist. Like maybe you didn't mean it that. Like I feel like that crosses a line where it's like this is a little bit racist.
Yeah,
like,
I will say, like not, personal life, whatever, but like he is married to a black woman.
Wow.
Who's like a big time CEO, kind of a corporate lady boss.
I'm standing by my statement that like there's a lot of like weird racist caricatures in the prequels, especially.
She's on the board of J.P. Morgan Chase and the Starbucks Corporation, and formerly the Estee Lauder Companies Incorporated. Damn, actually, that's like powerful. But no, yeah, I mean, yeah, like a lot of his characters, like especially in the 2000s. Yeah, and like they
even have like Chinese accents, kind of the Trade Federation. Or they have like kind of vague accents, like
I mean, like that was around the time China was entering
like,
the WTO, so like Trade Federation, like it seemed like vaguely kind of commenting on like the world.
I mean, like if you need like I don't know why we're debating is George Lucas racist. We just read that thing that he said where it's like, she gets raped by a bunch of Arabs.
I'm just saying like. He probably doesn't
they put
think
her in the white
that he
slavery.
is.
Yeah, no, he definitely doesn't. Like, no one thinks they are.
Well, he's a boomer, so like he has that kind of iteration.
Yeah.
No, I mean for sure he is.
Proud racists are few and far between.
Yeah, but I mean, like Joseph Campbell was kind of like a proud. He was not ashamed.
Yeah, exactly.
Of it.
That's
like,
what's so shocking about it.
Which is funny because like you would think George Lucas would he gestures towards like I'm a chill liberal boomer, like filmmaker that believes in humanity and like blah blah blah. But like also my hero is this like weird like kind of charlatan guy who was beloved by like every new age sus lord and was like super racist, and like all of his shit is like really just window dressing for like a very like American Manifest Destiny like POV on like world civilization and like religion, and it really only fits like I think somebody made the point that like the reason that Star Wars like fits like the hero's journey thing to a T is not because George Lucas like based the plot on that because he didn't know about it at the time, but because like the whole hero's journey or like hero of a thousand faces thing is like so distorted and like American centric that it like makes perfect sense that Star Wars would like embody it, because like Star Wars is also like that fucking like it's an American attempt, like an American kind of distorted way to like tell this kind of like universal myth for itself. And yeah, I don't think I think I don't know. It accords with power a little too much for my liking.
We should stop, but like I do want to read like since you mentioned it, I do want to read like some of these like some of this article from it's called The Faces of Joseph Campbell by Brendan Gill, and it's by one of his friends. He says, I call Campbell's alacrity enviable because in our present state of medical ignorance, the disease that was killing him wasn't to be outwitted except in a negative sense by the degree to which its duration could be reduced. Why dawdle in the presence of the inevitable? At the same time, however, for Campbell to have consented to be sick at all seems an impermissible aberration. Ordinarily, it isn't a reason for astonishment when an old man is called upon to die, but Campbell had seemed to us never to grow old. If by the calendar he had reached his 80s, in person he was a good 20 years younger than that, or so any stranger would have assumed on meeting him. He was slender and quick-moving, and because of his erect carriage, gave the impression of being taller than he was. He had thick, dark, wavy hair, bright blue eyes, unwrinkled skin, and a pink complexion. He laughed readily, boyishly, and his laughter remained especially attractive in his old age because, as far as one could tell, his teeth were his own, neither false nor capped. He was, in short, an invincibly youthful figure, so uncannily unaltered by time that he used to accuse him, to his delight, of practicing some hitherto unknown form of Satanism.
Oh my God.
Anyway, yeah. So Anyway, to the bewilderment of many members of the club, myself included, Campbell's lifelong study of conflicting points of view in a variety of world cultures had not resulted in his accepting a wide variety of conflicting points of view in his own culture. Scholar that he was, surely he could be counted on to observe with a scholar's attachment the desire for upward mobility of minority peoples in the United States.
Uh-oh.
Surely he would be the first among us to understand and forgive if sometimes they displayed crude and even dangerous patterns of behavior. Well, nothing of the kind. So far was Campbell from applying the wisdom of the ages to the social, political, and sexual turbulence that he found himself increasingly surrounded by, that he might have been a member of the Republican Party somewhere well to the right of William F. Buckley. He embodied a paradox that I was never able to resolve in his lifetime and that I have been striving to resolve ever since. The savant as reactionary. Classic liberal
there we go.
Stupidity where they...
I can't imagine.
Where they think... Someone who's smart cannot be a reactionary, like in deep foolishness. But anyway,
right.
blah blah. He talks about his middle class Irish Catholic background.
Right.
Blah blah. Yeah. So.
Isn't there like a rumor that even though he kind of he like dismissed Catholicism as like just another set of myths and blah blah blah, but then he like freaked out when he was dying and like called in like a Jesuit priest to like give him the last rites, and like didn't want people to know about it. Because he sort of postured as like above like religion.
I don't know. I didn't hear that one.
I read one article kind of like attacking like why do people stand this guy, like he should be canceled, he sucks, and like he's taught everywhere as like an eminent genius, but. Yeah, but this is the part. Campbell's bigotry had another distressing aspect, which was an seemingly eradicable anti-Semitism. By the time I came to know him, he had learned to conceal its grosser manifestations. But there can be no doubt that it existed and that it tainted not only the man himself, but the quality of his scholarship. For example, he despised Freud, and it appeared from our talks that he did so in large part because of the fact that Freud was Jewish. He approved highly of Jung, and not least because Jung wasn't Jewish. In an episode unknown to me until after Campbell's death, as a young man, he had provoked an indignant letter from no less a person than Thomas Mann, one of his two literary idols. The other was Joyce. In December 1941, 3 days after Pearl Harbor, Campbell gave a lecture at Sarah Lawrence on the subject of permanent human values, urging the assembled undergraduates not to be caught up in war hysteria and not to be tricked into missing the education to which they were entitled simply because a Mr. Hitler collides with a Mr. Churchill. Campbell argued that creative writers, painters, sculptors, and musicians ought to remain devoted to the disciplines of pure art. In time of war, the fortitude of the literary man and artist consists of remaining aloof from the political cockpit, giving no thought to the undoing of an enemy. At that very moment, Mann was devoting much of his energy to arousing the world to the menace of Hitler and the Nazis for reasons difficult to imagine. Campbell sent a copy of his lecture to Thomas Mann, then living in Princeton, and received a civil but obviously angry letter in reply, which reads in part, "As an American, you must be able to judge better than I, in a country which just now, slowly, under difficult and mighty obstacles, I hope not too late, has come to the true recognition of the political situation as necessities, whether it is appropriate at this particular moment to recommend political indifference to American youth. It is strange. You are a friend of my books, which therefore, according to your opinion, must have something to do with quote-unquote permanent human values. Now these books are forbidden in Germany and all countries that Germany rules, and whoever reads them or even should sell them, and whoever would so much as praise my name publicly, would be put into a concentration camp and his teeth would be bashed and his kidneys split in two. You teach that we must not get upset about that. We must rather take care of the maintenance of permanent human values. Once again, this is strange." Wow. The deep irony that like George Lucas's hero, like for the creator of something that's
a Nazi sympathizer,
so built on like this World War II like good guys bad guys thing, his hero could not be bothered to get mad or to get involved with any of that
and
political
nonsense.
Urge
people like not to care about like a certain Mr. Hitler.
A certain Mr. Hitler.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. Maybe there's a parallel that can be drawn by like I don't know, the depoliticizing impulse of like it's just entertainment or it's art for art's sake. It's just entertainment. It's just a space opera. Like chill out. Just enjoy like the fictional space like that's what life is really about. To maintain your integrity as an artist, like don't politicize your work and like I don't know. I mean, even though Lucas's protests to the contrary, that he made a crypto Vietnam War film with Star Wars, like it feels more I think it was received, and it feels more like a retreat from any kind of like politically engaged or confrontational cinema in that period, like compared to what the 70s, what the trend line of the 70s had been. And then it kind of created a perfect resurgence when that Hollywood president Reagan came in, and like the types of movies getting made, like with each successful Star Wars movie, everyone started orienting more towards like the fantasy, something that's like away from the struggle going on outside, just like the Soviet article said, you know, like the walls, you know, the scariness beyond the walls doesn't seem so bad. And then, you know, that took America all the way through like the end of the Cold War, and we could just enjoy these safe little spectacles and treat complexes and stuff like that. But you know, now here we are. Yeah.
Beep boop.
Beep boop, beep boop. And now everyone has formed cathexis with droids from their early childhood. So, you know, now when they roll out those ChatGPT,
it is our destiny.
When they roll out a C-3PO looking like uploaded with ChatGPT,
we'll be used to it. Yeah,
we'll be used to it. You know, the images of man have been changed.
We'll happily accept our replacement with obedient servants.
Yeah, all class divisions will be resolved. But
yeah, exactly. Well, because also I guess AI will give us like Star Trek style replicators. We'll get both, the best of both worlds. Star Trek and Star Wars. We'll all have replicators and holodecks to give us everything that we ever want. So we won't be upset that the labor force has been entirely automated. And the only problem will be finding fulfillment, just like Joseph Campbell talked about.
It's all about finding your bliss.
Is to follow your bliss, and basically,
don't worry about Mr. Hitler and whatever he's doing.
Don't worry about Mr. Hitler. Bliss, happiness, et cetera, et cetera. That's it. Consciousness, having fun, and it's all fine. Yeah. And not only don't worry about Mr. Hitler, but Mr. Hitler will take care of you. Mr. Hitler will deliver C-3PO into your waiting arms.
Oh my God. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Well, that's probably where we can leave it for now with this most sus franchise ritual ceremonial complex of late American culture. But it might pop up again. We maybe, we got some good Joseph Campbell jabs in there at the end. But, I'd like to do a sus
Yeah, I'm
Gene.
sure he'll return.
I would like to do a mirror of, I'm not as knowledgeable about it. I think you are. But, like, the sus Gene Roddenberry, Star Trek, Esalen connections, and, like, his channel, his participation in the Nine and the channeling group. And, like, we have another, like, sci-fi pop culture phenomenon that is, like, tied through that one little foggy place in Big Sur,
Yeah. I mean, I probably do know more about Star Trek. I think I'm more of a Star Trek fan.
Right. Right. You know a lot.
So I would be able to. But Gene Roddenberry is like the worst thing about Star Trek, honestly.
Oh, I know. Yeah. He was. He also had. I remember there was a video about him talking about like his daughters, his children. That was like so sus. It was.
Oh damn.
I think he might have been a Scientologist. I don't know. There's a lot there, but beware the sci-fi fantasias that are broadcast to you, dear listeners. But we'll be back soon. But until then, stay vigilant.
Peace. All right.